Silent Order, Ark Hand. Jonathan Moeller. Description: the galaxy is at war, and the shadows of human history might destroy the present. When Jack March agrees to help Dr. Adelaide Tarrant track down a tip about an archaeological find, he doesn't expect to be drawn into a deadly machinist plot. Because the secrets of the find are rooted in the past, but they might change the course of the future. 1. Extraction. The mission had been going splendidly, and then it all went to hell. When it went wrong, Jack March was standing in a lounge off the base's main hangar bay, a cigarette in his hand. The lounge had been carved from the rock of the little asteroid that served as the pirate base, the floor covered in metal deck plates. Metal tables and benches were bolted to the floor, and against one wall was a row of cooking equipment, food dispensers and coffee makers and the like. 3 of the Agatani pirates stood facing March, cigarettes in their hands. They were rough-looking men, unshaven and hard-eyed, and all 3 had the same tattoo on the back on their right hands, a stylized design of black lines that looked like a cross between a shattered mirror and a spider's web. Every single one of the pirates had a plasma pistol belted at their waists, and despite the shabbiness of the base, their weapons looked well maintained. March had gone up against space pirates many times, both during his time as an Iron Hand and during his years as an Alpha operative of the Silent Order of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. Most of the time pirates were brutal and dangerous, but undisciplined and lazy. The Agatani pirates were brutal and dangerous, but they were also orderly and diligent, and eliminated witnesses to their crimes in a systematic fashion. They were like a religious cult that financed itself through piracy and extortion, and March did not want to fight them. Fortunately, if the plan worked, they wouldn't suspect a thing, and he would leave without them being any wiser. "You've been flying long?" said one of the pirates, a scar-faced man who was missing his right ear. His black eyes glittered like the edge of an obsidian knife. 12 years, said March. He glanced to the right, through the door into the hangar bay. His ship, a Mercator Foundry Yards Class 9 blockade runner called the Tiger, sat near the lounge. The cargo ramp was down, and a half-dozen blocky yellow drones on treads rolled back and forth, unloading the water tanks and pallets of prepackaged meals March had flown to the asteroid base. "That's a Kalaskaran ship," said the pirate, his black eyes narrowing. March took a draw on the cigarette, blew out the smoke. "No, it's not. It's Mercatorian. And I'm not Kalaskaran." Technically, that was true. He had been born in a labor camp on Calixtus, one of the worlds enslaved by the final consciousness. "Cute," grunted the pirate. "But your ship's registration is Kalaskaran." March snorted. "We're not that far from Kalaskaran space. Flying with a Kalaskaran registration is a great way to keep the Royal Navy from shooting at you. You should try it sometime." "See," said the pirate, "that's what worries me. The Royal Navy isn't fond of us. They pay bounties for pirates, and the brothers of the Agatani are at the top of their shit list. So maybe when you leave, you'll fly back to Antioch Station and tell the Royal Navy assholes in their blue uniforms where to find us. That way you get paid for the delivery, and you also get paid for turning us in." March shrugged. "I could, but that would be stupid. 1, I'm getting paid well for this delivery, and I want to get paid well for future deliveries. 2, I know how the Agatani operate. You declare a blood debt against anyone who betrays you, and you don't stop until you collect. Not worth the trouble to betray you." The pirate grunted. "You know a lot about us, is that it?" "We." "Jarlum," said one of the other pirates, growing exasperated with the conversation. "We should be glad that fear of the brothers has spread so far and wide." Jarlum glared at him, took one last draw on his cigarette, and then ground it out in an ashtray on one of the steel tables. "Fine." He jabbed a finger in March's direction. "But see that you heed the lesson, Captain. Do not betray the brothers of the Agatani. Else you shall regret it bitterly." I have no intention of doing so, said March. Though if the Agatani pirates realized that he was an alpha operative of the Silent Order, they would kill him on the spot. Speaking of that, when am I going to get paid? Jarlam's eyes narrowed. You'll get paid when we've finished unloading your cargo. And when we've checked it over to make sure that you're not cheating us. The brothers of the Agatani might respond with a blood debt to those who betray us, but we're not fond of those who cheat us either. And if you cheat us, we'll take both your life and your ship as payment of your debt. March shrugged. Suit yourself. But you'll find everything on the manifest exactly as it says. Can't get repeat business if you go around stealing cargo. He smirked. I'll leave cargo stealing to you gentlemen. Smart, said Jarlam with a sneer. Real smart. Men with smart tongues wind up losing them. Jarlam, said the second pirate. We better wrap up the unloading. If the station master comes down and sees us shooting the shit with a privateer, we'll never hear the end of it. Yeah, said Jarlam. He pointed at March. Stay here until we come back. We'll let you know when we're done unloading. He waved a hand at the counter of food preparation machines. Help yourself to some of the bounty here. But don't leave the lounge. You'll regret it if you do. Wouldn't dream of it, said March. Jarlam stalked back into the hangar bay and started bellowing instructions at the cargo drones, the other two pirates following him. March watched them go, and then crossed to the counter and made himself a cup of coffee. The coffee maker was old, and it rasped and burbled as it spat out a stream of coffee. That was just as well. March tapped the microphone hidden in his collar. Vigil. Captain March. Came the voice of his ship's pseudo-intelligent computer. The microphone in the collar of his jacket had a bone conduction speaker that carried the sound to his ear without anyone else overhearing it. Report, said March. The drones and the Agatani pirates are unloading the cargo from the hold, said Vigil. They have made no attempt to enter any of the other areas of the ship, nor have they attempted to access any ship systems. ETA until they're finished, said March, lifting the coffee to his mouth. It didn't taste half bad, come to think of it. Maybe the Agatani pirates had hijacked a freighter carrying some decent coffee. 37 minutes, said Vigil. Good, said March. Do you have a fix on Memnon's transponder? Yes, said Vigil. Based upon the internal schematics of this facility, the transponder is located in Cargo Bay 3. I see, said March, taking another sip of the coffee. He glanced through the door to the hangar bay, but Jarlam and the other two pirates were busy with the cargo drones. March walked to the computer screen mounted next to the door and tapped it a few times. A map of the base appeared. The pirates' supply dump had started as a failed asteroid mine, and the Agatani had only bothered to build their base on the first few levels. Cargo Bay 3 was a short distance down the main corridor from the hangar. By now, Memnon ought to have concealed himself within one of the empty crates in the bay. As part of March's delivery contract with the pirates, he had agreed to haul some of their empty containers back to their suppliers. And in the process, March would also smuggle out the alpha operative of the Silent Order, who had spent the last several months spying on the pirates and tracing the maze of their supply networks and shell accounts. And all March needed to do was wait, and the pirates would load Memnon onto the Tiger for him. He took another sip of the surprisingly good coffee, and then the trouble hit the fan. An alarm blared through the cargo bay, and Jarlam and the other pirates froze. March's first thought was that it was a decompression alert, but that usually generated a roar and a gale-force wind as the atmosphere was sucked into the void of space. Alert, said Vigil in his ear. Dark energy surge detected 1 million kilometers from the asteroid. 2 starships have exited hyperspace. Can you get details? Said March, looking into the cargo bay. Jarlam and the other 2 pirates had pulled their phones from their belts. Unable to comply, said Vigil. "The rock of the asteroid blocks most sensor readings." "Right," said March, and he stepped to the wall terminal. Public access terminals like this could usually pull in an overview of the sensor data. Unless the pirates had locked it down, of course. Fortunately, the pirates hadn't. March tapped in a command, and the overview data from the station's sensors appeared on the screen. 2 Shrike-class gunships were on an intercept course for the station. The Shrike-class gunship was another product of Mercator Foundry Yards, which sold its wares to anyone who could pay. That had let March get his hands on the Tiger, and Mercator Foundry Yards made better small freighters than any other manufacturer in human space. Unfortunately, the company also made good starfighters and small attack ships, and they likewise sold those ships to anyone who had the credits. The gunships were sleek and deadly, their hulls armored and bristling with weapon hardpoints. March recognized the insignia painted onto the Shrike's fins, a stylized image of a sword and a scroll. That was the emblem of the Sultanate of Al-Mabat, which meant the gunships were flown by Al-Mabati Corsairs. And the Al-Mabati Corsairs and the Agatani pirates hated each other in a blood feud that had endured for centuries. The lights flickered, and the terminal screen dimmed for a second. The station's radiation and kinetic shields had just come online, as had its weapon emplacements. March had scanned the asteroid base on his way in, and he wasn't sure if the base's defenses could deal with 2 Shrike-class gunships. If the Shrike's plasma cannons and missiles punched through the shielding, they would destroy the base and kill both March and Memnon in the process. The Corsairs of Al-Mabat would be delighted to kill 2 Alpha operatives of the Silent Order under other circumstances, but if they blew up the base, they would never know of their success. Which meant March had to move. He took one last glance at the map, memorizing the position of Cargo Bay 3, and stepped towards the door, intending to sprint across the cargo bay and head for the main corridor. Instead, he spotted Jarlum and the other 2 pirates jogging towards the lounge, and Jarlum had murder on his face. "You," he roared. "What?" said March, backing into the lounge and noting the position of the metal tables and benches. "What the hell is going on? Who's shooting at the station?" "You led them here," roared Jarlum, striding into the lounge as March backed away. He shot a quick glance at the nearest bench, saw that it hadn't been bolted to the floor as it should have been. "You betrayed us." "Who the hell did I lead here?" said March. Despite the urgency of the situation, he felt a flicker of amusement. Jarlum wanted to kill March for something he hadn't even done. "You're a spy for the Kesrodite scum," said Jarlum, "and you gave them the coordinates of this base." He started to draw the plasma pistol from his belt. "But you won't live long enough to enjoy." March moved first. He stooped, whirled, and seized the metal bench with his cybernetic arm. It was heavy, well over 70 pounds, but his metal arm could handle much more weight without strain. He whipped it before him like a baseball bat, and it caught Jarlum on the side of the jaw. His head snapped to the side, and Jarlum stumbled with a yelp of pain. March released the bench, and the momentum of its swing struck another pirate in the chest, throwing him back. The 3rd pirate yanked a plasma pistol from his belt, but March was already moving. As his left hand had thrown the bench, his right had drawn his own pistol from its holster. He pulled the trigger, and the plasma bolt burned through the pirate's chest. The pirate managed to get one shot off before he fell, the errant bolt blasting a crater in the wall behind March. He ignored it, and shot both Jarlum and the 2nd pirate, before they recovered their balance. March stepped over their corpses and ducked into the doorway, risking a look through the hangar. The cargo drones continued their sedate unloading of the Tiger's hull. There were stacks of crates and barrels against the rough-cut rock walls of the hangar, and equipment gantries hanging from the ceiling, but March didn't see any other pirates. Likely, Jarlum and his 2 comrades had been assigned to deal with unloading the cargo. That, and the rest of the pirates had rushed to their battle stations. Even as the thought crossed his mind, the distant rumble of an explosion came to his ears, and a vibration went through the stone floor beneath his boots. The lights flickered once, and then came back on as curtains of dust fell from the ceiling overhead. All of those were bad signs. The Shrike gunships could deliver a serious pounding, and asteroids of this size tended toward tectonic instability. For that matter, if the atmosphere barrier in the hangar bay door failed, March would find himself sucked into space or dying from lack of oxygen. The plan for the mission had to be abandoned. It was time to improvise. "Vigil," March said, running into the hangar bay. Another explosion rumbled through the asteroid base, the floor shaking. An instability spike went through the station's gravitics, and March stumbled as his weight fluctuated, the barrels and crates shifting. "Start the pre-flight sequences. And close the cargo ramp and seal the airlocks. Don't let anyone but Memnon or me onto the ship." "Acknowledged," said Vigil, and March heard the faint whine as the ship's cargo ramp started to close. A flash of light caught his eye, and he saw one of the Shrikes fly past the hangar entrance, its plasma cannons blazing. If a plasma bolt landed in the hangar bay, March was going to die, but the station's energy shields held for now. A wide corridor opened off the hangar bay, and March ran into it. Closed doors lined the corridor, plaques next to the doorways announcing their function. Machine shop, life support equipment, Cargo Bay 1, Cargo Bay 2, there. March headed towards the doors to Cargo Bay 3, and two pirates came around the corner. Like the late Jarlum and his friends, they were wearing ship crewers' jumpsuits, their hands marked with the tattoos of the Agatani pirates. Unlike Jarlum and his friends, they were carrying plasma rifles. Likely they had been sent to figure out what had happened to Jarlum and the others, or to kill March and seize the tiger. "For God's sake," shouted March, and the pirates faltered. "Run! The atmosphere barrier in the hangar is going." The pirates froze for a half-second. A breach and the resultant decompression was one of the chief fears of every man who traveled aboard a starship or worked on a space station. The pirates didn't freeze for long, but it was enough for March's trained reflexes to snap up his pistol and fire. His shot caught the pirate on the left in the forehead. The pirate on the right raised his rifle and started shooting, and the plasma bolts hurtled down the corridor as March threw himself against the wall, firing as he did so. His first two shots missed, but the third caught the pirate on the side of the chest. The man stumbled with a cry of pain, and March had an instant to line up his next shot. This time his plasma bolt drilled into the pirate's temple, and the man went down in a heap. March ran forward, grabbed the plasma rifle from the hands of a dead pirate, and hurried to Cargo Bay 3. The door slid open at his approach, revealing a large rectangular room about the size of a church's nave. A forklift stood parked a few meters from the door. Rows of metal crates were stacked against the walls, and a haphazard pile of empty food crates and water barrels sat in the center of the room. After the pirates had finished unloading the Tiger, they would have loaded these empty containers onto the ship. He jogged towards the crates, scanning the ID numbers on the side, and found the one he wanted. Once he did, he started hammering the stock of the plasma rifle against the side. "Darius," he said, "it's your ride." Another explosion rumbled through the base, dust falling from the ceiling. "We've got to move." There was a clang from inside the crate, and then the side popped open, and a man climbed out, a combat knife in his right hand. The man wore a ship crewer's jumpsuit, his thick limbs and heavy torso straining against the fabric. Despite his bulk, there wasn't a trace of fat on him, and old scars marked his rough-featured face. His dark hair had been close-cropped, and his black eyes were bloodshot with fatigue. "Well, damn me, Jack," said Darius Memnon, Alpha operative of the Silent Order, his voice thick with the bird accent of Sherek City on Kalaskar. "It's all gone to hell, hasn't it?" "Yep," said March, passing him the plasma rifle. "Well, bugger it to bloody hell," said Memnon, checking the rifle over. "I assume the new plan is to shoot our way out." "Yeah," said March, looking towards the cargo bay doors. "You've got the data?" "Right here," said Memnon, tapping the chest pocket of his jumpsuit. "How many of them did you shoot on your way in here?" "5," said March, looking into the corridor. It was deserted, the dead pirates motionless on the floor. "Only 5. You're slipping, Jack," said Memnon. I wanted to save some for you, said March. I'll take point. Let's move. Memnon nodded and lifted the plasma rifle with professional skill. He had been a Royal Marine before joining the Silent Order, and before the magistrate had ordered him to join the Royal Armed Forces or face prison time. He had been a bouncer and a brawler in the sprawling spaceport complex of Sherek City. He knew how to handle himself in a fight. March suspected that would come in handy very soon. He was proven right about 3 seconds later, when they stepped through the cargo bay doors and into the main corridor, just in time to see 4 heavily armed Agatani pirates come around the corner. No doubt the station's internal sensors had detected weapons fire, and the 4 pirates had come to investigate. March would have expected more to repel a possible boarding party, but to judge from the explosions echoing through the base, the 2 gunships were winning the battle. Possibly these 4 pirates were the only ones not engaged with battle duties. They stared in shock at March and Memnon for a half-second, and in that half-second, March moved. He charged and fired at the same time, and his plasma bolt took the nearest pirate through the head. Before the man hit the floor, March seized the next pirate in the line and twisted him around. He did it just in time for the unfortunate man to serve as a human shield, to soak up the plasma bolts of the remaining 2 pirates. The pirate jerked and went limp in March's grasp, the stench of burned flesh filling his nostrils. Memnon fired a burst on full auto from his plasma rifle, cutting down the last 2 men. How many were on this base? Said March. 55, said Memnon. But I don't think even we can kill them all by ourselves. Who's shooting at the base? Another explosion rocked through the asteroid, the lights flickering. The gravitics glitched as well, and March stumbled as his weight suddenly halved for a half-second. He caught his balance as the gravitics came back online, pain shooting through his legs and hips. Sudden changes in gravity were hell on the joints. Al-Mabati Corsairs, said March, jogging down the corridor towards the hangar bay. In Shrike-class gunships. Aw, bloody hell, said Memnon. No way this place will stand up to firepower like that for long. Soon as they get the radiation shield down, they'll bombard the base with nuclear torpedoes. Fry the electronics and kill every living thing. Then let's get out of here first, said March. Best idea I've heard in days, said Memnon. They ran into the hangar bay. The Tiger sat untouched where March had left it. The cargo drone stood next to the ship, waiting for orders that would likely never come. March cycled the cargo airlock as Memnon covered him. The inner door and the outer door hissed open in unison, and March and Memnon hurried into the cargo bay. Their boots clanged against the deck plates, and March hit the door control, sealing the airlock shut again. An empty cargo bay, said Memnon, as they hurried across the bay towards the ladder up to the dorsal corridor. Pity we can't stop long enough to loot the place. Another explosion rumbled through the asteroid, the deck shaking. Or maybe we should just leave, said March. That's a good plan too. They scrambled up the ladder, jogged down the corridor, and into the flight cabin. The flight cabin had 4 stations, one for the pilot, another for the co-pilot, and 2 more for the engineer and tactical officer. March dropped into the pilot's acceleration chair, the gel of the seat molding itself to him, and powered on his console. The flat panel displays lit up, and blue holograms shimmered into the air. Memnon sat in the co-pilot's chair with a grunt, putting his plasma rifle on the deck next to his seat. Vigil status, said March. All flight systems still engaged, said Vigil. Ion thrusters and fusion drive ready. Dark matter reactor on standby. Hello, Vigil, you saucy lass, said Memnon, his fingers dancing over the co-pilot's console as he took control of the tactical systems and brought the weapons online. He had been on the Tiger before and knew how to use the weapons. Greetings, Mr. Memnon, said Vigil. The pseudo-intelligence had been programmed never to respond to rudeness. Start an emergency hyperjump calculation, said March, easing power to the ion thrusters. 1 light minute in any direction. We'll do a better calculation once we get away from those corsairs. Acknowledged, said Vigil. Jack, said Memnon in warning, and one of the displays lit up with an exterior view of the hangar bay. A mob of a dozen pirates rushed down the corridor, plasma rifles in hand. It was clear they were abandoning the base, and it was just as clear they intended to do so by hijacking the Tiger. Should I fry them? Ventral laser turret is online. No need, said March, and grasped the flight yoke and fired the ion thrusters. The pirates stumbled in the backwash of heat from the thrusters, and March spun the Tiger around and threw power to the shields. Another tap to the thrusters, and the Tiger blasted through the atmosphere barrier and into space. I won't miss that place, said Memnon. Which is good, because the Al-Mabati are about to blow it up. ETA to jump, said March. 1 minute 12 seconds, said Vigil. Shit, said Memnon. Jack, one of the gunships has broken off from the attack and is heading towards us. I see it, said March, punching full power to the fusion drive and sending the Tiger hurtling towards deep space. One of the Shrikes hung back, hammering at the station's collapsing shields with volleys of plasma fire and high-wattage lasers. The second gunship was driving at the Tiger. The gunship was fast, but the Tiger had a better thrust-to-mass ratio, and March's ship had a head start. But for another minute, they were vulnerable. The Shrike opened up with its plasma cannons, and March sent the Tiger into a twisting evasive pattern. The gunship was big and fast, but the Tiger was more maneuverable and could accelerate faster, and March wrung every ounce of that speed and maneuverability from his ship. The Tiger spun around most of the plasma bolts, but several of them clipped the ship, draining power from the radiation shield. They're determined to shoot us down, said Memnon. They think the Tiger's full of fleeing Agatani pirates, said March. Laser status. Fully charged and online, said Memnon. Good, said March. Switch them to point defense mode, because it looks like that gunship is moving into position for a missile lock. A shrill alarm tone went through the flight cabin. That's it. I'll go evasive, get the lasers firing. Firing now, said Memnon, and March sent the Tiger into another whirling evasive pattern as the Shrike launched a volley of 3 anti-fighter missiles at them. The dorsal and ventral laser turrets rotated and spat their invisible beams at the missiles, targeting their thruster ports in hopes of disabling their maneuvering ability. March also triggered the Tiger's flak launchers, throwing out clouds of particles designed to disrupt the missile locks and trigger premature detonations. The lasers burned through one of the Shrike's missiles, sending it shooting off on a useless vector into deep space. A second missile slammed into one of the flak clouds and exploded at a safe distance from the Tiger. The kinetic shields reported a few impacts from missile debris, but nothing serious. The third missile ignored all countermeasures and hurtled towards the Tiger. Calculation complete, announced Vigil. March seized the hyperdrive power levers and yanked them back. With a surge of dark energy radiation, the Tiger opened an entry point into hyperspace and shot away, covering billions of kilometers in the blink of an eye and leaving the missile, the Shrikes, and the doomed pirate base far behind in normal space. March shot a quick look at the engine status readout. The hyperdrive and the dark matter reactor were showing green despite the hasty departure, and the dark energy resonator that kept macrobes away from the ship was fully functional. They had escaped. March let out a long breath, leaning back in his seat. Well, said Memnon. That was certainly stimulating, wasn't it? A few hours later, March walked down the dorsal corridor to the galley. The Tiger had emerged into deep interstellar space, and March had taken the time to do another, more accurate hyperspace calculation. The ship was now on its way back to Kalaskaran territory, carrying Memnon and the data he had stolen from the Agatani pirates. From their current position, it would take about 5.5 days and 26 hyperspace jumps to get back to the Kalaskar system itself. Once the first hyperjump was underway, March spent a few moments in the flight cabin, running diagnostics, and checking on the status of the various systems. Everything came up operational. For once, the Tiger had gotten through a fight without any battle damage. March could relax, at least for a few hours. As much as someone like him was capable of relaxing anyway. The door to the galley slid open, and March stepped inside. It wasn't a large room, with a metal table and a pair of benches bolted to the floor, a counter with cooking equipment along one wall, and a large flat-panel monitor, currently displaying the ETA to their next hyperspace jump point. Everything had been bolted down and secured in the event of a gravitics failure. Memnon stood before one of the cabinets, rummaging through it. "Good God, Jack," he said, drawing out a plastic bottle 2/3 of the way full of an amber-colored liquor. "It's been, 18 months since the last time I was on the Tiger." March thought back. "That's about right, yeah." "And you still haven't finished this bottle," said Memnon, shaking his head. "What do you do with yourself all day?" "This and that," said March. Memnon grinned at him. Spoken like a true alpha operative. "Well, if you haven't drunk it all, that means more for me. And we need to have a toast." He produced 2 shot glasses of hard plastic and beckoned to the table. March sat down, and Memnon poured a shot of the liquor into each glass. "What shall we drink to?" said March. "To a successfully executed mission, lads," said Memnon, in a bad imitation of a stiff upper-class Kalaskaran accent. His normal Sherek City accent returned. "Or, more accurately, to hauling my ass out of trouble." "Cheers," said March. They drank, and March downed his drink in one gulp. It burned going down his throat and chest. "Another," said Memnon. "Nah," said March. "Want my wits clear if something goes wrong with the ship." Memnon snorted and poured himself another shot. "You probably metabolize alcohol so fast that you'll be sober again in 20 minutes. On the other hand, maybe your body fat is low enough that 2 shots will put you flat on your ass." "If you're trying to get me drunk," said March, "you're not my type." Memnon guffawed at that and threw back his second shot. "Doubt anyone's your type, my friend. Anyway, want to know what this was all about?" "Isn't it all classified?" said March. "Yeah, but you're alpha level, so you're cleared to know it," said Memnon. "And it's going to be public knowledge in a few weeks anyway. You ever been to Restimus Colony?" "Heard of it, never been there," said March. "Agricultural colony near Nova Roma system." "Yeah. Boring place," said Memnon. "The governor thought so too. Decided he wanted to get rich, so he's been taking out insurance policies on some of the outgoing grain freighters and tipping off the Agatani pirates to their locations." "Jesus," said March. "Yup," said Memnon. He patted his pocket. "And on this thumb drive, I have all the financial records of his arrangements with the Agatani. He's going down hard, Jack. Treason, conspiracy to commit murder, piracy. Hell, they'll probably even get him for insurance fraud." "Wonder if they'll cover it up," said March. "Our next mission might be to make him have an accident." "Nah," said Memnon. "They'll make an example out of him. An unpleasant example. But the asshole deserves it. One of those grain haulers he gave to the Agatani had a bunch of families on board. I don't have to tell you what the Agatani did to the women and kids." He downed another shot and then grinned. "So watch the news, Jack. When you see this guy go down, remember that was us." "I never watch the news," said March. "It's all wrong anyway." "There's God's own truth," said Memnon. "Speaking of things that are all wrong, why are we going back to Kalaskar?" March shrugged. "Mission's over. Kalaskar's as good of a destination as any. Tiger needs some refit work, and the workshops on Kalaskar Station are good enough to handle it." "Yeah, but Carthage system is right on the jump sequence too," said Memnon. "And Carthage Station can handle the repair work, and it's also on the Tachyon entanglement network." We can check in with Sensor there, report our mission success. March shrugged again. We can do that on Kalaskar Station too. If you want me to drop you off at Carthage Station, that's no trouble. But I have business on Kalaskar. Fair enough, said Memnon. I'm getting a free ride, and I'm drinking your liquor, so I won't complain. His face twisted up, and he poured himself another shot. But God. Kalaskar itself. Can't stand the place. March raised his eyebrows. Don't get me wrong, I'm a loyal king's man, said Memnon. And Kalaskar is the motherland and all that. But God, the place is boring. I grew up there, Jack, and I've never been any place so boring. Everyone has a stick up their collective assess about everything, and the looks you get if you swear in public. You'd think you had taken a shit on somebody's lawn. Can't do that on Kalaskar either, said March. Nope, said Memnon. If you want anything interesting, you have to head out to the colonies. Suppose that's why Sensor recruited me. I like a good fight. Suppose you do too. I like to win a fight, said March. That's the best kind, said Memnon. He leaned forward, peering at March. Unless what, said March. Jack, said Memnon. You haven't got a woman back on Kalaskar, do you? March didn't say anything. Memnon's skills lay in violence, sabotage, and mayhem, but he was still an alpha operative, which meant he was highly observant, even when just slightly inebriated. You do, said Memnon, startled. I'll be damned. Why's that so surprising, said March, irritated. Though he knew the answer. Because I've known you, Christ, what, 10 years? 11 years, said Memnon. In all that time, I've never known you to have a woman. Hell, I've never even known you to visit a brothel. I've even offered to pay for you a few times. I started to wonder if the machinists sliced off something important when they made you into an iron hand. If you spent time wondering that, said March, the order needs to give you more work. One more drink then, said Memnon, pouring out 2 more shots. Come on, you know you have to. March sighed, nodded, and accepted the shot glass. So, here's something I never thought I would say. To Jack Mach's woman, whoever she is. They clinked glasses again, and March drank the shot. 2. Informant. At 4 in the morning, Adelaide Tarrant woke up on her couch. She spent another 20 minutes trying to fall back asleep, realized it wasn't going to happen, and decided that she might as well start her day. There was work to do. Tarrant had suffered insomnia for years, for most of her adult life really. Even as a teenager, her mind had always been spinning, coming up with ideas and worrying endlessly over them. As an adult, she had eventually realized that that wasn't going to change, so she had put her insomnia to use, first finishing her degrees faster than average, and then getting lots of work done very quickly. Come to think of it, the only time she had ever slept well in the last 20 years had been the 8 months she had been pregnant. Her ankles had been swollen, her back had ached damnably the entire time, and she had felt like a whale, but the sleep had been an excellent trade-off. Not that it would ever happen again. That started to turn her thoughts in a melancholy direction, so out of habit Tarrant sat up, looked around, and distracted herself. She was in her living room, in her house in Keldrex on Kalaskar, one of the suburbs of Kalaskar City itself. Tarrant hadn't been able to sleep in her bedroom, so she had donned a bathrobe, wandered downstairs, and fallen asleep on one of the couches. She got up and padded into the kitchen, yawning as she started the coffee maker. Today, she needed to get some writing done and take care of some paperwork in her office at the university's campus in Kalaskar City. There would be some details to resolve after that nasty business with the machinist collaborator Scott Casper, and thinking of Casper brought the silent order to mind, and Tarrant grinned. Jack. Jack was coming home today if all went well. He had sent a message from Nova Roma's tachyon entanglement relay, saying that he expected to return to Kalaskar today. No doubt, he had finished another dangerous mission for Censor, damaging the plans of the wretched Final Consciousness or some terrorist warlord or pirate band. Taryn always slept better when Jack was home. His imminent return was the focus of her thoughts. Part of Taryn, the cold, observational part of her mind, was amused at the turn her life had taken. She had never thought she would be one of the women who waited for their men to return from war. Duncan had already finished his term of service when she married him, and after his murder, and some unpleasant romantic experiences with the opposite sex, her interest in marrying again or even taking a lover had dwindled. Then she had met Jack March, and now part of her mind always dwelled on when he would return from his mission. It was a grim sort of comfort to know that she shared the experience with uncounted billions of women across the bloody millennia of human history. Though it could have been worse. This wasn't pre-industrial Earth, and she wasn't toiling in a field with a child strapped to her back as her husband went to war for some feudal warlord or another. Taryn shook off the thought. A combination of her experience with violence and her knowledge of history sometimes led her mind to odd directions. Still, Jack wouldn't be back until tonight, and Taryn had work to do. She started her day as she always did, with a prayer. She asked God to look after her family, to keep Jack safe and to bring him back to her. She asked God to guide her hand and her work, to help her navigate through the labyrinth of shadows that an operative of the Silent Order often had to traverse. Then it was time to get to work. Taryn started the day by working on her books. She liked to write, something that mystified Jack, though he never complained. Ever since she had been a child, her head had been full of ideas, more ideas than she could ever put down onto a laptop screen. She could even write nonfiction quickly, something that irritated her colleagues at the university to no end. Right now, she was working on a book about the ancient alien ruins on the moons of the Alexandria System's gas giants, and whether or not they were connected to the legends of the Great Elder Ones. Of course, the Great Elder Ones hadn't been legendary. Taryn knew that all too well. After an hour spent on nonfiction, she switched to fiction. She had been writing adventure novels under a pen name for several years, publishing them through a shell company she owned. Taryn hadn't told anyone she knew about that. She hadn't even told Jack yet, and she had told him things she had never told anyone else. Taryn told herself it was to preserve her professional reputation as an archaeologist, such as it was, but the truth was that she would have been embarrassed for anyone she knew to read her adventure novels. Even though those books had been 40% of her income for the last year. After 2 hours of writing, her neck and arms were getting stiff, so Taryn saved her work, closed her laptop, and went to the basement. Soon after she had bought the house, she had converted the basement to a private gym, and it had a variety of free weights and exercise machines. She could exercise in privacy and while listening to music of her choice. A girl couldn't be expected to exercise without music, could she? Taryn exercised religiously, partly for good health, partly for, she could admit this to herself, vanity, and partly because a beta operative of the Silent Order sometimes found herself in dangerous situations, and physical fitness was a good tool in those situations. Today, according to her exercise schedule, was leg day. She changed to a sports bra and a pair of shorts tighter and shorter than anything she would ever wear in public, and powered through her sets of barbell squats, leg presses, and kettlebell lunges. A song from her favorite rural Kalaskaran band blared in the background, guitars and kettle drums and the singer's hoarse voice mixing together. After weights, she went for a run on her treadmill, intending to do 3.5 kilometers. She wound up doing 5, until the raspy draw of her breath and the ache in her sides and legs told her it was time to stop. After her cool-down walk, she went upstairs to her bedroom, showered and dressed for the business of the day. Taryn started with an appropriate amount of makeup, and then chose one of her suits with a black pencil skirt, a high-collared white blouse, and a form-fitting black jacket. Standard business clothing for Kalaskaran women, though as she examined her reflection in the mirror, she conceded that it fit her well. Maybe she would have time to put on something nicer before she met Jack at the spaceport tonight. Taryn thought about Jack as she left her bedroom and headed downstairs. Should she get him a present? Jack March was a hard man to buy presents for. He had absolutely no interest in his own comfort and preferred weapons and tools to anything else. Maybe a book. Buying a printed book was a common gift on Kalaskar, and she had tried that a few times with Jack with varying degrees of success. She had gotten him a volume of spy stories from primeval Earth, written by a man named Ian Fleming, wondering if he would be amused by them. Jack had pointed out that Fleming's hero was remarkably incompetent for an intelligence agent, given that he spent most of his time eating and drinking fine foods and seducing multiple women per book. Then Taryn had heard Jack mention the disastrous Sherlock project from the Falcon Republic, adding that he neither knew nor cared who Sherlock Holmes had been, so she had bought him a volume of Arthur Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes stories. That had seemed to bemuse Jack, but he had read the entire book in a short time, and he had spoken approvingly of Holmes's methodical way of doing things. Taryn decided she could think about it later as she walked to her garage and unlocked her car. Jack didn't need or expect gifts. Besides, what he really wanted when he got back to Kalaskar was to get her out of her clothes as soon as possible. She was looking forward to that. After doing a quick check for any explosive devices on her car, a favorite trick of machinist agents, Taryn left and drove to Kalaskar City. She could have set the car to automatic mode and worked, while the car's pseudo-intelligence drove her to the university. Some of the other full professors of the university refused to drive at all, no doubt in imitation of the nobles of Kalaskar, but Taryn liked to drive for much the same reason she liked flying starships. It distracted her, cleared her mind, forced her to focus. She left the suburb of Keldrex, got onto the freeway, and headed through the core of Kalaskar City itself, past the government district that hosted the huge buildings that housed the various ministries and their bureaucracies. Sometimes she wondered if Censor had an office there, hidden away somewhere in the bowels of the Ministry of Defense or the Ministry of Security. Not that she would ever find it. Censor never showed himself to anyone. At the far side of Kalaskar City, Taryn took the university exit from the freeway and drove into the sprawling complex of the Royal University of Kalaskar, itself almost a small city. The university had branches all over Kalaskar, but the largest and the most prestigious branch was in Kalaskar City, and Taryn had worked here for years. She wondered how much longer that would last. Truth be told, most of her income over the last 10 years had been from her books and documentaries, and she had devoted less and less of her time to the work of professorship. For that matter, most of her colleagues did not like her, and would jump at any excuse to get rid of her. The archaeology department of the university viewed popular success with suspicion, and popular success combined with financial success, well, envy was as old as humanity itself. Older, even, if you believe the theological speculation that God had thrown Lucifer out of heaven over the devil's envy about the impending creation of mankind. Well, one problem at a time. Taryn drove to West Hall, a huge red brick building surrounded by an acre of green lawn that housed the archaeology department, and ran her ID card through the lock next to the parking ramp door. It flashed green and let her inside. Perhaps she ought to remain a professor simply because it gave her an actual parking spot at the university. Apparently, the original architect of the university had decided that it wasn't necessary to include sufficient parking spaces because people would abandon wheeled transport in favor of personal anti-gravitic flight packs. While anti-gravitic flight packs existed, people still used wheeled transport for the same reason Jack carried a knife everywhere. Sometimes the simplest technology still worked the best. Also, anti-gravitic flight packs were incredibly expensive compared to a car. Consequently, the university had a critical shortage of parking that generations of chancellors had failed to resolve. She parked, slung her laptop bag over her shoulder, making sure that the bag didn't disturb the line of her jacket, and took the stairs to the 15th floor, which housed the archaeology department and her office. She could have taken the elevator, but preferred the extra exercise of the stairwell, with the added bonus that she was less likely to run into any of her colleagues, who only used the stairs in the event of a dire emergency. The stairs emerged into a hallway, and Taryn walked a few meters and entered the archaeology department. The front office was a waiting room, the walls adorned with pictures of various famous archaeological finds and artifacts. A woman about the age of Taryn's mother, her hair done in a severe gray bun, sat behind a low desk. "Good morning," said Taryn, stepping into the outer office. "Good morning, Dr. Taryn," said Simone Kelly, the secretary of the archaeology department. The chair might run the department, but the secretary was the one who actually got things done. Short of murdering the chancellor, the secretary would have her job for life, and even then, it would depend on how much the faculty happened to dislike that particular chancellor. Taryn wondered why Simone had called her Dr. Taryn. She had managed to convince Simone to call her Adelaide some years ago. The reason why stepped out of his office doorway, an unctuous smile on his face. "Professor Taryn, a fine morning to you," rumbled Dr. Charles Handler. The department head was a big man, at least as tall as Jack. He was also much wider than Jack, and Taryn thought uncharitably that Handler's suit could have served as a small tent. He had receding black hair, a ruddy face, and dark eyes that glinted behind glasses. The glasses, of course, were an affectation. Handler's eyesight was fine, and the technology to correct vision had existed for millennia. The department chair thought they made him look more scholarly, the way some priests in the Royal Church of Kalaskar wore glasses to make themselves look more thoughtful. And he didn't like Taryn at all. She could see it in his eyes, behind his smile. "A busy morning, I assume," said Handler. "Off for a photo shoot for the popular press. Or maybe to narrate a documentary for school children about the history of Kalaskar." "No, I'm going to grade seminar papers," said Taryn. "If you'll excuse me, I don't want to waste any of your valuable time." "Oh, it's never a waste of time to chat with a colleague," said Handler. He smiled. "And I thought you should receive the bad news from me." "And what bad news is that?" said Taryn. He produced a printed magazine from beneath his coat. It was the quarterly journal of the Interstellar Association of Archaeology, a neutral organization that ostensibly arranged for conferences and seminars between the archaeologists of the different human interstellar nations. Taryn had no use for it. For one, she thought the sort of people who joined professional associations were the kind of people who didn't have enough work to do. For another, the association's officers typically wasted their time with political grandstanding, usually on behalf of tyrants like Paul Murden of Orodria, and Taryn knew from her work with the Silent Order that several different intelligence agencies had spies in the association. "This bad news, I'm afraid," said Handler, not quite able to keep the smug smile off his face. "He would have been a terrible poker player. One of your recent books received a less than favorable review, I regret to say." He handed the magazine to her, the page folded back to the review in question. "How thoughtful of you to find it for me," said Taryn. "And to circle it and highlight the relevant passages." The review had been written by a man named Winston Yara, and it discussed Taryn's book about her expedition to Xenostas. She noted that Handler had highlighted the sentences that described the book as sensationalist trash, a vulgar popularization, and a third-rate adventure story, followed by speculation wondering if Taryn had managed to get the book published by seducing the editor of the university's press. "I thought you had better hear it from me before anyone else," said Handler. Taryn shrugged. "It is disappointing." "I know," said Handler, "but I'm afraid bad reviews are inevitable when you turn the noble science of archaeology into sensationalist adventures for the vulgar public." "No, that's not what's disappointing," said Taryn. "The association is a collection of mediocrities. I would be concerned if they liked the book." Handler's smile vanished. "What's disappointing is Winston Yara." "What's so disappointing about him?" said Handler. "He's one of your doctoral students, isn't he?" said Taryn. "Your favorite one, I think. Why does he have time to write reviews of vulgar popularizations? Aren't you giving him enough work to do?" She knew perfectly well that Yara never had a thought that Handler hadn't had first, that Handler had probably instructed him to write that review. And once the review had been published, he had been waiting to ambush her with it. "Well," said Handler, "I'm not responsible for what my doctoral students write in their free time." "If your doctoral students have free time, you're teaching them wrong, Dr. Handler," said Taryn. And this bit, where he implies that I got the book published by sleeping with the editor of the university press. That's libelous and has exposed the university to liability for a lawsuit. Handler blinked. Clearly, that thought hadn't passed through the head of the department chair. "You wouldn't sue a student?" "Of course I wouldn't," said Taryn. "But the press might. Or the editor. Or the university's legal staff. I don't think they have enough to do." "Good day to you, Dr. Taryn," said Handler, sniffing. "I thought I would be collegial and inform you of this, but you've decided to be snippy instead." He stomped off, vanishing into the corridor, and she heard the elevator door slide shut. Taryn met Simone's eyes, and they both burst out laughing. "You know," said Simone, "he's been here for 45 minutes? Hovering by the door and checking for you. He really wanted to ambush you." "And I thought that the legal staff didn't have enough to do," muttered Taryn, tossing the association's magazine into the recycler. "Pompous old blowhard," said Simone, whose mask of professional courtesy often failed to hide what she really thought of the department head. Some women could be contemptuous while remaining polite, and Simone had refined that to an art. "At least you have real work to do. The man spends half his time complaining, and the other half listening to the departmental faculty complain to him," said Taryn, and Simone laughed. "Thanks for the warning." "You're all right," said Simone. "What? Oh yes. Why wouldn't I be?" said Taryn. "The harsh review," said Simone. "If one of the other faculty got a review like that, they'd be in a fury." Which was probably one of the reasons Handler had arranged for Yara to publish it. Taryn shrugged. Truth be told, it was already passing from her mind. If that's the worst thing that happens today, then I'm doing well. And it's not like he was waiting for me with a gun. Simone blinked. "Does that happen often?" "Never," lied Taryn with a smile, and headed into her office. It wasn't a large room, 3 of the 4 walls lined with bookshelves, but she was a full professor, so she did get a window with a view of the lawn below and the agricultural sciences building across the lane. Taryn set her laptop bag on her desk and sat in her chair, thinking. Handler had never really forgiven her for the death of Professor Patrick Orson during the Xenostas expedition. Taryn would have blamed herself for his death, save for the fact that Orson had betrayed them to the machinists and had gotten shot in the back by Simon Laurie for his trouble. Still, Taryn wondered how much longer she was going to stay at the university. Nearly all the full-time faculty shared Handler's disdain for popular success. Taryn thought that attitude was misguided at best or stupid at worst. There was so much history, both human and alien, and her work had brought it to the attention of people who would never read the dusty academic journals that were her colleagues' preferred publication venues. And the faculty might dislike her, but she had tenure, so there wasn't a damn thing they could do about it. But Taryn had a growing discontent with the university. Some of it was the attitude of the faculty, though she didn't care what they thought. Her mother had told her multiple times that her lack of regard for the opinions of others would cause her trouble, and she had been proven right more often than Taryn wanted. Some of it was that she wanted to spend more time working on her books and documentaries. A big part of it was that she wanted to spend more time with Jack, though the university really wasn't an obstacle to that. Working here gave her an excellent platform for targeting machinist sympathizers and collaborators, who were drawn to higher education like flies to raw meat. Taryn put the entire mess out of her head and got to work. She spent the rest of the morning and most of the afternoon reading and grading seminar papers, pausing only long enough to eat a protein bar for lunch and to refill her coffee mug more times than she should have. It wasn't difficult work, merely time-consuming. For the most part, the graduate students had their heads on straight and knew how to write. Taryn used a targeted pseudo-intelligence to track back the citation links on each paper, making sure they were valid, and to scan for plagiarism. None of the graduate students had plagiarized anything, thankfully. Dealing with the Academic Integrity Committee was always a tiresome slog. Once the papers were done, Taryn logged the grades, sent the papers back to the students, and turned her attention to other business. It always annoyed Handler that Taryn sometimes worked on her own books and videos from her university office, but since there was nothing in the university bylaws preventing it, he could do nothing to stop her. Taryn put in a call to Lars Bauer, a Royal Kalaskaran Media Service employee who had produced many of her documentaries and had accompanied her on the Xenostas expedition, setting up a time to sort through some rough cuts. After that, she returned a few phone calls, talking to her publisher, and answering some questions from a reporter. She leaned in her chair and glanced out the window. The red-tinted sun of Kalaskar was sliding towards the western horizon. Another hour, Taryn decided. She would write for an hour, and then head home to change before she got dressed to pick up Jack at the spaceport. That brought a smile to her lips. Kalaskaran standards of public decency were strict, but Taryn would choose heels higher and clothes tighter than she would ever wear to the university. And Jack was always glad to see her. Her tablet chimed, a notification appearing on the screen. At first, she feared it was a message from Jack, that he had been delayed. The Tachyon Entanglement Network allowed for interstellar communication, but it only had so much transmission bandwidth, and military and government traffic had priority. Sometimes the message lag pushed up to hours or even days. Then she saw the message metadata and realized it wasn't from Jack. Curiosity followed that, and Taryn blinked a few times at the tablet. "Oh," she said, voice quiet. The message had come from the Sibley system, one of the mostly uninhabited systems claimed by the Kingdom of Kalaskar. There was a space station there, she recalled, built into a former asteroid mine that both the Navy and civilian traffic used for refueling and resupply. The message would have been carried by courier ship to the Alexandria system, and then transmitted through the Tachyon Entanglement Network to reach her. It had come from Felix Quincy. Taryn had not communicated or spoken with him in 3 years, not since he had pointed her towards the alien ruins in the Alexandria system that had wound up leading her to Xenostas and the Firestone. If Charles Handler disliked Taryn, he would have absolutely loathed someone like Felix Quincy. For all her popular success, Taryn was still an archaeologist. Quincy was a treasure hunter, an adventurer, and a troublemaker, and she was entirely sure that he had links to organized crime. And other than Jack March and her late husband Duncan Taryn, Felix Quincy had been the only other man Taryn had ever taken into her bed. Sleeping with Quincy had been a mistake. She had known it had been a mistake for over 14 years, and that mistake had been one of the reasons she had never attempted another romantic relationship until she met Jack. Taryn had met Quincy just after finishing her dissertation, and she had not been doing well, psychologically speaking. She had thrown herself into work as a means of dealing with her grief and depression, and she had lost her appetite to the point where she had sometimes gone days without eating. Taryn had looked like a scarecrow, dull-eyed and gaunt, and she had felt old and used up and exhausted. Then she had met Quincy. He had come to the university to sell some artifacts he had acquired through quasi-legal means. Taryn had been intrigued by him, and he had played the part of a handsome adventurer and dashing starship captain to the hilt. The way he had looked at her, suddenly she had no longer felt so old and used up. She felt alive and vital again. They had fallen into bed together 3 days after their first meeting. It had been as if Taryn had become someone else, the sort of woman consumed by lust for a stranger, and it hadn't been anything she had felt again until she had met Jack. Taryn knew that Quincy had been a rogue, but he had made her feel alive. Unfortunately, he had been very good at making women feel alive, a fact that she had discovered a few weeks later when she had been waiting for him at a coffee house, walked out the back door in exasperation, and saw him with one of the waitresses in the alley. Disgusted with him and with herself, she had broken it off. Despite that, he had flickered in and out of her life for years. He seemed to have no hard feelings, and Taryn had eventually let go of her resentment, though she still wouldn't sleep with him. Quincy had traveled through countless uncharted star systems, and he knew where to find hundreds of excellent archaeological sites. Quincy had been little more than a tomb robber, but he had been a good one, and it amused him to point her at archaeological sites he had discovered. Taryn didn't want to talk to him now. Not when Jack was coming home tonight. Still, it was just a recorded message. She hesitated, made sure her office door was closed, and then hit the play button. Felix Quincy's face appeared on the screen. He did not look well. In the 3 years since Taryn had last seen him, he looked like he had aged 20. He had gained quite a bit of weight in his face, and his nose and cheeks had developed the broken capillaries of the chronic drinker. He hadn't lost any of his hair, but there was much more gray in it now. Yet he grinned at the camera, and some of the old roguish Felix Quincy appeared in the careworn face. "Dr. T," he said. He had always called her that. "Hope this finds you well. I saw that documentary you did on the Xenostas expedition. Sounds like a hell of a trip. And then, that business in the Vesper system too. Course, I know your documentaries weren't the real story of what happened, but damn if you didn't look fine talking about it." Taryn smirked at the tablet. Maybe Quincy hadn't changed all that much. "Anyway," said Quincy, "I wouldn't bother you with anything stupid, but I found something. Something big." "Oh, sure you did," said Taryn. Quincy leaned closer, looking into the camera. And not alien this time. Human. Something left over from the Third Solar Republic. Taryn blinked in surprise. The Third Solar Republic. That had been the final human government in the Sol system, the solar system of primeval Earth where humanity had been born. The Third Solar Republic had collapsed, and the First Terran Empire had been founded, but that had been 100,000 years ago. Third Solar Republic artifacts, with their distinctive aesthetic, were both astonishingly rare and incredibly valuable. The rarity came from the fact that in the 100,000 years since the discovery of the hyperdrive, humanity had expanded so far and so wide across the galaxy that no one was entirely sure where the Sol system had been located. For that matter, some scholars insisted that Kalaskar wasn't even in the same galaxy as primeval Earth, though Taryn dismissed that as a conspiracy theory. "This is the biggest thing I've ever found, Dr. T," said Quincy. "Bigger than anything you've found, and I've read all your books and watched all your videos. If we bring this in, I'll be rich, and you'll be the most famous archaeologist on Kalaskar. Hell, you'll be rich too, though I know you don't care about the money as much as you should." Though if this find was so valuable, Taryn wondered why Quincy hadn't gone after it himself. She liked him, but he had never been one to allow sentiment to get in the way of profit. "And I know what you're thinking," said Quincy. "You're thinking to yourself why good old Felix hasn't gone after it himself. Well, 2 reasons. 1, I need help to pull it off. I need someone with your resources. Also, I need someone who's a legitimate archaeologist to bring in the backing of a university and an interstellar government. Anyway, 2nd reason, I want this to be my last job." He grinned and gestured at himself. "Looking at my handsome face, you'd never guess it, but I've had some health setbacks." Taryn frowned at that. "Point is, it's time for me to settle down someplace and retire, and this job will set me up for the rest of my life." Because of old time's sake, Adelaide, I'm contacting you first. I'm staying at Sibley Station until the 18th of the current Kalaskaran month. It was the 11th currently, and it was a 3 or 4 day flight to Sibley Station from Kalaskar, depending on the ship. If I haven't heard from you by then, I'll assume you're not interested, and I'll start looking for other partners. If you want to talk, head for the Friendly Face Club on Sibley Station and ask for me. They know me there. But I hope it's you, Dr. T. We've had some good jobs in the past, and this will be the biggest one yet. Hope to see you by the 18th. He grinned again, and she glimpsed the roguish man who had seduced her. Good luck. The video ended. Taryn leaned back in her chair with a sigh, thinking. The 18th was in 1 week. Did she really want a follow-up on this? Quincy had never steered her wrong on a lead before, despite their history, and a few years ago she would have left at once. Now though, 2 things stopped her. First, she didn't have a ship. She had once owned a freighter called the Shovel, but it had been badly damaged at Rust Belt Station when she had met Jack, and Taryn had been forced to sell it. At least she had been able to write off the loss on her taxes. Second, Jack was coming home tonight, and he would only have a few days on Kalaskar. Taryn was surprised to discover that if she had the choice between a few days with Jack and the biggest archaeological find of the century, she would choose a few days with Jack. The thought shook her. If her mother or one of her siblings had needed her, she would have ignored Quincy's invitation, but they were the only people who she loved that much. But she had given her heart to Jack or lost it to him. Taryn had come to realize that there wasn't anything she wouldn't do for him, that there was very little she could refuse him. Thank God he had proven worthy of such trust. She scowled at her tablet for a moment, trying to decide what to do, and then realized that it was later than she thought. Taryn needed to get home to change, and then she had to pick up Jack at the spaceport. That brought a smile to her lips. Tonight would belong to her and Jack. Tomorrow, she would decide what to do. Taryn gathered up her tablet and laptop, locked her office behind her, and headed home. 3. A personal favor. March walked through one of the teeming commercial concourses of Kalaskar Station. The station was the largest and busiest in the systems controlled by the Kingdom of Kalaskar, and people thronged the commercial concourse. Much of the freighter traffic through human-controlled space stopped here sooner or later, and March spotted humans from every starfaring nation that had trade relations with Kalaskar. He even saw a few aliens among the crowds, some of them wearing armored life support suits that permitted them to function in a human-friendly nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere. Kalaskar Station was so busy, in fact, that it had taken 2.5 hours for March to get a long-term docking slot from station control. Memnon had departed as soon as they had docked, citing business for the silent order elsewhere. March had finished up the docking paperwork, paid the long-term docking fee, and then headed for the shuttle concourse. Like most major interstellar powers, Kalaskar refused to allow starships to land on the planetary surface to protect the ecosystem, and instead, a steady stream of cargo and passenger shuttles moved back and forth from the station to the planet. With its planetary shield, ground batteries, orbital battle stations, and the Royal Navy, Kalaskar had the firepower to back up that demand, so March would leave the Tiger at the station and take a shuttle to the Kalaskar City spaceport, where Adelaide would be waiting for him. He was annoyed to see that his scheduled shuttle to Kalaskar City had been delayed for 1 hour and 45 minutes. Given the volume of traffic that moved through the station, such delays were inevitable and sometimes unavoidable. He just felt bad that Adelaide would have to wait for him. Still, he knew she could occupy herself. Most likely she brought a laptop computer and would take the opportunity to get some writing done. He had never known anyone who could write so fast. Since March had 1.5 hours to kill, he went to one of his favorite restaurants on Kalaskar Station, one that catered to enlisted Navy men and low-ranking crewers on civilian freighters. They had, in March's opinion, the best coffee on the station, and he bought a cup and went to a booth with a privacy shield. Once he had drunk half of the coffee, March produced his phone and called Sensor, the head of the silent order. The call connected on the second ring, and the phone's display indicated that there would be only a half-second or so of transmission lag. Likely that meant Sensor was somewhere on Kalaskar itself. "Captain March," said the familiar dry voice, the voice that March had taken missions from for the last 12 years. "Sir," said March. "Memnon has already reported in," said Sensor, "so I assume you are calling to report a successful extraction." "Yes, sir," said March, and he recounted the story of the rescue from the Agatani pirate base and the flight from the Corsair gunships. After that, it was an uneventful trip. "You've had few enough of those, so I imagine you enjoyed the experience," said Sensor. "The financial data that Memnon obtained from the pirates is going to prove most illuminating." March agreed. He and Memnon had looked over it while in hyperspace. The governor of Restimus Colony was finished, and quite a few other large corporations, government officials and nobles, had hired the Agatani pirates to carry out dirty jobs for them. It is suggestive, however, that the Al-Mabati Corsairs and the Agatani pirates have turned on each other. They always ignored each other in the past. I suspect we are starting to see the results of the destruction of the burn chain patronage network. A dark memory flashed before March's eyes of a space station filled with poisonous fungus, the decks carpeted with the dead. "Yes," he said. "The masters of Burnchain Station bought and sold entire governments," said Sensor. "Now that they have been, so to speak, hoisted upon their own petards, the armies of rats they employed are looking for new sources of funding. We've seen a massive spike in pirate activity, and many terrorist and pirate groups have been attacking each other." "Or taking money from the machinists," said March. "That as well," said Sensor. "There is a great deal of work to be done, Captain March. But we have a few days before your next assignment is ready. I suggest you make the most of them." That was his tacit way of telling March to go visit Adelaide Terran. After the battle in the Vesper system, March had assumed that Sensor would order him to stop seeing Adelaide. Truth be told, March had almost decided to end things with Adelaide regardless of what Sensor said. A romantic entanglement was a liability for an alpha operative of the Silent Order. Yet Sensor hadn't approved or disapproved. March had gotten the impression that Sensor thought it was March's problem to work out. "I will, sir," said March. "Do give my best to Dr. Terran," said Sensor, his dry voice getting a little drier. "I shall be in touch in a few days, Captain March." The call ended, and March tucked his phone into his jacket pocket. He had enough time to finish his coffee, and then he collected his automated suitcase and left the restaurant. It was a 4-kilometer walk from the restaurant to the shuttle concourse, but that was all right. It gave him a chance to stretch his legs, his automated suitcase rolling after him. His mind kept turning to Adelaide with anticipation. Though even that pleasant thought did not cause him to relax his vigilance, and his eyes kept scanning the crowds for threats. He had spent too long as first an Iron Hand, and then as an Alpha operative, to ever really relax in a public place. The shuttle was delayed long enough that March wound up joining the crowds of commuters flying from the station to Kalaskar. Quite a few people worked on Kalaskar station, but it was much cheaper to live on the planet. March found himself sitting in a packed shuttle, surrounded by men and women either in business suits or crewers' jumpsuits. His Starship crewer's coverall and leather jacket drew no comment. It was a short flight to the planet's surface, and March watched the outline of Kalaskar City go from a faint smudge on one of the northern continents to a complex diagram, and finally a full skyline as the shuttle maneuvered to its landing platform. The shuttle slowed, circled over the spaceport a few times as the controllers put it into a landing pattern, and then touched down. March waited until the general exodus through the exit ramp had subsided, then collected his suitcase, maneuvered down the central aisle, and left the shuttle. There was a large crowd of irritated, delayed people making their way through the departure lounges of the spaceport. March walked through them, scanning the crowds. He noted the uniformed Ministry of Security and Royal Army personnel patrolling the spaceport, and he also spotted the plainclothes men watching for machinist agents. There. His attention focused on a woman waiting near the gate, a smile appearing on her face when she saw him. Adelaide always dressed up when he came back, and today she was wearing a gray skirt, a white blouse, and a gray jacket. The skirt was short enough, and the jacket and skirt tight enough that they just hovered at the bounds of Kalaskaran public propriety. The top few buttons of her blouse were undone, and the heels of her shoes were about an inch higher than what she usually wore. She looked beautiful. March smiled and walked towards her, and she took both of his hands, even the cybernetic one. The skin of her left hand felt almost feverishly hot against his right, and he noticed that her pupils were a little dilated, that her pulse was getting faster. She was glad to see him too. "Jack," said Adelaide. He kissed her just as long as propriety would allow, long enough for her tongue to slip between his lips for a second. "Hi," he said when she broke away from him. She grinned. "Want to go home?" "Very much so, yes." Her smile widened, and she took his hand. "This way. I'm parked over in the H-lot this time. Bit of a walk, I'm afraid, but traffic's all backed up with the shuttle delay." They walked through the crowds filling the spaceport. About 100 meters from the main gate, the battery on Mach's automated suitcase finally gave out, likely from rolling back and forth across Kalaskar Station during the delay, so he picked it up with his right hand and carried it as they walked. "You could carry that with your left hand," said Adelaide. "Wouldn't that be easier?" March grunted. "Carrying it with my right hand is better exercise." The suitcase was heavy. "And I don't want to waste time fixing it now. We have more important things to do." She grinned at him. "Yes, we really do." They talked as they left the spaceport and hiked through the acres of asphalt parking lot that surrounded it. Well, Adelaide mostly talked, and March mostly listened. He didn't like to talk all that much, but Adelaide liked to talk a great deal, so it usually averaged out. He gave her a general outline of what the trip had been like, omitting all the classified details, saying only that everything had gone well. Adelaide, in turn, told him everything that she had been doing while he had been gone, in expansive detail. Or almost everything, he thought. As Adelaide started talking about how she had spent an evening babysitting her younger sister Sydney's new baby, March was sure something was bothering her. Not something from her family. If there had been a problem with her family, that would have been the first thing she mentioned. No, it was something else. But after 2 years with her, he knew that he had no need to dig out the problem. It would come out when she was ready to talk about it. Until then, there were more important things to do. Adelaide lived in a house on the outer edges of Keldrex, one of Kalaskar City's suburbs. Her house was right at the edge of the extended metropolitan area, and a few blocks away the city ended, and rural Kalaskar began, filled with the sort of small family farms founded by veterans that the Ministry of Information loved to tout as the ideal Kalaskaran family unit. The house was bigger than March would have expected for one woman, but Adelaide had money, and she liked her space. She had converted the entire basement into a gym, one of the bedrooms on the ground floor into a well-equipped office, and had a top-of-the-line security system and a small arsenal's worth of weaponry hidden in various places around the house. Still, Adelaide seemed to think it was too much space for one person, and always seemed glad when he was there. She pulled the car into the garage, and they walked into the kitchen. She had just closed the door when March took her shoulders, turned her around, pulled her close, and kissed her long and hard. Her arms coiled around his back as she pulled herself tight against him. "Wait a second," gasped Adelaide when they broke apart. She shrugged out of her jacket. "Let's go upstairs," said March. She grinned, reached past him, and punched a command into a computer panel next to the door to the garage. "The downstairs cameras," she said, opening the buttons of her blouse. "I just turned them off." "Yeah," said March. He reached behind her, undid the clasp of her skirt, and it fell to the floor. "Yeah," said Adelaide, shrugging out of her blouse. "Don't have to worry about accidentally getting recorded this time." They didn't even make it out of the kitchen before his self-control evaporated. There wasn't a suitable flat surface in the kitchen, so they wound up using the wall, her legs wrapped around him, her arms coiled around his back, her mouth pressed against his shoulder to stifle her moans. Not that there was anyone around to hear them, and she had turned off the cameras. Afterward, they sprawled together on the carpet in the dining room. "That's got to be hard on the wall," said March, stroking Adelaide's back. "Ah," she said against his chest, her voice a contented sigh. "Had that wall reinforced when I bought the place. Didn't know I was making such a good investment." She laughed a little. "Against the wall. You make me act like a randy teenager when I'm around you." "I'm not going to complain," said March. "No," murmured Adelaide. We've both had times of sorrow in our lives, Jack. You more than me. But we should enjoy the good times when they come." "Yes," said March. She levered up on her elbow and smiled at him. "And it is nice how enthusiastic you are to see me." "I haven't seen you for 2.5 weeks," said March. "Of course I'm enthusiastic." Her eyes flicked between his legs, and then her smile widened. "And here I thought I had worn you out." "Let's find out," said March. He flipped her onto her back, and Adelaide laughed in delight as he kissed her. Later, he really was worn out. They got dressed, and Adelaide made chicken salads for dinner. March had spent his childhood in a machinist labor camp and most of his adult life in starships, so eating real vegetables and real meat was still a novelty. Even on space stations, the naturally grown food was so expensive that he defaulted to the vat-grown equivalents. After dinner, Adelaide suggested they go for a walk, and March agreed. He suspected she was ready to talk about what was bothering her. They wandered through the neighborhood and onto a hiking path that wound its way through the fields and meadows on the outskirts of Keldrex. The sun began slipping away beneath the horizon to the west. March had never really liked the sunsets on Kalaskar. The planet's sun was redder than usual for a human-inhabited world, and the sunsets turned everything the color of blood. Still, he had to admit good company improved the experience. Adelaide wore the same clothes as before, though she had changed to a longer, looser jacket and hiking shoes. While March appreciated the effect her high-heeled shoes had on her legs and backside, they couldn't be comfortable for walking. The loose coat let her conceal a shoulder holster. Everyone went armed on Kalaskar, partly from fear of machinist terror attacks, and partly from the native ecology. The first settlers on the planet had spent a few centuries terraforming and reconfiguring Kalaskar's ecology to support human life. They had been mostly successful, but had been unable to eradicate some of the planet's native predators, and they posed a danger to the unwary to this day. March carried a gun as well beneath his coat, and he had changed to a collared shirt, trousers, and shoes. He refused to wear a tie unless given no other choice, not for aesthetic reasons, but for practicality. Going into a fight with a noose around your neck was a liability. "What's on your mind?" said March. Adelaide blinked at him in surprise, started to say something, and sighed. "You know me really well now, don't you?" "And you know me well," said March. "That's the danger of being with an intelligence operative. It's hard to hide things from trained observers." "I wasn't trying to hide anything from you," said Adelaide, a little defensively. "God knows it wouldn't work anyway. I wasn't ready to talk about it." March nodded. Trouble at the university. She didn't often talk about her colleagues at the university, and March had come to realize that she didn't bring them up because it would reinforce his low opinion of academics. No, said Adelaide. Well, not precisely. I might have to go off planet tomorrow, Jack. I know you just got here, but I might go to Sibley Station. She sighed. I really should go to Sibley Station. What's on Sibley Station? Said March. He had been there a few times, and it was a good-sized asteroid colony, close enough to Kalaskar to be well protected by the Royal Navy, but far enough from the kingdom's core systems that those looking to conduct off-the-books business sometimes visited the station. A man named Felix Quincy, said Adelaide. She tensed a little. The last time March had seen her look so unsettled had been when he had met her eldest brother for the first time. Well, we're sort of in the same field. An archaeologist, said March. A treasure hunter, said Adelaide. An adventurer. I suppose the main difference between us is that I have official credentials, and he does not. If I wanted to be uncharitable, I would call him a tomb robber. Then he's an artifact and artwork broker, said March. Digs stuff up and sells it to the highest bidder. Yes, said Adelaide. He still wasn't sure why she seemed uneasy discussing Quincy. But I think deep down he still wants official respect. He's given me tips over the last several years. Where to look for ruins, where to excavate, that kind of thing. So he sells artifacts and tells you where to look, said March. Yeah, said Adelaide. I've never taken any money from him, but he's helped me find some remarkable things, Jack. Remember my expedition to Xenostas? All too well, said March. The end of it, anyway. Quincy found the planet, said Adelaide. He sent me the location of the place. I see, said March, tucking that fact away. That could be dangerous information. If Quincy knew the location of one ruin of the Great Elder Ones, he might know the location of more. And he's found something new? Yes, said Adelaide. He claims he's found something big from the Third Solar Republic. The what? Said March. The Third Solar Republic, said Adelaide. To his mild amusement, she slipped into the cool, calm tone of voice she used when narrating her documentaries. He wondered if she was doing it consciously or not. It was the last government that ruled the unified Sol system before humanity started spreading across the galaxy. It collapsed into civil war, and the First Terran Empire arose. Which was destroyed in the war with the Kesradites, said March. Exactly, said Adelaide. But that was over 100,000 years ago. It was so long ago that we're not even sure where the Sol system was located. Artifacts from the Third Solar Republic are incredibly rare and extremely valuable. And you could make a hell of a documentary about Quincy's find, said March. Probably sell a lot of books, too. Yeah, said Adelaide. He's waiting on Sibley Station for the next 7 days. Says he'll only talk to me in person and doesn't want to risk sending the details. He's waiting at a bar called the Friendly Face for. March snorted. What? I know the Friendly Face, said March. I've met contacts there once or twice. It's not the kind of establishment where anyone looks at the dancers' faces. Adelaide blinked a few times, and then her mouth twisted in disgust once she understood. Oh. She shook her head. Felix always liked to do business in places like that. She took a deep breath, looked around, her fingers tightening against his. Jack. If you need to make the trip, said March, then you need to make the trip. Sounds like it might be too good of an opportunity to pass up. I know, said Adelaide. I know that. A few years ago, I would have left already. I only got the message this morning. But we don't get all that much time together. Never as much as I like. And I keep dancing around it. She took a deep breath. You remember when we first started, when I said I didn't do this kind of thing lightly? March nodded. I'd only ever been with 2 men before I met you. Duncan and And Felix Quincy, said March. Her cheeks colored, and she started talking faster and faster. I don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't right in my head for years after Duncan and the baby died. I could function, and it looked like everything was all right on the surface, but I wasn't okay, not really. I was doing jobs for the silent, not for our mutual employer, and I was taking way more risks than I should have. I didn't care what happened to me, and I think I wanted to die deep down. Adelaide, said March, but she kept talking over him. I felt like I had died in that car, Jack. I felt like I died with Duncan and the baby, she said, shaking her head. I thought I was this used-up shell of a woman. Then I finished my dissertation, and I met Felix, and he just charmed me. I thought I was the kind of woman who couldn't be talked into bed, but he did it. Her face reddened further. It was just like it was happening to someone else. I thought I was falling in love. Then we happened to meet for coffee, and I went outside, and I saw him with one of the waitresses, who was also his girlfriend. I just lost it at him and stalked off. God, I was so stupid. Adelaide, said March, and he took her shoulders and turned her to face him. It's all right. We all have things in our past that we're not proud of. I probably have more than you do. She stared up at him, and a look of relieved gratitude went over her face. He wondered how she had thought he was going to react. Yes, said Adelaide, taking a deep breath. She rested her forehead against his chest. I didn't expect to get so worked up about this. I didn't think I was still angry at him, but I guess I still am. Because you stayed friends with him, said March. If he gave you all those tips. Sort of, said Adelaide, straightening up again. I guess you could say we weren't friends, but we stayed friendly. Her face reddened again. Not that kind of friendly. But I'll say this for him. He doesn't hold a grudge against anyone, and he might be a cad, but he doesn't have a malicious bone in his body. To apologize, he pointed me at the ruins in the Alexandria system, and he's been doing that ever since. Adelaide took a deep breath. I think I have to talk to him. He's never led me wrong before. At least about archaeology anyway, and if he's found something from the Third Solar Republic, that could be huge. I'll have to get a Starliner ticket and hire some security from Quaras Corporation, since I'm not going to Sibley Station by myself, Or, said March, I could fly you out on the Tiger. She paused for a moment. March wondered if she disliked the idea. You don't have to, Adelaide said. The round trip to Sibley Station and back would be a minimum of a week. 6 days probably in the Tiger, said March. And I can call Censor. See if he'll give me a few more days before my next assignment. I've gone a couple weeks without missions in the past. Usually he had spent that time hauling cargo to keep up his cover as a Kalascaran privateer and to pay his bills, but thanks to some successes over the last few years, he wasn't hurting for money. If you want, said Adelaide. Unless you. She blinked and shook her head. What is it, said March. Why am I trying to talk you out of it, said Adelaide. You're right. This is a good idea. We'll get to take a trip together, and I can find out what Quincy wants. I won't need to hire any security because I'll have you and the Tiger with me. It's just I'm not sure what's wrong with me. The last time you reacted like this, said March, was when I met your brother at the grocery store. You were flustered then. Flustered, said Adelaide. I am not flustered. He waited. Okay, she admitted. Maybe a little. Jesus, that's embarrassing. No, it's not, said March. It's flattering. Adelaide raised an eyebrow. Flattering. You only get flustered when you're worried about upsetting someone you care about, said March, his voice quiet. The list of people you really care about is fairly short. Your family, a few friends. I'm pleased to be on it. Adelaide smiled at him, and her hand tightened against his. "Yes," she said. "Yes, you are. Why don't we finish our walk, and then you can call Censor. And I'll have my production company pay you for the trip to Sibley Station and back. No, don't argue. It will help with your cover." He tugged her hand and pulled her close. "I'm sure we could work out a satisfactory arrangement for compensation." This time her smile had a wicked edge to it. "I'm looking forward to that." They walked for another hour, and as the sky grew redder as the sun slipped away to the west, they returned to the house. Adelaide went to her home office to arrange things, and March climbed up to the loft and seated himself his favorite chair. He was surprised at the wave of fatigue that went through him, but maybe it shouldn't have caught him off guard. His day had started with a workout in the Tiger's gym, then he had walked a long distance on Kalaskar Station, followed by 2 vigorous lovemaking sessions with Adelaide, and then another long walk. Adelaide had chronic insomnia, but maybe she would be tired enough to sleep tonight. March certainly would. He called Censor and lifted the phone to his ear. Not for the first time, March wondered who Censor really was. Or if Censor was more than one person, or some sort of advanced pseudo-intelligent computer. Perhaps some kind of centralized dispatch and management system. March had been able to contact Censor at any time of the day and night for years, and Censor always picked up the call and answered in that dry, vaguely sardonic voice. For all he knew, Censor was really a woman. The technology for faking a voice had existed for millennia, and it would be a useful tool to obscure Censor's identity. Given how badly the machinists wanted to assassinate the head of the Silent Order, March understood the security precautions. Censor picked up on the third ring. "Captain March," he said. "I confess I did not anticipate hearing from you quite so soon." "Yes, sir," said March. "I would like to request a leave of 8 days before my next assignment." There was a long pause. "I assume Dr. Tarrant is experiencing some sort of difficulty that requires your assistance," said Censor. Whether human or computer pseudo-intelligence, Censor was very good at noticing details. "Yes, sir," said March. "She received a message from a treasure hunter named Felix Quincy. Evidently, Quincy pointed her in the direction of some of her more successful digs in the past." March wondered how much of this Censor already knew. Probably all of it. Quincy claims to have located some artifacts from the Third Solar Republic and wants to speak with Dr. Tarrant about them. He's waiting on Sibley Station for the next week. "When did Dr. Tarrant receive this message?" said Censor. "This morning, I believe," said March. "I didn't see it. Given the location of the Sibley system, it probably took a few days for the message to reach Kalaskar. I would like to fly Dr. Tarrant to Sibley Station aboard the Tiger." "I see," said Censor. "This poses a potential problem, Captain March." "Why is that, sir?" said March, hiding his disappointment. He expected Censor to say that March had a more urgent assignment. "Because the Silent Order is currently investigating Mr. Quincy for links to machinist operatives," said Censor. March blinked. "I see," he said. "Mr. Quincy is something of a rogue," said Censor. "He's made his living for several decades by selling and on occasion stealing historical artifacts. Recently, he has run into hard times. The destruction of Burnchain Station and the collapse of the Masters patronage network dried up many of his usual sources of funding." March frowned. He worked for the Masters of Burnchain Station. He didn't want to have to tell Adelaide that. The Masters had been some of the cruelest and most brutal criminal operators in human space. Then they had tried to strike a deal with Mr. Odin, the head of the Final Consciousness's covert operatives, who then crushed them. Not directly, no. However, many of Mr. Quincy's clients had lucrative business arrangements with the Masters. With the collapse of the Masters network, that funding has dried up, and so has Mr. Quincy's business. He has been trying to sell something to the highest bidder, and several machinist agents are among his contacts. I see, said March, a dark wave of anger rising behind his eyes. Adelaide had caused enough problems for the final consciousness that they would try to kill her if the chance presented itself. Everyone on Kalaskar went around armed, but Adelaide's security precautions were especially stringent. What the hell had Quincy been thinking, asking her to come within reach of machinist agents? Most likely he wasn't thinking it through. Probably he wanted to get paid a lot of money and didn't care if his potential customers tried to kill each other. Is Quincy from Kalaskar? Said March. He is originally from a Mercatorian colony that was conquered by the Falcon Republic, said Censor. As far as we know, he has no particular loyalty to any interstellar nation, power, or organization. If the machinists are the highest bidder, said March, then he'll sell to them without hesitation. Most probably, said Censor. Captain March, this is your new assignment. Escort Dr. Taryn to Sibley Station and ensure her safe return. Discover what Quincy is offering to sell, and make sure that it does not fall into machinist hands. And if it turns out that he's selling a fraud, said March. Then the machinists are welcome to buy it, said Censor. But if Quincy does have a genuine artifact of the Third Solar Republic, best to make sure the machinists do not claim it. The Third Solar Republic had some technological advancements that are now lost. Did they? Said March. I thought they didn't even have hyperdrives. The hyperdrive was developed during the Second Solar Republic, said Censor. It was not until the Third Solar Republic that the dark energy resonator was invented, making it possible to traverse hyperspace without succumbing to macro possession. But the Republic had several advancements in automation and deep space construction that we do not have today. Best to make sure that the machinists do not obtain them. I'll get it done, sir, said March. I know you will, Captain. I shall have what information we possess on Mr. Quincy's activities sent to the Tiger's computer. Good luck. The call ended. March stared at his phone screen for a moment, scowled, and then slid it back into his jacket pocket. Shit, he said at last. This wasn't a conversation he was looking forward to having with Adelaide. But there was some work to be done first. Adelaide never liked to be interrupted while she was working, so March put the time to use. He booked 2 seats on a shuttle leaving the spaceport for Kalaskar Station tomorrow, and then put in a call to the station itself, filing a flight plan for the Tiger to Sibley Station. March thought the Tiger could make the trip in 3 days, which meant the ship would arrive at Sibley Station before the notification of the flight plan, but that was all right. He had just finished when Adelaide came upstairs. What did Censor say? She said. He gave his approval, said March. It won't be a problem for me to accompany you to Sibley Station. Adelaide smiled at that, and March decided to tell her the bad news. It's also now official silent order business. Her smile faded. Why? March sighed and got to his feet. Censor thinks that Quincy might have been trying to sell his find to the final consciousness. Adelaide blinked and then gave a sharp shake of her head. No. He wouldn't do that. The man is greedy, yes, but I can't see him committing treason. He's not actually a Kalaskaran citizen, said March. But I can't see him dealing with the machinists, said Adelaide. I just can't. March hesitated. He wondered if Adelaide had a clear view of Quincy. No, that wasn't the problem. She might not be thinking clearly about herself. Adelaide hated the final consciousness and the idea that she had once slept with a man who had voluntarily assisted the machinists would be repugnant to her. He might be under financial pressure, said March. You've heard about all the upheaval in the criminal underworld over the last year. Adelaide nodded. Someone wiped out the burn chain network. Yeah, said March. Several of Quincy's regular buyers were heavily invested with the burn chain network, and they lost a lot of money when the masters went down. Quincy might not have any choice in the matter, not if he wants to stay in business. Adelaide let out a long breath. I'm not thinking objectively about him, am I? March nodded, relieved that she had come to that conclusion on her own. But I won't believe he's working with the machinists until I see proof. Fair enough, said March. I've got us 2 tickets on the morning shuttle. Guess I better pack, said Adelaide, and then she grinned. What? Said March. We've never really taken an off-planet trip together, said Adelaide. Yes, we have, said March. Vesper's world. We were fleeing for our lives and got caught in an alien invasion, said Adelaide. That was different. A trip together, just the 2 of us, it will be fun. Even if there's a little business to do. Yeah, said March, and he felt himself smile. But I really do have to pack, said Adelaide, and she gave him a quick kiss and headed for the bedroom. March watched her go. Just a quick trip to Sibley Station and back. What could go wrong? That was a stupid question. Fortunately, the Tiger was well armed, and March had a well-stocked armory aboard the ship. When trouble did show up, he would be ready for it. 4. Tomb robbers. Taryn grinned as she stepped through the cargo airlock and into the packed cargo hold of Jack's ship. She liked the Tiger. It was fast and well armed, which had saved her life at Rust Belt Station and the Vesper system. And, if Taryn was honest with herself, she was sentimental about the ship. She and Jack had kissed and slept together for the first time aboard the ship, and that was one of her happier memories. Of course, a few days after that they had been attacked by the Wasps, but they had survived that battle, so she supposed that counted as a happy memory as well. Though she could have done without that experience. The cargo hold was full to bursting, with only a narrow aisle going from the cargo airlock to the ladder to the dorsal corridor. One half of the hold was full of barrels of fertilizer destined for the hydroponics bays on Sibley Station, and the second half held barrels of raw protein used in food compilers and other agricultural processes. Taryn supposed that Jack hadn't needed to take a cargo, not since her company was paying him a fee to take her to Sibley Station, but he had been a privateer for over 12 years, and he had always managed to turn a profit even while carrying out sensors missions. Smells like sealant, said Taryn, as she followed Jack down the narrow aisle between the stacks of barrels in their cargo netting. It does, said Jack. Could be worse. About a year before I met you, I had a cargo of rustary algae protein. Half the barrels hadn't been sealed properly and started leaking. I had finally got the stink out of the hold just before we met. Taryn laughed. Just as well you got rid of it. Wouldn't want to have the Wasps chasing us with a cargo hold full of algae protein, weighing us down. Jack snorted. The Wasps would probably have gone after the Tiger. All that protein to use as biomass. He clambered up the ladder to the dorsal corridor, pulling his suitcase after him. Taryn had 3 suitcases, but to be fair, she didn't live aboard the Tiger, so she used the cargo lift to get her suitcases up to the dorsal corridor. Jack went to the flight cabin to start the pre-flight checks, and Taryn put her suitcases in her cabin. The Tiger's cabins were comfortable if austere, with a bunk that folded out, a desk, chair, and computer terminal, a dresser and several storage cabinets, and a toilet and a sanitizer booth. She left the suitcases alone. She could unpack once the Tiger was in hyperspace, and there was nothing else to do. Instead, she went to the flight cabin. Jack was already in the pilot's acceleration chair, his displays lit up and blue holograms floating around him. The flight cabin had 4 stations ringed in displays and consoles, 1 for the pilot, a second for the co-pilot, and 2 more for the tactical officer and engineer. The entire ship could be flown from the pilot station, and Jack almost always flew the Tiger by himself. Except when she was aboard. Taryn dropped into the co-pilot station and powered up the console. "Welcome aboard, Dr. Taryn," said a cool female voice from the flight cabin speakers. Vigil was the Tiger's pseudo-intelligent computer, controlling many of the shipboard functions. "Thanks, Vigil," said Taryn, checking her console as it came online. "Your profile has been loaded to the co-pilot station," said Vigil. "She remembers you," said Jack. "I'm running the checks on the thrusters and the dark matter reactor. You do the life support systems, the gravitics, and the dark energy resonator." "On it," said Taryn, punching commands into the console. "Who gets the weapons?" "Whoever gets done first." She grinned. "A race then?" He snorted. "Yes, a race to not have the ship blow up while in interstellar space. Everyone likes that prize." They spent the next 20 minutes going through the pre-flight diagnostic checklists. Jack had to reboot 2 of the ion thrusters, and Taryn wound up replacing the filters in 3 of the air handlers. She was always pleased by how well she worked with Jack when the situation called for it. Taryn had known couples who were incapable of working together on anything. Perhaps it helped that she was willing to defer to his vastly greater experience of violence and starship piloting, but he was always willing to listen. And he trusted her. He didn't double-check her work on the air handlers and took her word for it that she was finished. At last, the pre-flight checks were done, and Jack requested a departure window from Kalaskar Station only 25 minutes later than originally planned. He undocked from the station and took them out on ion thrusters, with Taryn adjusting the power as needed, the ship's vector taking them in the general direction of most hyperspace jump routes to the Sibley system. "Vigil," said Jack. "Start on a hyperspace calculation to the Sibley system. Fastest route, least transit time." "Acknowledged," said Vigil. "Calculation underway. Time to completion will be approximately 6 minutes and 39 seconds. "Fastest route," said Taryn. "Tiger's quicker than a starliner or a container ship," said Jack, checking the hyperdrive status display. He nodded, leaned back in the pilot's acceleration chair, and looked at her. "And if Quincy wants to sell his find to the machinists, the sooner we get there, the better." "I still can't believe he would be dumb enough to do that," said Taryn. Jack shrugged. "Maybe he isn't. Sensors' information sources have been wrong before. But maybe Quincy is that dumb. If he's desperate enough, or if he owes enough money to the wrong people, then he might need a lot of cash right now. The machinists have deep pockets. Selling his find to them might be a way of saving his neck." The thought upset Taryn more than it should have. She had uncovered more machinist traders than she cared to remember, and the identity of some of them had been shocking. Men and women she never would have thought capable of such things. Felix Quincy, if she looked at him objectively, was a mercenary rogue. Yet he was a mercenary rogue with whom she had slept, and the thought of a former lover becoming a machinist operative made her skin crawl. It was irrational, she knew. But she hated the final consciousness more than she hated anything, and that made the thought catch in her mind like a bone in her throat. "We'll find the truth of it, Adelaide," said Jack, looking at her. A wave of embarrassment went through Taryn. Some of her thoughts must have shown on her face. One way or another. "Yes," said Taryn. She took a deep breath. "I'm being irrational." "Everyone's irrational about something," said Jack. "But I have something rational for you to do." "What's that?" "Make sure the fusion drive is ready to scale back once Vigil calculates our hyperspace entrance point," said Jack. "Yeah, that's a good idea," said Taryn, rebuking herself. She shouldn't have let her attention drift, and she turned her attention back to the co-pilot controls. A few moments later, Vigil calculated their hyperspace entrance point, the first of 23 jumps that would take them from Kalaskar to the Sibley system. It took 2 hours of sublight flight to get to the hyperspace departure point. As they traveled, Jack started the dark matter reactor, charged the hyperdrive, and when they reached the entrance point, he pulled back the power levers for the hyperdrive. The Tiger opened the hyperspace vortex and left normal space behind. Dark energy reactor looks good, said Jack. Hyperdrive power levels are normal. The resonator is showing green, said Taryn, checking her own displays, and no fluctuations in life support, the gravitics or the inertial absorbers. Looks like we're good, said Jack. ETA to Sibley Station, about 3 days and 6 hours. Guess we've got 3 days to kill, said Taryn. Wonder what I'll do to fill the time. She had brought her laptop, and traveling aboard a ship was a great time to get some writing done. Jack gave her an intent look. Taryn blinked and then grinned. Seriously? I can't think of a better way to start a trip, said Jack. As it happens, neither can I, said Taryn. The 3 days of the trip to Sibley Station were pleasant, and to Taryn's mind they passed too quickly. Sometimes she helped Jack with the routine maintenance of keeping the Tiger flying, or monitored the ship from the co-pilot station. Sometimes she stayed in the galley with her laptop, blasting music over the speakers and typing furiously. Or she used the Tiger's well-equipped gym. Taryn had been impressed that Jack had fit so much equipment into the relatively small space, but he had done it with his usual efficiency. Nights, of course, they spent together. On the morning of the last day, they both went to the flight cabin. Jack took the pilot station, and Adelaide sat next to him at the co-pilot spot. The final countdown on their exit from hyperspace glowed on one of Jack's holographic displays, and they went through the final checks. All right, said Jack, grasping the power levers. Sibley system in 3.2.1. He drew back the levers, and the Tiger exited hyperspace and emerged back into normal space. Let's start with a passive scan, said Jack. That brought in less detail than an active one, but it would also make the Tiger harder to detect. The Sibley system was well within the boundaries of the Kingdom of Kalaskar, and the Royal Kalaskaran Navy patrolled it regularly. But danger, Taryn had learned long ago, could lurk anywhere. Like when she was sitting in the front seat of a car with her husband. She pushed the dark thought from her mind and looked at the scan results. Danger might lurk everywhere, but at the moment the Sibley system appeared safe enough. The radio signals from the navigational buoys came in without interference, and Taryn located Sibley Station without difficulty. The hyperspace calculation had deposited them 1.5 million kilometers from the station, and Jack brought up a visual image on one of the displays. Sibley Station had been built onto an asteroid about 500 kilometers in diameter, large and dense enough that its internal gravity was just sufficient to force it into a spherical shape. The station was a cluster of dozens of habitat domes, landing pits, hydroponic bays, and industrial facilities gathered around the asteroid's north pole. Taryn knew that Sibley Station had started centuries ago as an asteroid mine as the Kingdom of Kalaskar expanded, and after the mines had played out, the station had made the successful transition to a waypoint on the standard navigational routes. The residential areas of the station could have been a city on Kalaskar or Constantinople or any of the other core worlds of the kingdom. The station's spaceport was rather seedier. Quite a lot of interstellar shipping came through Sibley Station, and so all the usual vices of a spaceport had sprung up, brothels and gambling houses and so forth. The station authorities tried to keep those licensed and under control, but unlicensed businesses grew like mushrooms in the dark, drugs and illegal brothels and worse things. The intelligence agencies of the various interstellar powers also kept a presence on Sibley Station, and Taryn knew the machinists often had agents here. Which meant, she realized uneasily, it would be the perfect place for Quincy to sell his find to the final consciousness. Jack called station control and spent 10 minutes engaged in a back and forth with a traffic control officer, providing his documents and cargo manifest. At last the officer assigned the Tiger a docking bay, and Jack maneuvered the ship toward the asteroid. After a short flight, he cut the fusion drive, guided the Tiger in on ion thrusters, and set the ship down in a pit carved from the rock of the asteroid. Taryn felt a wrench as they switched from the ship's gravitics to the station's, and then a clang and a shiver as the Tiger settled. Good landing, said Taryn. Thanks, said Jack, flipping switches as he set the Tiger to standby. Always good not to crash the ship. He got on the phone with station control again, arranging a time to have the ship's cargo unloaded. After some arguing and negotiating, the Tiger was scheduled for unloading immediately. You'll want to supervise that, said Taryn. I can go alone to talk to Quincy. Yes, said Jack, but we have time to meet him and see what he's offering. He shook his head. I don't want you to meet him alone. For all we know, this is an extremely elaborate trap the machinists have put together for you. Taryn started to open her mouth to say that she could take care of herself, but then closed it. He had a point. Given how often she had crossed the machinists in the past, it was best to guard herself. For that matter, a clever machinist agent might try to kill her and capture whatever Quincy had discovered at the same time. Her death would just be a pleasant bonus. All right, said Taryn. Jack stood up. Better bring a pistol. They left the flight cabin, and Jack unlocked the door to the Tiger's armory. He had converted one of the passenger cabins into weapon storage, and he had an astonishing number of pistols, rifles, carbines, grenades, and other useful equipment. Jack took a plasma pistol and belted it around his waist, and Taryn took a smaller pistol, one that would fit easily into her hand. She wasn't quite as good of a shot as she would have liked. It was hard to find time to practice her shooting. Maybe on the trip back, there would be enough space in the cargo bay to convert it into a practice range. Ready, said Jack. Yeah, said Taryn. Let's see what Quincy wants. They left the Tiger and its docking bay and headed into a long, wide corridor. It looked little different than the docking corridors Taryn had seen on countless other asteroid stations. The walls and floor were polished rock, cut from the stone of the asteroid, and conduits and pipes ran along the walls in metal racks. A steady stream of cargo drones and cargo handlers in blue jumpsuits moved back and forth. Before the doors to another bay, a freighter crew stood in a heated argument with a group of cargo handlers about the unloading timetable. Here and there patrolled a man in the severe black uniform of Quoras Corporation, the private security company that held the police contract for the station from the Ministry of Colonies. Quoras had a good reputation and only employed veterans who had honorably completed their term of service with the Kalaskaran Armed Forces. Had Taryn hired them instead of Ronstadt Corporation for her expedition to Xenostas, she might have avoided a lot of trouble. Then again, if she had done that, she might never have met Jack March, so it had worked out. A wave of affection went through her, and she squeezed his hand. Jack blinked in surprise and smiled at her. He didn't smile all that often, but she thought it suited his hard face. Thank you for coming here with me, said Taryn. Glad to do it, said Jack. And while I would like to walk while holding your hand, I should probably keep my gun hand-free in case someone tries to shoot at us. Practical as ever, said Taryn, and she let his hand go after one more squeeze. It's like flowers, but more useful. You wouldn't want flowers. You'd want a new gun, or a new computer, or maybe some book by a dead historian I've never heard of. Taryn laughed. You know me so well. After a walk of about 2 kilometers, they came to the end of the docking corridor. It terminated in a T-junction, one corridor going left, the other going right. The corridor on the right was well lit and led into the station's residential areas, guarded by a pair of Quoras officers. The corridor on the left was dimmer and led into one of the station's commerce domes, and Taryn heard raucous music echoing from the left-hand corridor. Wow, she said. It's like when we had theology class when I was a kid, and the priest showed us a picture of the path of virtue that led to heaven and the path of vice that led to hell. Jack snorted. This isn't hell. The machinists don't rule here. They headed down the left-hand corridor, the pulsing music getting louder, and they stepped into one of Sibley Station's commerce domes. The metal roof of the dome arched high overhead, with panels of transparent metal set between the beams. It gave an excellent view of the starfield outside the station. In the center of the floor was a hydroponic garden, which helped grow crops for the station while exchanging carbon dioxide for oxygen. On a station the size of Sibley, there were hundreds of the things scattered throughout the habitable areas. 2 rings of balconies encircled the dome, and there was another ring of businesses on the ground level. All the businesses catered to the relaxations and vices preferred by starship crewers. Terran saw 3 different taverns, a discreet-looking place that probably rented out lifelike android prostitutes by the hour, and a restaurant that offered both food and musical acts. The Friendly Face was the largest business on the ground level. A pair of rough-looking bouncers in business suits stood scowling before the doors, the bulges of shoulder holsters visible beneath their coats. Despite the relatively dim light in the dome, both bouncers wore sunglasses. No doubt their shades had electronic enhancement and provided low-light vision and updates from the station's computer systems. Behind the bouncers waited a pair of closed metal doors, and the rumble of music leaked through them. One of the bouncers looked at Terran as she and Jack approached, and she felt the bouncer's eyes flick up and down her body, even though she was wearing a loose blue Starship Crewer's coverall and her brown leather jacket. 20 credit coverage charge for each of you, rumbled the bouncer. Jack handed over a pair of credit tokens, and the bouncer grinned at Terran. Hey, sweetheart, you want to audition for us? You'll make good money as a dancer here. You couldn't afford her, said Jack without missing a beat, and Terran laughed. The bouncer scowled, but opened one of the metal doors for them. The large room beyond looked like a typical shifty spaceport bar and club. A long bar ran along one wall, both human and android bartenders serving drinks. The tables were all standing room only, no doubt to pack as many paying customers inside as possible. Against the far wall was a stage, and atop it a half-dozen human women danced while wearing maybe 6 square inches of elastic cloth each. You were right. Don't know why they call this place the Friendly Face, said Terran. No one's looking at their faces. I doubt they're hired for their faces, said Jack in a dry voice. I'm surprised a place like this is allowed on a Kalaskran station, said Terran, watching as one of the dancers lifted her foot past her head, her back arched. She was hardly an innocent, and had dealt with thieves and murderers and traitors and worse, as part of her work for the Silent Order. It was amusing that some things could still surprise her. There's going to be a place like this on any large space station, said Jack. He took her arm and guided her towards the bar. The local administration can either try to suppress it or control it, regulate it, and tax it. And this way, all the troublesome local elements get drawn to one location. A honey trap, said Terran. Exactly, said Jack. Hope we're not the flies. He led the way through the crowds to the bar. A serving android shuffled over, humanoid in appearance, its exterior made of vaguely anthropomorphic plastic to avoid the uncanny valley effect. Jack ordered a pair of drinks, and the android started to turn away to bring them. One more thing, said Terran. Can you send a message to a man named Felix Quincy? He should be nearby. Tell him that Dr. T has arrived and wants to talk business. Certainly, madam, said the android in its pleasantly modulated voice. The android produced their drinks, and Jack pushed his way to a table that had a good view of both the door and the entrance to the kitchens and the back rooms. Terran hesitated and took a small sip of her drink. It tasted steeply overpriced. Most of the patrons stared at the dancers gyrating on the stage, but Jack was not. His eyes roved over the crowd, his expression bland and relaxed, which meant he was keeping careful watch. Then he frowned. What is it? Said Terran. Quincy, said Jack. Is my presence here going to cause a problem with him? Terran shrugged. It shouldn't. I wouldn't like to go into a place like this by myself, and he's smart enough to know it. Jack frowned. Then he isn't liable to storm off in a fit of jealousy once he sees that you're not alone. Not alone, said Terran, and then she got it. Oh. Her mouth twisted. No. He wasn't the jealous sort. which I discovered when I realized how many other women he had been seeing while we were together. Jack shrugged. If he's rational about it. I knew a gangster who had been cheating on his wife for years. 12 different mistresses. Then he found out his wife had been cheating on him, so he killed her and then himself. Taryn blinked and then realized that Jack wasn't entirely rational about it himself. He had decided not to like Quincy from the start. Then again, she hadn't exactly described Quincy to Jack in glowing terms. But he would put aside his emotions and do the job. He was good at that. Jack was so good at it, in fact, that if Taryn hadn't seduced him after their escape from Rust Belt Station, he would have dropped her off in Kalaskar, said goodbye, and she never would have seen him again. How much poorer and colder her life would have been. She reached under the table and squeezed his hand, and he blinked in surprise. Don't worry, she said in a low voice. I made my choice and it's you. I know, said Jack, and he squeezed back. Just trying to get a read on Quincy. He blinked and released her hand. And it looks like we're about to find out in person. Taryn turned her head and saw Felix Quincy walking towards the table. Well, swaggering, really. He was wearing boots, dark trousers, and a white button-down shirt that was 2 sizes too large, no doubt in a futile effort to conceal the impressive paunch he had grown. He had been rail thin when they had met, but now he was breathing a little hard as he crossed the floor. Quincy wore a gun belt and a long brown leather duster, and with a flicker of unease, Taryn realized that her own preference for brown leather coats had come from how dashing Felix Quincy had looked in his. But Quincy didn't look dashing now. He looked tired, older, run down, and fat. His eyes were bloodshot, and the broken blood vessels of his nose and cheeks that Taryn had noticed in his video message were more apparent in person. Quincy looked like an aging freighter captain with a drinking problem that had spiraled out of control. And yet, he grinned at her, and she saw his old charm, and felt the echo of her old attraction to him. Dr. T, said Quincy, and he bowed over her hand and planted a kiss upon her knuckles like he was a Kalaskaran lord. So good of you to meet me at this humble place of business. Hello, Felix, said Taryn. I suppose you could call the dancers many things, but humble wouldn't be one of them. Quincy laughed. A keen eye as ever, my dear. He turned to face Jack, grinned, and stuck out his right hand. Captain Felix Quincy. Jack March, said Jack, and they shook hands. Taryn noted with amusement that Quincy tried to bear down on his handshake, but Jack didn't flinch. Given that Taryn had seen how much weight Jack could deadlift, that wasn't surprising. Quincy, of course, only grinned. By God, sir, you're a strong one. He flexed his fingers. If I can't get my beer bottle open, I'll have to speak with you. A new line of income for a privateer, said Jack. Quincy grinned, his shrewd eyes flicking back and forth between them, and Taryn suspected he had figured out that Jack was quite a bit more to her than the privateer captain who had flown her to Sibley Station. You remind me of myself as a younger man, sir, said Quincy. Taryn kept herself from smiling. Even at his peak, Quincy had never looked like Jack. Dashing about the galaxy without a care in the world. Cares catch up with everyone, said Jack. That they do, sir, that they do, said Quincy. He sighed and let out a breath, and Taryn caught the whiff of alcohol. She wondered how much he had already drunk. I fear my dashing days are behind me. He smiled at Taryn. But you look lovely as ever, Dr. T, lovelier, in fact. Rather more confident of yourself, I dare say, and you never had any shortage of that. Thank you, said Taryn, trying to think of a polite response. You. Quincy laughed. I look old, fat, and drunk, do I not? He waved a hand as Taryn tried to think of a response. No, don't bother. I'll admit that things haven't been going well for me lately. There's been a lot of upheaval in the antiquities markets. She remembered what Jack had told her, how some of Quincy's customers had been backed by the money of the masters of Burnchain Station. For that matter, I've had some problems with autoimmune disease. It's played merry hell with my metabolism. I'm sorry, said Taryn. Hey, it's treatable, said Quincy. He rubbed his fingers together. But the treatments cost money, yeah. Ah, thank you. A serving android approached with a tumbler full of dark brown alcohol, and Quincy took a long drink. Based on the smell of the stuff, one sip would have made Taryn flushed and dizzy, but Quincy drained half of the glass in one swallow. Anyway, I need to settle down. I'm getting older, and I need to cash out. Should have done it 5 years ago, if I'm honest with myself. He grinned. See, Dr. T, I should have followed your example. Half the time, when I'm on a Kalaskaran station, I see your pretty face on a documentary about the history of Kalaskar. You keep that up, I'll bet you won't need to stay in the field any longer. I haven't been on an expedition in over 2 years, Taryn admitted. Some of it was that she didn't need the money or the professional prestige. Some of it was that a lot of people had nearly gotten killed on her expedition to Xenostas, and she didn't want to risk anyone's life. But most of it was that she wanted to stay on Kalaskar for when Jack came back from his missions. 5 years ago, I would have thought that sounded horrible, said Quincy. Now though, he sighed. It's time to settle down. Find someplace quiet to live. Maybe get a wife and put a crop of kids in her. Taryn raised an eyebrow. You, Felix? Just one woman? He grinned. Out of character for me, I know. But like I said, I'm getting older. Settling down with a wife and children, said Jack, takes money. Quite right, sir, said Quincy. Quite right indeed. So we come to the point, eh? He grinned again. You're probably thinking that poor old Captain Quincy has become a drunk, reliving his glory days in a spaceport bar, yeah. What I was thinking, said Taryn, was that if you drink a glass of that stuff every day, you're going to add liver problems to the autoimmune disorder. Quincy winked and took another long drink of his tumbler. You would be right, Dr. T, but I've got a line on a major find. He leaned closer, and she caught the whiff of the alcohol on his breath. A huge find. One that's going to make me richer than the Central Bank of Mercator. And if you give me a hand, you'll be the most renowned archaeologist on Kalaskar. And rich too. Taryn laughed. You've said that every time, Felix. True, said Quincy. But this time. He grinned. I found something big. You're a historian, but you're the one who's going to make history now. That's why I wanted to talk to you first. See, you and I go way back, and you're trustworthy. He glanced around, took another drink from his tumbler. And I know you've got connections with the Ministry of Defense. How else do you wind up making all those videos for the Ministry of Information? I saw the documentary you did about the WASP attack on Vesper's World. You could only do that if you had friends in the Navy. He was sort of right. Felix, said Taryn. Just what did you find? She had sudden dark visions of a freighter's hold filled with relics of the great Elder Ones, each one capable of destroying a world. I've never led you wrong, right? Said Quincy. Taryn gave him a flat look and he grinned. Well, professionally, anyway. You said you found something from the Third Solar Republic, said Taryn. I didn't find just a relic from the Third Solar Republic, said Quincy. I found the biggest relic from the Republic. His eyes flashed. Dr. T, I found the Ark. The Ark, repeated Taryn. She didn't know whether to be angry, amused, or disappointed. She had flown all the way out here for a phantasm. What's the Ark? Said Jack. Fortune and glory, said Quincy. A legend, said Taryn. A fairy tale. A story both graduate students and freighter captains tell each other when they're dreaming of fame and have had a little too much to drink. It is, agreed Quincy with good cheer. I used to tell those stories myself before I got kicked out of graduate school. But they're not just stories. I know where the Ark is. Or rather, I know where the Ark is going to be. Do you now? Said Taryn, trying to keep the disbelief from creeping into her voice. This had to be a scam. Quincy had fallen on hard times and needed money, and he was trying to sell a fake treasure map to cover his expenses. He had merely picked her as a likely mark. That hurt more than she had expected. But then, God only knew how many other women Quincy had been with while they had been together. Yes, said Quincy. I can see you don't believe me. Makes sense. In your place, I wouldn't believe me either. But the Ark is real, Dr. T. I've seen it. That's why I called you. I mean, yeah, I'd prefer to keep all the money for myself, but I need your help to bring it in. If I contact the Kalaskaran government or the Mercatorian government, they will cut me out of the find. Hell, if I was dumb enough to contact the Orodrians or the Falcon Republic, they'd probably shoot me, dump my corpse into the vacuum, and claim they found the Ark themselves. But you'll play square with me. Just like he was going to play square with her, no doubt. All right, said Taryn. I'll listen. How the hell did you find the Ark? Quincy grinned. By accident, of course. His smile faded. Last year, I was in the Khazradite Sultanates, out on the other side of the Falcon Republic. 2 of them had gone to war over whose sultan was the true successor to the prophet Khazrad, and one sultan destroyed the other. The victor carried out the usual Khazradite practices of warfare. The men of fighting age and the unfit were slaughtered, the fertile women were made concubines, and the rest of the population was enslaved. But the defeated sultan had the bright idea of stashing his most valuable treasures in an old asteroid mine, and some fellow entrepreneurs and I had the even brighter idea of looting the place before the Khazradites got it. The others went for the obvious items, precious metals and gems and drugs and so forth. Me, I had a different plan. Before his enemies beheaded him on live video, the Sultan liked to collect cultural artifacts and historical objects. He had the largest collection of Third Solar Republic artifacts anywhere in human space. Look at this. Quincy reached into his coat and set something on the table. Taryn leaned forward to get a better look at the object. It was a medallion about the size of her hand, inscribed with a symbol of several interlocking circles around a stylized star. The medallion had been made from a peculiar metal that looked like bronze, but with more luster. What's that symbol? Said Jack. It looks kind of like a diagram of a solar system. That, sir, is the symbol of the Third Solar Republic, said Quincy. The last government to rule over mankind's native solar system until the destruction of primeval Earth and the great diaspora across the stars. That metal, said Jack. I don't recognize it. It's actually not metal, but nanobots, said Quincy. Quintillions and quintillions of nanobots, holding the shape of a medallion. Don't worry, they ran out of power tens of thousands of years ago. Anyway, back to my story. The Sultan had all his treasures stashed in the asteroid mine, and like most Khazradite sultans, he was a right greedy bastard. He had owned things he didn't even know about, such as an ancient shipping container, originally dug out a wrecked freighter that impacted on the side of a comet that never left its system's Oort cloud. A freighter that was carrying a cargo of rare antiquities from Earth made a navigational error and crashed into that comet. He smiled. A freighter that happened to be carrying a strongbox holding some relics of the Third Solar Republic, such as this charming medallion, and the complete navigational algorithm for the Ark. Taryn's annoyance dissolved into surprise. Seriously? The complete algorithm? If you had that, you could. Quincy's smile widened, and he leaned closer. I found it, Dr. T. I know where the Ark is going to be and when. Then what are you doing here? Said Taryn. Like I said, I can't get it by myself, said Quincy. I need someone I can trust to help me bring it in. You were at the top of the list, Dr. T, he shrugged. I already told you all the reasons I invited you here. If you don't believe me, I understand that. No hard feelings. I'll find someone else. But if we work together to bring the Ark in, I'll get rich, and you'll get credit for a major discovery. He grinned. And it'll be a major coup for the kingdom of Kalaskar, won't it? Bet your friends in the Ministry of Defense would love that, yeah. All right, said Taryn. I'm interested, but I'm not convinced. Prove it to me. Not here, said Quincy. Too many eyes and ears. I'm staying at a hotel in Habitat Dome 12. The sleeping spacer, room 303. I've made sure there are no listening devices in the room. Meet me there in 3 hours, and I'll show you my evidence. He glanced at Jack. You'll need to come alone. No, said Jack. Quincy smiled. With respect, sir, I only just met you. And I don't know if you're trustworthy or not. Jack shrugged. It doesn't matter. I don't give a damn about ancient artifacts. My job is to make sure Dr. Taryn gets back to Kalaskar safely, and that's what I'm going to do. He's right, Felix, said Taryn, watching the two men. And I trust Jack. If you've found something, he's not going to turn around and sell it. Then you are a fortunate man, sir, said Quincy. He grinned. And I suppose I ought to know better than to invite a woman alone to my hotel room, yeah. All right. Habitat Dome 12, the Sleeping Spacer Hotel, room 303. Meet me there in 3 hours. I have some things to set up first. Taryn nodded. 3 hours. Quincy grinned, offered her another bow, finished the rest of his drink, and swaggered out of the friendly face. Jack looked at her. I have some questions. Yeah. Taryn sighed and rubbed her face. Could Felix Quincy really have found the Ark of the Third Solar Republic? Yeah, so do I. We might have stumbled into a mess here, Jack. Let's get a cup of coffee, and I'll tell you everything. 5. Silence has a price. March took Adelaide to a coffee shop in Habitat Dome 11. Dome 11 was on the respectable side of the station, and it was well lit, well patrolled, and orderly, with a security drone painted with the insignia of Koras Corporation keeping a watchful eye on the dome's commercial concourse. March picked the coffee shop because it had tall windows of transparent metal looking towards the main corridor leading to Habitat Dome 12, where Quincy's hotel was located. He saw a steady stream of pedestrians, cargo drones, and electric carts heading back and forth down the corridor. Hopefully, he could spot anyone suspicious approaching or leaving Dome 12. Or if Quincy showed up with mercenaries, or perhaps a team of iron hands. Because his story seemed more than a little suspicious. The interior of the coffee shop had been carved from the rock of the asteroid, though the owners had put down plastic flooring in a failed effort to simulate hardwood. March bought 2 cups of synthetic coffee, since the real stuff cost an arm and a leg on a space station. He'd already lost 1 arm of flesh, and he couldn't afford to lose the second one just for a cup of coffee. He took the coffee and sat with Adelaide at a table near the windows. She took a sip and gazed into the plastic cup, a disturbed expression on her face. Okay, said March. What the hell's the Ark? Adelaide looked up from her coffee. What do you know about the Third Solar Republic? Next to nothing. Adelaide nodded. Well, primeval Earth, mankind's birthplace, was located in a solar system called the Sol system. Before we discovered hyperspace, we had spread out to all the planets and moons of Sol. The various colonies fought wars against each other, but eventually unified under a single Earth-based government. The Third Solar Republic was the last one of those system-wide governments. It started out as a democratic republic, but drifted more and more into Marxism. Marxism, said March. He'd never heard the term before. One of the pre-hyperdrive predecessor ideologies of the final consciousness, said Adelaide. Basically, the government owns everything and doles it out to the people. In theory, everyone is supposed to be equal. In practice, the people are the slaves of the government officials get fat and rich and corrupt, and the secret police spies on everyone until the whole thing collapses into mass starvation or civil war. Her face tightened. The machinists say it's one of the forerunners of their own program, and they say it failed because mankind didn't have the technology to truly unify. March made a fist with his left hand. And they think we do now. Yeah, said Adelaide. Anyway, a government like that is always unstable, and the cracks started showing when someone worked out how to travel safely through hyperspace. People fled the Sol system in droves and spread out to the surrounding stars, and those that remained started a revolt against the government. It went from a revolt to a civil war very quickly. It was kind of like that Sultan in Felix's story. The dictator of Earth realized that he might get overthrown, so he ordered the Ark built. It was a huge starship, and he loaded it up with his personal wealth and every single cultural artifact and priceless relic he could get his hands on. At least the ones that survived the world wars before humans started colonizing the rest of the Sol system. The Ark was fully automated, and he programmed it to hyperjump out of the system and wait for him to summon it back to Earth. What happened instead, said March. Primeval Earth was destroyed in the Civil War, said Adelaide. Burned to a cinder. The dictator and all the technicians who worked on the Ark were killed. Even his name was lost. But since humanity had already started colonies in 100 other systems, the end of Earth was not the end of mankind. Eventually, the colonies unified to fight the Kesrodite fanatics, and the first Terran Empire was founded. She took a deep breath, lifted her coffee cup, and sipped at it. The Ark was lost. Apparently, it had been programmed with an automatic navigational algorithm that would keep it jumping randomly from system to system until the dictator and his technicians sent the shutdown signal. But the dictator died with Earth, and the Ark kept going. People have been looking for it ever since. One starship holding all the cultural and historical treasures of ancient Earth. It would be an amazing find. She lapsed into silence. There are several problems with that story, said March. Oh yes, said Adelaide. For one, that was 100,000 years ago, said March. There's no way the Ark could still be functioning after that long. It would have broken down millennia ago. Normally, yes, said Adelaide. But do you remember the wasps, Jack? The attack at Vesper's world. Hard to forget that, yes, said March. We talked about the 5 Terran empires, said Adelaide. They're all gone now, but some of them had better technology than we do in the modern era. Like how the 3rd Terran Empire had better computer and AI technology, and the 5th Terran Empire had more advanced medical and biological knowledge. March nodded. Of course, that came back around to bite them in the end. The 3rd Terran Empire was destroyed by homicidal artificial intelligences, and the 5th Terran Empire collapsed when it tried to impose a genetics-based caste system on the population. The 3rd Solar Republic was no different. They had more advanced technology than we do, said March. They barely had the hyperdrive before they collapsed. Yeah, but there are fields of science other than hyperspace and dark energy physics, said Adelaide. Their automation technologies were way better than anything available now. That medallion Felix showed us. That kind of inert nanotech manufacturing was common in the 3rd Solar Republic. They'd manufacture things entirely out of specifically configured nanoscale machines. The nanobots would lock together in whatever shape you'd want, and you would have a chair or a medallion or a machine part or whatever. The 3rd Solar Republic had nearly every technology that is available today, and some of it is in a more advanced form than anything we have now. She took a deep breath. So my point is that it's entirely possible that the Ark is still functioning, jumping from system to system and recycling itself over and over. And it's just possible that Felix got lucky and found the thing. You think he was telling the truth? Said March. I don't know, said Adelaide. I really don't know. She took a sip of coffee, grimaced, drummed her fingers on the table, and then took another sip. The fidgeting was unlike her. She was agitated. I would say that he's never led me wrong. But that would be professionally. Personally, well, I told you the story. March nodded. And I know he cuts every legal corner he can find. He's not doing well now, I can tell that. Is he desperate enough to run some sort of insane scam? I don't know. She sighed. What do you think we should do? We ought to play this out, said March. Whatever's going on, he's either contacted the machinists or has drawn their interest. I don't think he would deal with the final consciousness, said Adelaide. She scowled. At least, that's what I want to believe. My judgment with him is not always clear. March shrugged. Then we'll find proof one way or another. If it's a scam, no harm done. Eventually he'll ask for money, we'll refuse, and that will be that. But if he has found something, then we'll play along. If this Ark thing is real, we'll make sure that it goes to the kingdom of Kalaskar. Even if Quincy hasn't found the Ark, just a cache of Third Solar Republic artifacts, we'll make sure they go to Kalaskar. You can use them to open a new wing of a museum, or make a documentary about them or something. A museum wing, said Adelaide, amused. March shrugged again. You're the archaeologist. That hadn't occurred to me, said Adelaide. The idea that Felix might have found some Third Solar Republic artifacts somewhere, and is using them to spin up this whole story about the Ark. That makes the most sense, said March. I suppose it's possible that Quincy found this legendary ship that has been missing for tens of thousands of years, but it's more likely this is a scam with some relics to back it up. Lies are more effective when they're mixed with some truth. He finished off his coffee and set the cup on the table. What are we going to do now? Said Adelaide. We're going to have a look around Quincy's hotel, said March. See what we can discover. Might be able to find out more about his comings and goings. If we're going to have a meeting with him, we should reconnoiter the ground first. Sound tactical thinking, said Adelaide with a smile. I've done this kind of thing before, said March. Ready? Adelaide took one last swig of her cooling coffee and nodded. Yeah. Let's get to the bottom of this. And Jack? Yeah. Thank you, she said, staring into the coffee cup. For not getting upset about this. Or jealous. Or angry. She shook her head at a loss for words. It's all right, said March. If it helps, I slept with both of the baristas working here a few years ago. She had been so flustered over this entire business that he had the distinct amusement of seeing her eyes go wide and her mouth fall open with surprise. She turned a suspicious look at the baristas behind the counter, back at him, at the baristas, and then at him again. You're joking, she said. You are joking, right? Yes, said March. Adelaide laughed. For God's sake. I'm the one who usually makes you laugh. I've been practicing, said March. Want to go spy on your ex-boyfriend? Adelaide laughed again. When you put it that way, how can I refuse? They headed out, following the wide rock-cut corridor that led from Habitat Dome 11 to Dome 12. A regular stream of cargo drones, passenger autocabs, and pedestrians went past them. Nearly all the people nearby were human, but enough trade from alien races came into Sibley Station that March spotted a pair of Kaltiri in their life support armor, 2 Rosobi that looked like giant humans with elephantine heads, and 4 Phasmidi in their ceremonial robes and breath masks. March supposed that he and Adelaide looked like just another pair of freighter crewers stopping for shore leave on the station, and no one paid them any attention. Habitat Dome 12 looked a great deal like Dome 11, albeit somewhat less seedy. There were no bars and clubs here, and all the businesses looked reputable, mostly insurance companies, a pair of accountants, and several quiet restaurants. The sleeping spacer had the largest storefront, complete with a holographic sign of a cartoon crewman sleeping contentedly in bed. "A cute cartoon," said Adelaide. "We." She stopped, turned, and pulled her phone from her belt, frowning at the screen. "Don't make it obvious," said Adelaide, "but look at the woman who just came from the hotel's lobby. The one on the right, walking with those two men." March pretended to look over Adelaide's shoulder at her phone, but instead shot a glance at the hotel's entrance. The hotel's lobby had 4 doors, built of transparent metal, designed to look mostly like glass, with another set of doors behind them to act as an airlock in the event of an atmosphere breach. One woman and 2 men strode briskly from the lobby, the woman scowling at her phone. She was tall, with gray-shot black hair, and a thin-lipped mouth that looked as if it was often pressed into a scowl of disapproval. The woman wore a black suit with a white blouse, her heels clicking against the rock of the asteroid as she walked. The 2 men who accompanied her were nondescript but fit-looking, and dressed in freighter crewers' coveralls and loose dark jackets. Both men, March noted, wore black gloves on both hands, and their jackets were loose enough to conceal shoulder holsters. "You know her?" said March. "Yeah, I do," said Adelaide. "That's Valerie Retzblatt." "Never heard of her," said March. "She used to be an archaeologist at the University of Mercator," said Adelaide. "Then she got caught robbing tombs in the Nineveh Empire, and she barely escaped with her life. To avoid a diplomatic incident with the Nineveh, the Mercatorian government ordered the university to expel her. She's since become, well, basically the same sort of thing as Felix. A fixer, a dealer in rare antiquities, that kind of thing. Except she's way more ruthless, way richer, and she is willing to deal with the machinists." She frowned at her phone. "She shouldn't even be on a Kalaskuran station. Nothing's ever been proven, but the silent order has enough on her that we could act against her. But she's careful." "Yeah," said March. "And those 2 men with her might have been Iron Hands." She gave him a sharp look. "Are you sure?" "No," said March. "A lot of people wear gloves. They might just be 2 men who know how to handle themselves. Maybe just private security." "Or maybe not," said Adelaide, her voice quiet. "Or maybe not," agreed March. Adelaide was silent for a moment. And then, "Do you think that's why Felix left so abruptly? He wanted to set a trap for us." "Maybe," said March, "but that seems like a stretch. Felix Quincy seemed like the sort of man who would happily juggle a half-dozen lovers at once, but not the kind of man who would murder one of his ex-lovers for money. Then again, illness, age, hard drinking, and financial duress could all change a man's character. Let's find out." They headed across the dome to the hotel and stepped into the lobby. It looked like the countless other hotel lobbies that March had visited during his travels. The same blue carpet, the same cheap plastic furniture, bolted to the floor in case the gravitics fluctuated, the same walls carved from the rock of the asteroid. Since this was a Kalaskuran station, a courtesy android hovered near the door, cheerfully reciting the many amenities available at the Sleeping Spacer Hotel. March ignored the android, walked past the front desk and the bored-looking clerk playing a game on the computer, and into the hallway. Adelaide followed him, keeping a disinterested expression on her face as she feigned scrolling through messages on her phone. She had done this sort of thing enough to know how to avoid drawing attention to herself. "Stairs," murmured Adelaide. "Yeah," said March. He never liked using lifts or elevators and took the stairs, or on starships the access ladders, whenever possible. It was too easy to get ambushed in an elevator, or for an enemy to sabotage the elevator's machinery. Stairwells, while not ideal for a fight, did present numerous useful tactical opportunities. Bouncing a man's head off a steel railing was an excellent way to remove him as a threat. The hotel's first-floor corridor was deserted, save for a pair of cleaning drones that rolled from room to room, towing a cart of supplies behind them. March wove his way past the machines and came to the stairwell door. He eased it open, revealing an empty concrete stairwell, the lights harsher than those in the corridor. March glanced around, saw nothing amiss, and he and Adelaide ascended to the third floor. He reached for the door to the third floor, and March froze. "What is it?" murmured Adelaide. "The security panel," said March. On the wall of the third-floor landing was a gray box that held the electrical breakers for the fire suppression system. It looked like the circuit breakers for the hotel's security cameras also went through the panel. The small LCD screen on the panel flashed offline. March stepped closer to the panel and saw that it had been damaged, some wires hanging from the side. "Someone disabled the security cameras," said March, "and pulled out the alarm that's supposed to sound if the breakers go off." "Then someone's trying to rob Felix," said Adelaide. "Maybe it's nothing to do with him," said March. He reached into his coat and produced his small boxy stun pistol. The weapon fired a bolt that temporarily overloaded a human nervous system and produced unconsciousness. It didn't have great range and sometimes had difficulties against humans with extensive genetic alterations or cybernetic implants, like March, but in the close quarters of a hotel it was the ideal weapon. Especially since March did not want to leave a trail of bodies behind him. "I'll go first," said March. Adelaide nodded, and March eased the landing door open with his left hand, his right grasping the stun pistol. The corridor beyond was empty and lined with closed doors on either side. March walked down the corridor, listening for movement, Adelaide trailing behind him. None of the doors looked particularly robust. March could have used his cybernetic hand to rip out the lock and force his way inside. And someone had smashed the lock on room 303. "Stay behind me," whispered March, and Adelaide nodded, drawing her plasma pistol from beneath her coat. March eased the ruined door open. Beyond was a small hallway, a bathroom off to the left, a closet on the right. A sharp odor came to March's nose, a mixture of strong alcohol and the coppery odor of human blood. There was no noise beyond the door, and March glided down the short hallway and into the main room, stun pistol held ready before him. Quincy might have been running short of money, but he hadn't skimped on his personal comfort. The hotel room was huge, larger than the Tiger's gym, with an enormous bed against one wall. There was a small sitting area with a couch, coffee table, and a few easy chairs, and a wooden desk and wide video display on the other wall. The room was in disarray. A pair of suitcases lay flung open on the bed, and a laptop computer rested on the desk, its screen locked, an error message flashing across the display. Next to it was an expensive leather briefcase. It too had been torn open, its contents spilled across the desk. "Oh God," whispered Adelaide. Felix Quincy lay on the floor before the bed, the top of his skull crushed to a pulp. 6. Old friends. Taryn stared at Felix's corpse shocked. Part of her frozen mind noted that she shouldn't be this stunned. She had seen corpses before, more often than she cared to remember. It was an occupational hazard of serving in the silent order. Yet Felix wasn't just another corpse. He had been a man that she had loved, or had at least convinced herself that she loved. Taryn had kissed him, slept with him, lain in his arms and listened to his heartbeat. Even when she had been furious at him, she had always been at least fond of him, and he had been enough of a friend that she had been willing to fly to Sibley Station to hear him out. And now he had been murdered while she had been talking with Jack. That brought back the horrifying memory of the first time she had seen the corpse of a man she loved, the day that Simon Lowry had murdered Duncan and her unborn daughter. Taryn remembered being trapped in the wrecked car, Duncan's corpse in the driver's seat next to her, the agony in her abdomen from her injuries, her frantic screams as she tried to claw her way free of the debris, and then the new agony as she miscarried. By the time the rescuers had dug their way down to her, she had been out of her mind with pain and grief. The last thing she had seen before unconsciousness claimed her had been Duncan's face, covered in blood. She had loved him, and he had died. In a sudden moment of frantic terror, Taryn looked at Jack. She loved him too, and she was suddenly certain, absolutely certain, that he would be dead on the floor and covered in blood as Duncan had been, that whoever had killed Felix was going to kill Jack March in front of her. But Jack was alive, and grim-looking as always. He had moved to a position where he could watch both the door and the room. "Shit," he said at last. "He's dead," said Taryn. Her voice sounded strange in her ears. "Oh God, Jack. He's dead." "Yeah," said Jack, looking around the room. Taryn took a tentative step forward, reaching for Felix's corpse. Maybe it was a trick, and he was still alive, or maybe the wound wasn't as bad as it looked. Jack's cybernetic hand closed around her arm. "Wait," he said. His eyes were hard, his face grim. "Don't touch anything. Do you have any gloves?" "Gloves," said Taryn, blinking. Then her brain snapped back into focus. Someone had killed Felix Quincy, and Taryn and Jack were standing over his body. That would be bad if Koras Corporation security found them here. But why had someone murdered Felix? Maybe he had indeed found something worth killing for. Which meant they had to search the room and his possessions. And that meant leaving no fingerprints behind. "No," said Taryn. "No, I didn't think of it, damn it. Jack nodded, reached into his coat, and passed her a pair of latex gloves. Taryn blinked at him. "Thought we might wind up breaking into his hotel room before this was over," said Jack. "You search his luggage. I'll check the corpse and his computer." He hesitated, pulling on a pair of his own gloves. "Quickly. Someone's going to wander by and notice the smashed lock sooner or later." Taryn nodded, pulled on the gloves, steeled herself, and started sorting through the items on the bed. Jack knelt, checked Felix's pockets with brisk professional movements, and then started looking through the desk that held the computer. Taryn dug through Felix's clothes, found a bottle of pills intended to treat erectile dysfunction, grimaced, and put them aside. Then she touched the small cardboard folder of a printed Starliner ticket. "He came here on a Starliner," said Taryn. Her voice still sounded strained to her ears. "Not on his own ship. And under an assumed name." She flipped open a side pocket in the suitcase. "He's got some fake IDs here." "Guess he knew that someone might have murdered him over this," said Jack. He tapped some keys on the laptop and grimaced. "This is locked and encrypted." He pointed at the error message. "And it looks like whoever killed him took an external drive." The drive was probably mirroring the contents of the laptop. "A backup, I think. If the laptop had biometric verification, we could probably still get on it." Taryn shuddered at the thought of dragging Felix's dead hand to the laptop's fingerprint scanner. But he's got it set up to use a thumb drive as the decryption key. It wasn't in his pockets, and... Another memory blazed to life in Taryn's mind. "Wait," she said, stepping away from the bed. "Wait. I think I know where he might have hidden the encryption key." "Where?" said Jack. Taryn hesitated, stepped past Felix's corpse without looking at it, and headed for the end table next to the bed. He never trusted hotel security. She tugged the end table away from the wall and looked at where the blue carpet met the baseboard. "Told me a story about how his family went on vacation when he was a kid, and a hotel maid stole their luggage. The carpet at the baseboard looked a little frayed. So, whenever he stays in a hotel, he always makes sure to store anything really valuable in a place where the maids won't look." "Under the carpet?" said Jack, as Taryn pulled the carpet a few inches from the wall. It was already loose. "Yeah," said Taryn, "and I don't think whoever killed him realized that." She fell silent. The small dark rectangle of a thumb drive lay on the floor beneath the carpet. Taryn scooped it up, stood, and passed it to Jack. "Looks like whoever killed him missed a step," said Jack. "Felix was always clever," said Taryn. "But I think this time, he might have been too clever for his own good. That missing external drive was a backup drive, said Jack, crossing back to the desk. Let's see what it was backing up. He plugged the thumb drive into the side of the laptop. The computer chimed and then unlocked, and data appeared on the display. Taryn leaned closer. There were some sensor readings, along with a blockchain and metadata file to prove that the sensor readings were genuine and not forged. Accompanying it were several visual images, and... "What the hell?" whispered Taryn. The visual images were of a huge cylindrical starship with a bronze-colored hull, rings of oval blisters jutting from its surface every kilometer or so. The starship looked quaint, even archaic, with a style of design that had not been used for a very long time. Not since the collapse of the Third Solar Republic and the rise of the First Terran Empire. Jack grunted. That ship's the same color as the medallion that Felix gave you. Jack, said Taryn. That's it. That's the Ark. He really found it. Or he did a hell of a good job forging the sensor data, said Jack. He might have, said Taryn. She reached for the laptop's touchpad and began scrolling through the data. If she could find any navigational data. There are thousands of pictures of the Ark here, and sensor readings of it. His notes reference something called the key, but I don't know what that is. A beacon, maybe. There's nothing else of interest in here, said Jack. Maybe Red Splat or whoever killed Quincy took the key with them. Maybe, said Taryn. I need some time to sort through this data, run it through a computer. All right, said Jack. Then let's take the laptop and get back to the Tiger. He glanced at Felix's corpse. I don't want to be here when security finds the body. Taryn grimaced. Something inside her was revolted at the thought of just leaving Felix here without telling anyone, but she knew Jack was right. We'll have left DNA traces. Won't matter. No fingerprints, and hotel rooms always have too many DNA traces to get a definitive reading, said Jack. He unplugged and powered down Felix's computer, took the laptop bag, and slid the machine and the encryption thumb drive into it. Let's get back to the Tiger. We can have Vigil analyze Quincy's Ark data, and... He froze, his hard gaze swinging to the door. Someone's coming down the hall, Jack whispered. Taryn nodded and pressed herself flat to the wall next to the bed. Jack slung the strap of the laptop bag over his shoulder and stepped to the side, leveling his boxy stun pistol at the door. A heartbeat later, Taryn heard firm footsteps. Why did spaceport hotels always have such terrible soundproofing? The footsteps halted in front of the door. There was a pause, and then the door slid open. Taryn braced herself, taking her plasma pistol in both hands. A man came into the hotel room, a plasma pistol held before him. His eyes were an eerie shade of blue, which made for a marked contrast with his dark skin and close-cropped black hair. His face was so lean that his cheekbones seemed like blades against his skin. He wore a white shirt buttoned to the throat, a long black Kalascaran coat, black trousers, and gleaming black dress shoes. Taryn blinked in startled recognition. She had worked with him several times before on Kalaskar. John, said March in surprise. John November, Alpha operative of the Silent Order, blinked 3 times and then lowered his gun. Jack, he said. He turned his head to the side, looked at Adelaide, and blinked again. And Dr. Taryn, it would seem. His voice was deep with a touch of a rasp, as if it had been injured and never quite healed properly. I confess that I did not expect to find the two of you standing over Felix Quincy's corpse. Did you kill him? No, said Jack. Did you? I did not, said November. I assumed that one of the Iron Hands with Valerie Retsplat did it, judging from the crushed skull. I came to warn Quincy that Retsplat was working for the machinists and intended to kill him to claim his discovery. Unfortunately, it seems I arrived a little too late. We saw Retsplat leave on our way here, said Jack. And we need to leave right now. If we're caught standing over Quincy's corpse, there's going to be trouble. Agreed, said November. You and Dr. Tarrant came on the Tiger. March nodded. Then I suggest we proceed there at once and discuss our next course of action. Come on, said Jack, and they left Felix's room. 15 minutes later, Tarrant followed Jack and November down the Tiger's dorsal corridor. I suggest we take off at once, said November. He carried a suitcase, since they had stopped just long enough to grab his possessions before heading for the ship. Once we're in space, it will be harder for Koras Corporation to hold us for questioning in Quincy's death. We'll need to file a course, said Jack. He grunted. Suppose I could jump the ship just outside of the Sibley system, and... No need, said November. I know where Retsplat is going, along with anything she took from Quincy's room. She's going to Caldera Station. Caldera Station, said Tarrant. She'd never been there, but she'd heard of it. It was out past the Alexandria system, on the edge of the territory controlled by the Kingdom of Kalaskar. It was technically a neutral outpost, and maintained that neutrality by making itself useful to the various nearby interstellar governments as a meeting place. Caldera Station also had an astonishing variety of casinos, and the constant money from the gaming rooms generated the cash flow the station needed for bribes. Yes, said November. Her ship took off about 5 minutes before we left, with a filed course for Caldera Station. I believe that is where the next phase of her mission lies. I'm not certain, but I believe she is looking for some kind of archaeological relic called the Key, and she believed that the unfortunate Mr. Quincy had hidden it on Caldera Station. Of course, said Tarrant. That sounds like him. Felix had never double-crossed anyone unless they double-crossed him first. But he was so used to being double-crossed that he always took preparations to avoid it. Hence the thumb drive hidden under the carpet. But his precautions hadn't saved him from Retsplat and those 2 iron hands. All right, said Jack. Caldera Station it is then. She was surprised he trusted November enough to go on his word. Likely, they had worked together in the past. Get settled in, John. As soon as we're in hyperspace, we'll share information and figure out just what the hell is going on here. We have a plan then, said November. I'll make myself comfortable in the galley. It's been a long day, and a cup of coffee will be welcome. Help yourself, said Jack, and November disappeared into the galley. Tarrant followed Jack into the flight cabin, and he dropped into the pilot's seat and started bringing the ship off standby. She settled into the co-pilot station and powered up her console. I'll do the pre-flight checks on the ion thrusters and the fusion drive, if you do the dark matter reactor and the hyperdrive, said Tarrant. Sounds fair, said Jack, flipping switches and scanning the rows of numbers that appeared on his screens and holographic displays. You know John November, said Tarrant. Jack snorted. Yeah, you could say that. We've had some nasty assignments together. Surprised that you know him. Though maybe I shouldn't be. His specialty is tracking down financial fraud. Given how many machinists' sympathizers are in Kalaskar's universities and media sectors, you probably ran into him a while ago. Yes, said Tarrant. In point of fact, a few days after she had met him, November had done an excellent job of trying to seduce her. Tarrant had found him attractive and might have yielded, but that had been only a few years after her breakup with Felix, which had left her wary of such a polished seduction attempt. For that matter, she knew what John November really was, and she knew the genetic alterations the scientists of the Falcon Republic had made to him in the womb had left him unable to feel shame or normal emotions. He wasn't exactly a sociopath, but he could be extremely manipulative, so she declined his advances. He hadn't taken it at all personally, which, irrationally, had stung a little, and they had worked together several times on missions for the Silent Order. I didn't think he left Kalaskar, said Tarrant. Or the major space stations. He does if something is important enough, said Jack. I've been with him on some fairly serious missions on the edges of Kalaskaran space. He flipped a row of switches, launching the pre-start sequence on the dark matter reactor. Did he try to get you in bed the first time you met? Taryn blinked. How'd you know that? She was afraid he would be angry, but he only laughed. Like I said, I've known John for a long time. I also know what happened to him. The Sherlock Project, said Taryn. Guess you know about it too, said Jack. The Falcon Republic had the most advanced medical science in human space. Unfortunately, the medical researchers and biologists of the Falcon Republic had the loosest code of medical ethics in human space, possibly because they had an endless supply of clone soldiers to experiment upon. The Sherlock Project had been one of their more dubious experiments. The idea had been to genetically engineer a human with a perfect eidetic memory, creating an undetectable spy and observer. The experiment had worked a little too well. The Sherlock Project subjects had a perfect eidetic memory and highly developed logic abilities, but they tended towards high levels of sociopathy. The project had been shut down when the subjects had tried to overthrow the Republic's government out of boredom, and nearly succeeded. The Falcons hunted down most of the Sherlock Project's creations, and November, seeing that it was going to end in disaster, defected to Kalaskar and had worked for the Silent Order ever since. So that's why you read the book I got you, said Taryn. The one with the original Sherlock Holmes stories. The character of Holmes had been one of the inspirations for the project. A pity the scientists of the project hadn't also possessed the character's moral conscience. Yeah, said Jack. I was curious. The dark matter reactor passed its checks, the screens flashing green. I wonder if John's read them. He'd probably be pleased by the comparison. He snorted. Then he'd point out all the times Holmes could have made money, but didn't. Does he still cheat at card games, said Taryn. Doesn't count as cheating, said Jack. He just memorizes the position of every single card after the first few hands, and then walks away with everyone's money. That's probably a more reliable revenue stream than privateering, though he would get shot at as often. They finished the pre-flight checklist, lifted off from the station, and headed for deep space. 20 minutes later, they were in hyperspace, on the first of the 15 jumps that would take them to Caldera Station in a day and a half. Jack checked all the systems one more time, nodded, and stood up. Let's talk to November, said Jack. Maybe he'll have some answers for us. Taryn nodded, put her console to standby, and followed Jack out of the flight cabin. In the galley, November sat at the table, drinking a cup of coffee and reading on a tablet. He looked up as they entered. Ah, splendid, said November. Coffee. Please, said Jack. November rose and crossed to the counter that ran along one side of the cramped galley, preparing 2 more cups of coffee. Jack sat down, and Taryn seated himself next to him. She remembered their flight through Vesper system together, remembered meeting Lord Admiral Theodoric Stormreel in this very room. Strange that such a significant meeting had taken place in this cramped galley. Taryn idly wondered how many other grave decisions had been made here. Thank you, John, said Taryn, taking the cup November passed her. You are welcome, said November, passing another cup to Jack. Bit of a stressful day, eh? Not every day one flees the scene of a murder. We've done it before, Jack, and he took a sip of the coffee. That's true, said November. He smiled at Taryn, his teeth a white flash in the dark skin of his face. You and I have as well, Dr. Taryn. You too have, said Jack. To be fair, that machinist agent was already dead when we found him, said Taryn. Yes, said November. Well, we probably have some urgent questions to discuss. He paused and considered Taryn with his eerie blue eyes. Before we start, Dr. Taryn, how much do you know about Captain Mach's business? She knows I'm an alpha operative, said Jack. Learned it the hard way when I shot some mercenaries off her back. That was a stressful day too, said Taryn. She wondered if Felix had been working with the machinists the way that Dr. Patrick Orson had done. Some of Orson's reason for joining the machinists had been jealousy of Taryn's professional success. Had something similar happened to Felix Quincy? The thought made her sick inside. Though not as stressful as today. Jack's right hand squeezed her left under the table, and she felt a little better. I see, said November. Well, that shall make things simpler. One more question about a potential complication. How long have you been lovers? Taryn blinked, a mixture of annoyance and amusement going through her. She remembered just how perceptive November was, how difficult it was to conceal anything from him. Jack didn't even blink. About 2 years. Taryn sighed. I suppose there's no point in asking how you knew. Obviously there is no point, said November, but I enjoy expounding upon my logic nonetheless. He leaned forward, and Taryn suppressed a smile. It was comforting that some things never changed, and John November was one of those things. During a mission several months ago, I observed 34 distinct changes in Captain March, and... Oh bullshit, said Jack without rancor. I know when you're play-acting, the genetically engineered super genius. You figured out I had a girlfriend the last time you were on the ship. You asked if we were lovers to see how Adelaide would react, and you had everything you needed to figure it out, based on her reaction. What, did I turn red or faint or something? Said Taryn, unable to decide if she should be amused or offended. You were at a loss for words, said November. So what? Said Taryn. Finding yourself at a loss for words is rather uncharacteristic of you, said November. I don't talk that much, said Taryn. Both men looked at her. Maybe I do, conceded Taryn. But it's been an exceptionally bad day. You worked with Mr. Quincy in the past, as I recall, said November. My condolences for his loss. Thanks, said Taryn. She took a deep breath, trying to clear her head. It felt wrong to have left Felix's body unattended in that hotel room. She knew logically that there was no other course, that the machinists could not be allowed to find the Ark. The loss of cultural and historical artifacts would be immense, to say nothing of the possibility that the Ark might hold ancient weapons technology superior to anything modern. And Felix Quincy, in a very real way, had brought his fate upon his head. He had thought that he could flirt with the machinists and come out ahead of the game. They had proven him wrong. Very wrong. What were you doing on Sibley Station? Said Taryn. You hardly ever leave Kalaskar or the major stations. Sibley Station is a little off the beaten path. I was investigating our mutual acquaintance, Mr. Quincy, said November. You are familiar with him, so you already know that Quincy was a dealer in antiquities of occasionally questionable provenance. Recently, I have been tracing a large quantity of funds moved through some of the shell corporations controlled by the Machinist Sympathizer Network inside the Kingdom of Kalaskar. I discovered that Dr. Valerie Retzplatt had taken control of those funds, and that she was directing them in payments to Mr. Quincy. Damn it, said Taryn. November raised a single eyebrow. He was double-dipping, said Taryn. A few days ago, he contacted me on Kalaskar. Claimed that he had found an archaeological relic of enormous significance and wanted to sell me the location. And you believed him, said November. We've done this sort of thing before, said Taryn, and he never steered me wrong. Jack the censor thought Felix might be trying to sell his find to the machinists. She rubbed her face. If I had to guess, I would say that Felix wanted to sell me the location, but also tried to take the machinists' money and leave them with nothing. He must have thought that he could take their money and run. A logical conclusion, said November. Clearly he was mistaken. Clearly, said Taryn, remembering the blood seeping into the hotel carpet. What did Mr. Quincy want to sell to you? Said November. The location of the Ark of the Third Solar Republic, said Terran. They sat in silence for a moment. Seriously, said November. He got machinist operatives to pay a substantial amount of money for that snake oil. No wonder they killed him. See for yourself, said Jack. He had brought the laptop bag with him from the flight cabin, and opened the bag, and put the computer on the galley table. Quincy's laptop, said November. Yeah, said Jack, digging through the bag. For an awful instant, Terran was afraid they had lost the encryption key, but he pulled out the thumb drive a few seconds later. It was encrypted, but Adelaide figured out where Quincy had hidden the thumb drive with the encryption key. There was a backup drive attached to the laptop, and we think Redsplat took it with her after she killed Quincy. He plugged the drive into the laptop and unlocked it. See for yourself. Jack rotated the laptop to face November, and the other Alpha operative began scrolling through Felix's data. Terran had known November for several years and had rarely seen him taken off guard, so she had the distinct pleasure of watching the surprise go over his face. This is genuine, said November. Either that or it's one of the best forgeries that I've ever seen, said Jack. Terran reached into her jacket and pulled out the nanotech medallion that Felix had given her. It clanged a little when she set it on the galley table. I don't think it's a forgery. I think Felix really did stumble across the Ark of the Third Solar Republic and got killed when he tried to sell the information to the machinists and walk away with their money. November picked up the medallion and ran his thumb over the symbol. These are uncommon enough antiquities. Jack grunted. You know about ancient art? Some, said November, not looking up from the laptop as he scrolled through files with one hand. I specialize in financial fraud, as you recall. And one of the traditional methods of laundering large sums of money is through the sale and purchase of artwork or antiquities, which has always seemed cumbersome to me. Gems and ingots of rare metals are much easier to move and far simpler to liquidate. His eyes narrowed as he peered at the laptop screen, and he took another drink of coffee. If these files are faked, then Quincy did a superb job of it. He would not have the skill for something like that. The sale of illegal antiquities was his living, not computer fraud. That means either he hired a hacker of exceptional talent, or they're real sensor readings, said Terran. More to the point, the machinists believe the Ark is real and that Quincy found it, said Jack. Which means we have to take it seriously, too. The Ark might be a freighter full of dusty old junk, but if there is any chance the machinists might get it, we have to act. Agreed, said November. But really, Jack. Dusty old junk. This could be the greatest archaeological and cultural discovery in thousands of years. Jack only grunted. My experience with the machinists has made me wary of ancient relics. But that's different, said Terran. Those came from the great elder ones. The Ark came from Earth. I don't know how many different interstellar human nations there have been. But the Ark came from Earth, and Earth is the common heritage of all humanity. Everything about the kingdom of Kalaskar or Mercator or the Falcon Republic found its beginnings on primeval Earth. So much that has been lost or forgotten, and the Ark could help us recover that. Jack and November stared at her. Good speech, Dr. Terran, said November. She sounded like she was narrating a documentary, said Jack. Didn't she? Terran blinked and then smiled. She was usually the one teasing him, not the other way around. Well, I've had a lot of practice, said Terran. You really believe that, don't you, said Jack. About the common heritage of humanity and all that. I do, said Terran. I always loved history, Jack. There's nothing really new, you know. Compared to our ancestors, we have far more tools. Hyperdrives and artificial gravity and plasma weapons and artificial limbs. But nothing's changed. People are still the same and make the same mistakes. Maybe history can help us avoid them. If you understand history, you can understand people. She took a deep breath. I guess that's why I always got along with Felix, even after I understood how shady he was. She did not want to have to explain her former relationship with Felix to John November. He understood that too. Tried to profit off it, true, but he understood it. And I've profited off it too, haven't I? There's a difference between writing books and making videos, said Jack, and selling information to the machinists. While your tangents are always fascinating, Dr. Tarrant, said November, I believe we should return to the problem at hand. Which one? Said Jack. There are several. Let's assume for now that the Ark is real, and that Quincy found it, or at least knows where it's going to be. Redsplat and those Iron Hands murdered Quincy and took his backup drive. That assumes the Ark's location data is on the drive, which means it will be on this laptop. Then we should sort through those files, said Tarrant, getting to her feet. She retrieved her laptop and Jack's and returned to the galley, and November copied Quincy's data to the two machines. They spent the next several hours sorting through Felix's data about the Ark. Tarrant felt a pang of sadness as she did. Felix, despite his bad habits, had been a methodical and organized man, and his data was laid out in an orderly and logical way. This key thing, said Jack, scowling at his screen. His files mention it often. What is it? I think, said Tarrant, rubbing her eyes, that it's probably an authentication token. I concur, Dr. Tarrant, said November. An authentication token used to predict the location of the Ark's next hyperjump. I don't understand, said Jack. What kind of authentication token? Felix, when he didn't know something, tended to bluster to cover his ignorance. When Jack didn't know something, he said so, and he didn't care what anyone might think of it. It was one of the things Tarrant admired about him. Based on both the historical data and the information Mr. Quincy uncovered, said November, it seems that Ark has been traveling from location to location using a navigational algorithm to select its next destination at random. Quincy found the algorithm in the asteroid mine, but the algorithm contains a random element, making it impossible to predict. Except that would also make it impossible to recover the Ark, said Jack. Just stumbling across it in deep space would be a 1 in a trillion chance. Optimistically, said November. Jack gestured at an image of the Ark on his laptop screen. But Quincy obviously found it. To make sure the Ark could be recovered, said Tarrant, it looks like its designers used an authentication token. You know how certain banks give their customers a small plastic token with a little screen that displays random numbers? Jack nodded. When the customers access their bank's network page, they have to enter the random number from the token before they can log in. Precisely, said November. There are ways around that, of course, but it is sufficient to defeat most basic hacking attempts. For the Ark, it seems its designers built several authentication tokens they call the keys of the Ark. An overly dramatic name, but the purpose should be obvious. This must be the key that Redsplat seeks. The keys display the random number of the Ark's navigational algorithm, said Jack. Plug in the number from the key into the algorithm, and you know where the Ark is going to be. Exactly, said November. It appears that Quincy found both the algorithm and the key, and used them to track the Ark. That was how he obtained his sensor data. Jack sighed. And the key is hidden someplace on Caldera Station, isn't it? Specifically, said November, in a secure storage locker in one of the station's casinos. He tapped a few keys on Felix's laptop. Storage locker 998, in the Golden Diamond Casino and Hospitality venue, to be precise. Then it's clear what we have to do next, said Tarrant. We've got to get to the casino and take the key before Valerie Redsplat. She looked at Jack. Do you think we can get there before Redsplat does? I don't know, said Jack. He drummed the fingers of his left hand on the table, performing a calculation in his head. John, do you know what kind of ship Redsplat has? An Oradrian Drive Yards cargo gunship, said November. Unfortunately, I am uncertain if it has been modified beyond its stock specifications. He yawned. It's been quite a busy day. We might be able to get to Caldera Station before she does, said Jack. Or we might not. She was leaving Quincy's hotel in a hurry with his backup drive. She could have gotten into space at least a full hour before we took off. The Tiger's fast, but an empty Oradrian Drive Yards gunship could be faster. He shook his head. There's no way to know until we get there. Should we contact Sensor? Said November. Additional aid might be welcome. She and Jack shared a look, both frowning with thought. I don't think we have the time, said Terran. Redsplat has a head start on us. We'd either have to fly back to Kalaskar itself, or send a message with a courier service once we get to Caldera Station. By the time Sensor could respond or send help, Redsplat and the machinists will have found the Ark. She's right, said November. I'm afraid it's up to us. Then it's going to be a race, said Jack. 7. Caldera. The day and a half of their flight to Caldera Station passed quickly. March spent most of the time alternating between piloting the Tiger and performing diagnostic checks on the hyperdrive and the fusion drive, trying to wring every last bit of speed out of the engines. Redsplat would probably arrive at Caldera Station before they did, and that meant Mach's window to find the key would be limited. The situation would call for a great deal of improvising, which he did not like. In all the years he had spent as first an Iron Hand and then an Alpha operative, he had learned that better planning could mean the difference between a successful operation or a failure. Of course, even the best plan could not prepare for every eventuality, and March was good at improvising when necessary. He just did not like it. He and Adelaide took turns with the piloting duties. November holed up in the galley, sorting through the collection of data on Quincy's laptop, in hopes of finding anything that might serve as an edge. After a few hours, March went to get some sleep, instructing Vigil to alert him if anything went wrong with the ship. When he awoke, Vigil informed him that one of the air handlers in the crawlspace over the dorsal corridor had failed and needed to be manually restarted. Adelaide was still in the flight cabin, so he left the ship in her hands and climbed into the crawlspace above the corridor. The crawlspace was larger than it seemed, but still tight for a man of Mach's size, and he went forward on his hands and knees with his toolkit until he found the air handler's access panel. March tried restarting it, no luck. Probably the main motor coil had burned out, which was a common problem with this model of air handler. It was so common that March made sure to keep a spare coil in his toolkit, and by now he had probably replaced the coils in every single air handler aboard the Tiger at least twice. He pried the access panel off the side of the unit and started to get to work. And as he did, he realized something he hadn't known about the Tiger. Anyone in the crawlspace could hear conversations in the flight cabin. "Good evening, Dr. Terran," said November. "I trust the ship hasn't blown up yet." "If it did, you would be the first to know," said Adelaide. "Briefly, anyway." "Coffee?" Adelaide cracked a yawn. "Yes, thank you. You are at times oddly thoughtful, John." "Simple self-preservation, I fear," said November. "You are piloting the ship at the moment, and I don't want you to fall asleep and fly us into a supernova." "Hyperdrives don't work that way," said Adelaide. "Supernovas still have mass and consequently a gravity well, and the gravity well would pull us out of hyperspace before the ship was in serious danger." "Reassuring," said November. "Where's Jack?" "Fixing one of the air handlers," said Adelaide. "That way we won't asphyxiate before we fly into that supernova." "Likewise reassuring," said November. March got the panel off the air handler and began undoing the wires that held the motor coil in place. It felt a little strange to listen to November and Adelaide's conversation, but there wasn't really anything he could do about it. "Find anything new in Felix's files?" said Adelaide. "No," said November. "I'm afraid we've already extracted all the useful information. Our enterprising Mr. Quincy did indeed find the Ark of the Third Solar Republic, but if we want to locate and secure the ship before the machinists do, we'll need to get to the key first. It is simply a race." "At least the Tiger's a fast ship," said Adelaide. "Red Splat won't get to Caldera Station long before we do." "No," said November. "It's fortunate that Jack was here." "I agree. It's also fortunate you were with him." "I agree even more." They lapsed into silence. March got about half the wiring couplings undone on the motor coil. "Oh, all right," said Adelaide, followed by a sigh. "Let's get it over with." "Dr. Tarrant," said November. He sounded affronted. "Whatever do you mean?" "You're about to ask me a large number of inappropriate personal questions," said Adelaide, half amused, half annoyed, "since while embarrassment is a foreign concept to you, curiosity is not. You're just trying to think of a tactful way to do it. But you'll be useless until you get the questions out of your system, so let's get on with it." "I like to think that we've known each other long enough that tact is no longer a necessity," said November. "That's never possible for anyone." March wondered what the hell they were talking about, though he focused on the wire couplings. "I find it frankly fascinating that you and Captain March are in a long-term relationship," said November. "I know both of you quite well, and you both seemed focused on your work to the exclusion of all other activities." "Okay," said Adelaide. She paused for a while. "How did you meet Jack?" "Some years ago, I was investigating financial irregularities in the Antioch system," said November. "As I'm sure you know, the Antioch Liberation Front is a shell organization for machinist agents, and the Final Consciousness uses it to launder a great deal of money from Orodrian banks. Unfortunately, I made a mistake and had to flee for my life, and wound up stranded in the deserts of Antioch. Censor sent Captain March to rescue me, and he did so successfully." "Ha," said Adelaide. "That's exactly how we met mostly. I was on an archaeological expedition, and the machinists decided they wanted some of the relics I dug up. They set a trap for us when we returned to Kalaskrin space, and Jack shot them down. Saved the lives of everyone on the expedition." She sighed. "I lost my ship, though. Took too much damage to be repaired. Though I will admit that compared to the Tiger, she handled like a wallowing pig." March finally got the motor coil loose, and he slid it out, shoved the spare into place, and began the laborious process of reconnecting all the wire couplings. "And then," said November. Adelaide sighed. "You're observant enough. You can probably figure it out. Why do you even care?" "I don't have many friends for obvious reasons," said November, "so I am concerned about the welfare of those I do have." Adelaide sighed again. "All right. We just clicked. You know, I was a widow. Then I was with Felix for a while, which was a mistake. I think they call that the rebound relationship. Something like that. But it didn't end well, and I decided I was done with relationships. I was going to focus on my work, and that was that. And I did for nearly 12 years. And then I met Jack." She sounded at a loss for words, which was unlike her. "I've never met anyone like him. And he understands." Her voice grew quiet. "He hates the Final Consciousness as much as I do. My family, I love them, but if they knew about my work for the Silent Order, they wouldn't understand. They would want me to move on. I can't. I can't stand by while the machinists keep hurting people the way they hurt me. Jack understands that. I mean, I love my work, the writing, the videos, the archaeology, but in a way it's all window dressing. The Silent Order is my real work. And Jack understands revenge the way you do, said November. Don't say anything bad about him, said Adelaide, her voice hardening. He's brave and kind and loyal. We only see each other 1 week out of every 3, but I don't worry about him with other women. He could have nearly any woman he wants, but he doesn't act that way. I wouldn't dream of saying anything bad, said November. As I mentioned, I would be dead in the deserts of Antioch 3, if not for Jack. Though I am surprised, how long have you been together? 2 years, I told you. I am surprised at that, said November. Though I am pleased for you. You both seem happier. I am, said Adelaide, her voice quiet again. I think Jack is. I hope he is. I worry about him all the time. Though I am curious, said November, given the many genetic and metabolic alterations the final consciousness made to Jack, the physical act of lovemaking might. March rolled his eyes as he finished wiring the coil into place. For God's sake, said Adelaide. Now that is an inappropriate question, John. So it would seem, said November. I don't think I've ever seen you blush before. And if you must know, said Adelaide, I have absolutely no complaints whatsoever. Quite the opposite, in fact. Jack is exceptionally talented at many things, and that's one of them. March felt himself smirk at that, and then restarted the air handler. The machine powered up with a whir that was, thankfully, loud enough to block out the noise of any other discussions from the flight cabin. He moved back down the crawl space, a tangle of emotion in his head. He was touched that Adelaide thought so highly of him. And yet again, he wondered if it was time to retire as an Alpha operative, to settle down quietly on Kalaskar with Adelaide. The struggle with the final consciousness was a generations-long battle, and it would likely continue long after March had died. No one could be an Alpha operative forever. Once, he had thought he would spend the rest of his natural life fighting against the Silent Order. Maybe it was time to stop. Or at least transition to a different role in the struggle, one that would keep him on Kalaskar more often. He shook his head as he climbed down into the dorsal corridor, sealing the access hatch shut behind him. It was something he could think about once the mission was over, once he had gotten Adelaide safely back on Kalaskar. But there was always one more mission, wasn't there? March put the entire mess out of his head, stowed his toolkit in the engine room, and headed back to the flight cabin. Adelaide sat at the co-pilot station, watching her screens and holographic displays. November sat behind her, at the tactical station. Not that he had any idea how to use any of the consoles there, but it was a convenient place to sit. Air handler working again, said Adelaide, flashing him a quick smile. Yeah, said March, sitting at the pilot station and checking the status readouts. Everything showed green. I can hear it working again, said November. Adelaide frowned at him, and then looked at March, her eyes going wide. And if we can hear the air handler working, said Adelaide, that means Jack could hear everything we said. Indeed, said November. As always, he showed no trace of embarrassment. Well, Jack, you can rest assured that Dr. Tarrant has no complaints whatsoever about your performance in. Adelaide jerked a thumb at the door. Out. November grinned as he rose to his feet. I should look through the data once more. He disappeared through the flight cabin door. I'm sorry about that, said Adelaide. Talking about you behind your back. I shouldn't have done that. March shrugged. She looked so embarrassed. It wasn't as if you said anything unfavorable. I should know better, said Adelaide. Gossiping like a teenager. But John has a knack for getting people to talk. That he does, said March. Usually followed by receiving a punch to the face. How did you meet him, anyway? The silent order, said Adelaide. About 6 years ago, one of my publishers started secretly putting out pro-machinist propaganda. The Royal University Press, of all things. I met John when Censor assigned him to track down the source of the funds, and I helped him. One of the editors had gone over to the machinist side, and John and I exposed him, and he was arrested and executed for treason. Adelaide took a long breath. John is, well, he's not what I expected. Absolutely brilliant, yeah, but I thought he would be a sociopath. He's not, though. He just only cares about a few people, said March. I think you and I are two of them. He paused. Did he try to sleep with you? Adelaide opened her mouth, closed it again. Yes. I shot him down. Politely, of course. I thought it would piss him off. I think it sort of impressed him, and we've been friends ever since. He's a strange man, said March, but a loyal one. We've been in some bad situations together, and come out alive. He ran a diagnostic on the life support systems, making sure that the repaired air handler wasn't acting up. And I'm a lucky man. You make your own luck, Jack, said Adelaide. I was talking about you, said March. She blinked at him, her gray eyes wide. I almost walked away from you twice, said March. When we left Rust Belt Station, I planned to drop you off on Kalaskar and never see you again. I know, said Adelaide, her voice quiet. I wanted to change your mind. Guess I did. Then again on Kalaskar Station after the battle at Vesper's World, said March. I remember that, said Adelaide. You walked out of that restaurant with such a look on your face. I was sure you were going to tell me that you were sorry, that it couldn't work out. She hesitated. I was never brave enough to ask you what changed your mind. You did, said March. You said that you never met anyone like me. That's true for me too. I know it's difficult with me away so often. Adelaide shook her head. It's important work what you do. Not a lot of people can do what you do, Jack. I know you can't talk about it, but I bet you've saved a lot of lives and hindered the final consciousness a great deal. I'm thinking about retiring as an Alpha operative, said March. Adelaide's mouth fell open, and before she could bring expression face back to calm, a delighted smile went over her face. What would you do instead? Said Adelaide. Don't get me wrong, you have the skills and drive to do almost anything you want, but maybe I'll narrate historical documentaries, said March. Adelaide laughed. You could, but it might be hard. I love you, Jack, but at times you're a very frightening man. Hard to make a documentary with a frightening presenter. No one ever really leaves the silent order, said March. Adelaide nodded. Censor will probably arrange for me to get a job at the Ministry of Defense or the Ministry of Security. Try to keep more machinist infiltrators from getting into the government. What would you do with the Tiger? Said Adelaide. I'd probably sell the ship, said March. A wave of melancholy went through him. The Tiger had been his home for years, ever since he had become an Alpha operative. Giving up the ship would be hard. But it was, in the end, only a ship. Metal and bolts and deck plates. Adelaide was flesh and blood. Oh, said Adelaide. You really are serious about this, aren't you? You never talk about selling the Tiger. You were right, you know, said March. When we talked that first time on the Tiger. There are things in life other than revenge. Or maybe a whole life can't revolve around revenge. I'll never be able to destroy the final consciousness. I can hurt it, hinder it, but I can't destroy it. He took a deep breath. You were right. There is room for other things in my life. She hesitated, and reached over and took his right hand in her left. You don't have to decide now. No, said March. Not until this mission with Red Splat and the Ark is finished. I know, said Adelaide. I I don't want to pressure you or anything." Her voice grew quiet. "But I'd really like it if you were on Kalaskar more." She groaned and rubbed her face. Now that was just sad. "I said I'm not going to pressure you, and then I said I would like you on Kalaskar more. Apparently, I am now immediately contradicting everything I say." "No, you're not," said March. Adelaide blinked at him, and then burst out laughing as she got the joke. "You don't make jokes all that often," said Adelaide. Maybe I'm in a good mood," said March. "Shouldn't be, but I am." "Do you think John deduced everything we're talking about?" said Adelaide. "Probably," said March. "Or he'll pretend like he did and trick us into talking about it. That's also one of his favorite tactics." A day later, the Tiger exited hyperspace and arrived at the Caldera system. March had been here a few times before, and he was familiar with the system and its history. The Kingdom of Kalaskar had 7 core systems, and colonies and installations and stations in nearly 300 more. Yet the kingdom's claimed territory encompassed nearly 2,500 solar systems. The bald fact was that while every solar system had useful resources for humans, iron ore, hydrogen, frozen water, and others, only a relative few had planets suitable for sustaining human life. Many solar systems had never been settled, or were abandoned, or had only unofficial space stations and settlements, started by religious dissidents or political extremists or people engaged in illegal activities. Caldera Station was something of an exception to those rules. The system had 12 gas giants and 5 rocky inner planets orbiting a red giant star. The rocky planets were either too close or too far from the star to sustain life. While the gas giants had something like 1,000 moons between them, most of the moons were either asteroid-sized or balls of ice. The exception was a rocky moon orbiting the 7th gas giant. The gas giant was old enough that it didn't put out much radiation, and it was possible to build safely on the moon. In the vast depths of time, the moon had been volcanic, and a huge caldera had been left on its scarred, airless surface. Caldera Station had been built inside the rim of the caldera. It was a crater 10 miles across and 1 deep, and the station had been built into the cliff face, vast tunnels and hangars and workshops hewn from the cold stone of the dead moon. The base of the caldera was filled with hydroponic farms, enough to sustain the station's population of 10 million people. Not that the station needed to grow its own food. The caldera system was politically neutral thanks to bribes disguised as generous trade treaties, but the casino owners who ran the place were wealthy enough and powerful enough to do as they pleased, and it pleased them to run the station as an elaborate resort and reap obscene profits from the gaming floors. "And here we are," said March, steering the Tiger towards the dead moon and the glittering lights of Caldera Station. Landing on a planet-sized mass was tricky, but nothing he hadn't done numerous times before. It helped that the moon had no atmosphere, which meant he didn't have to worry about re-entry heat and wind resistance, and all the other countless complications of atmospheric flight. "Got our fake ID up?" "Yep," said Adelaide, tapping commands into her console. "We are now identifying as the Monitor, flying from Kalaskar, visiting Caldera Station for the purposes of recreation." "Recreation," snorted November from his usual place at the tactical station. "If you consider losing enormous sums of money to be recreational." "Some people do," said Adelaide. March keyed for an active scan of the station below, looking for any sign of Retsplat's ship. Almost certainly, she had reached the station just before them, or would be arriving any moment. "I have been here numerous times," said November. "Casinos are one of the traditional methods of money laundering, and I suspect that is why the Kalaskaran authorities haven't shut this place down yet." "A honey trap," said Adelaide. "Like the friendly face on Sibley Station. Easier to catch the flies when you know where they're going." "Precisely," said November. "Hang on," said March, as the communication light on his console started flashing. "I need to talk with Station Control." Adelaide, see if you can find Redsplat's ship. There were something like 200 ships docked in the caldera, ranging from light freighters like the Tiger all the way up to a massive starliner, and March hadn't spotted Redsplat's ship yet. John should have left the sensor profile in the computer. I did, said November, and Adelaide got to work. March spent the next 5 minutes talking with a bored-sounding flight controller. After paying an exorbitant docking fee, the monitor was granted permission to set down in docking bay 392. The controller then transmitted several brochures detailing all the amenities offered at Caldera Station's hotels, convention centers, and gaming floors, and March sent the Tiger on its final gentle vector towards the station. Got it, said Adelaide. Redsplat's ship is the Helix, and it looks like it's on one of the external landing pads. March started to ask for a sensor focus, but Adelaide was already on it, and he scrutinized the ship. The Helix was an Oradrian Drive Yards cargo gunship, with enough cargo space to act as a medium freighter, and enough armaments to serve as a light capital warship. It was 3 times the length of the Tiger, a winged oval shape with a chisel-shaped nose. Heavy armor covered the ship, and it had multiple plasma and laser turrets along both its dorsal and ventral sides. Good thing that's on the ground, said November. If we got into a fight with the Helix, I don't think the Tiger would last very long. No, said March. Though if we got into a dogfight in the station's airspace, the station would blast us to rubble. The radiation and kinetic shields would keep any debris from damaging the station, and all the guests in the casino's observation galleries would enjoy the light show. Guess if we get blown up, we should charge extra for it, said Adelaide. But the Helix was powered down and in standby mode, and there were no hostile starships near Caldera Station. March guided the Tiger to the moon's surface and eased the ship into docking bay 392, a large space carved from the rock of the moon. Harsh lights illuminated the bay, and metal servicing and fueling equipment ran along the walls and ceiling. March settled the ship down, felt the moment of stomach-churning disorientation when he shut off the gravitics, and they switched to the moon's gravity, and then flipped the Tiger to standby. Good landing, said November as Adelaide finished the remaining landing checklists. Thanks, said March. He locked his console and stood. Have you formulated a plan? Said November. Yeah, said March. We're heading to the Golden Diamond Casino. We'll see if storage locker 998 is available for rental. If it isn't, the key's still inside, and we'll steal it and get the hell out of here. If it is, that means Redsplat has the key, so we'll steal it from her, and then get the hell out of here. Vigil. Captain March, said the ship's pseudo-intelligence. Keep the sensors going and keep an eye on the Helix, said March. If there's any activity on that ship, I want to know immediately. Are guns allowed here? Said Adelaide. Some, said November. No plasma-based weaponry, but kinetic firearms are just fine. Adelaide snorted. So, no property damage, but shooting people is less expensive. That's how it usually is, said March. We'll stop by the armory on our way out. March was wearing his dark coat, and Adelaide her brown leather jacket over her jumpsuit. November's jacket had enough loose space to conceal a shoulder holster, and they each took .45 caliber Kalascaran arms pistols from the armory, the guns equipped with 28-round magazines. March took a pair of extra magazines and tucked them away in his coat and led the way from the ship. The docking corridor looked exactly as gaudy as March remembered. The floor was carpeted in blue, and the walls covered with gleaming white metal. Every dozen meters or so, there was a massive wall screen, displaying ads for some casino or restaurant or another. March would have preferred to walk, but time was critical. He hailed an autocab, told it to take them to the Golden Diamond Casino at the fastest possible speed, and paid the machine. The little electric vehicle started off, its motor whirring, and the gaudy advertisements blurred past. A short time later, they arrived at the Golden Diamond Casino. "Dear God," said Adelaide. Her reaction was understandable. The autocab had taken them through one of the station's enormous shopping concourses, past dozens of small shops, and then came to a halt before the casino's massive glass doors. Beyond was a vast lobby filled with couches and easy chairs, and two huge archways on either side of the lobby led to the gaming floors. The carpets in the lobby and the gaming floors were gold-colored, and the walls had been constructed of gold-colored metal. Enormous chandeliers hung from the ceilings, covered in synthetic diamonds. Gambling machines and game tables of every description filled the gaming floors, and the waitresses moved through the crowds with trays of food and drink. They wore golden cocktail dresses that looked as if they had been painted on. "I think you would find those outfits rather flattering," said November. Adelaide rolled her eyes. "If I leave archaeology for a new career as a cocktail waitress, I'm sure you'll be the first to know." "John," said March, "Adelaide and I are going to find out about the rental locker. While we're doing that, see if you can access the hotel's computer and find out if Retzplatt is staying here. If she already has the key, she might have taken it to her room." "Be right back," said November, and he changed direction and headed towards one of the public computer terminals in the lobby. March and Adelaide crossed acres of golden carpet and came to the hotel's registration counter. A half-dozen women stood ready at computer terminals, though in rather more modest costumes than the cocktail waitresses. One of the attendants beamed at March as he approached. "Good afternoon," she said. "Welcome to the Golden Diamond Hotel and Casino. How can I make your stay an enjoyable one today?" "Hi," said March. "I was hoping to rent storage locker 998. The clerk blinked at the odd request, but her smile never wavered. "One moment, please." She tapped a command into her keyboard. "We're in luck, sir. That locker just became available." March resisted the urge to curse. "Great," he said. "I'm going to go wait for the rest of my team. Be right back." "Now what?" said Adelaide, as they left the counter and headed for the public computer terminals. "Have any problem robbing a hotel room?" said March. "That's not the strangest thing I've ever done for the Silent Order," said Adelaide. "Jack, that's not even the strangest thing I've done with you." "At least there will be no giant alien insects this time," said March. "Dear God, don't remind me." March stopped by the lobby's public hotel computers just as November rose, slipping a thumb drive back into his pocket. Most likely it had been loaded with the highly illegal malware tools he used for his missions from Sensor. "Well," said March. "Any luck?" "Luck favors the well-prepared," said November with a smirk, "and luck is especially fond of me." Valerie Retzplatt did indeed check into the Golden Diamonds Hotel. Currently, she and two guests are staying in Executive Suite 19 on the Golden Diamond's highest level. Evidently, that suite features a superb view of the caldera itself, and according to the hotel's literature, watching the gas giant rise over the edge of the caldera is a spectacular experience. "Maybe we'll get to see it for ourselves," said March. "We're going to break into Retzplatt's room and get the key." "Splendid," said November. "Though I am curious how we are going to accomplish this." March looked at Adelaide. "Want to offer to work with Dr. Retzplatt?" Adelaide blinked a few times and then grinned. 8. Casino game. An hour later, Taryn stood in her cramped cabin in the Tiger, getting ready for her meeting with Valerie Retzplatt. To her surprise, Retzplatt had agreed to her message requesting a meeting at once. Taryn might not have an enormous amount of respect in the archaeological community, but she was famous, and more importantly, she knew how to generate funding for expeditions. Or perhaps Retzplatt was simply curious. It was also possible that Retzplatt and her Iron Hand allies realized that Taryn was with the Silent Order and wanted to eliminate her as a threat, which was why they were going to meet in a public place, and Taryn wasn't going alone. It was also why she was bringing a gun in her purse to the meeting. She checked her reflection in the cabin's little mirror, adjusting her hair as she did so. Taryn hadn't expected any need for formal wear on this trip, but she did believe in being prepared, so she had come ready. She had donned the outfit she usually wore when presenting a documentary: white blouse, snug black jacket, black pencil skirt, earrings and some makeup, and she was ready. The pistol went into her purse, and she stepped into the Tiger's dorsal corridor. Jack was waiting for her in the corridor, his eyes fixed on the wall as he thought about something, his brow furrowed. He was wearing a black Kalaskurin suit with a white shirt and a blue tie. Jack had told her more than once that he hated to wear a tie, not out of any sartorial preference, but because it gave an attacker an obvious avenue in hand-to-hand combat. The suit was just a little too snug around his chest and upper arms, but since that came from all the muscle, that was all right. Besides, the jacket was loose enough to conceal his shoulder holster, and a few other things he needed. "You know," said Taryn, and he looked up and smiled, "I know you hate ties, but I have to admit you clean up really well, Captain March." "I don't hate ties," said Jack, "but they're a liability in." "A liability in a fight, I know," said Taryn. "But if we're discussing clothing that's a liability in a fight, at least you don't have to wear high heels." Jack grunted. "Makes your legs look good, though." She grinned at him. "Do they?" The compliment pleased her to an absurd degree. God, she was almost 40, and sometimes she felt like a hormonal teenager around him. Taryn was grateful that Jack was a good man, because he had gotten under her skin and into her heart. "Do you like the skirt too?" "It's a nice skirt," murmured Jack. "You'd look better without it." "Or anything else." "I'm glad you think so," said Taryn, "but it would be hard to walk into the casino with." One of the cabin doors slid open, and November joined them, adjusting his own jacket. He too cleaned up well, though he had just added a tie to his usual wardrobe. "If you're done flirting," he said, "we should go." "Were you eavesdropping?" said Taryn. "Since the Tiger doesn't have eaves, that is physically impossible," said November. "Also no. A logical deduction, since if the two of you are left alone for any length of time, you start to flirt, followed then by." "Thank you," said Jack. "Shall we go?" They left the Tiger, Taryn's shoes clanging against the deck with every step. High heels were definitely not suitable for shipboard use. Jack hired another autocab, and they returned to the Golden Diamond. It was early evening on Caldera Station, and the lobby had a good crowd, heading for the casino's gaming floors and restaurants. Taryn heard laughter and conversation coming from the gaming floors. They stepped out of the traffic flow. "You're ready?" said November in a low voice. "Yeah," said Jack. "You've got it." November nodded and passed Jack a thumb drive, which he slid into a pocket. "That will work, but it will only give you 6.5 minutes before the casino's computers reboot and the cameras come back up. You will have to be quick. There's a computer terminal linked to the maintenance system on Retsplat's floor. I suspect that will be the best insertion point for the malware." Jack nodded. "I'll use that. Distract her for as long as you can." "I will," said Taryn. She hesitated, and then gave him a quick kiss. "Be careful." Jack nodded. "You too." He strode off towards the elevators. A flicker of fear went through Taryn as she watched him go. Jack had been in dangerous situations before. Situations far more dangerous than this, truth be told. Yet she still worried. Because she knew exactly what losing him would feel like. "Well," said November, shaking her out of the dark thoughts. "Shall we go have a pleasant chat with a machinist agent?" Taryn smiled at him. "I thought you would never ask." She and November walked through the gaming floor, past tables of men and women playing poker and blackjack and baccarat, and into one of the Golden Diamond's restaurants. In a refreshing contrast from the casino's gold-themed decor, the restaurant had been done entirely in shades of white and silver. The floor and walls were of polished white stone, the tables and booths in chrome, though Taryn supposed that made cleaning the tables a pain. Waitresses in trim black dresses moved through the tables, carrying trays of food and drink. Valerie Retzblatt waited at one of the tables with two men in dark suits. "Our escorts," murmured November. "They're almost certainly Iron Hands." "I know," said Taryn. She had seen those men with Retzblatt on Sibley Station, and they had the telltale signs: gloved hands to disguise their cybernetic left arms, the hair grown a little shaggy to conceal the hive implant at the base of their skulls. Both men had the flat, dead eyes of killers, and Taryn was a little discomforted by how much they reminded her of Jack. Likely one of those two Iron Hands had murdered Felix on Retzblatt's orders. Retzblatt sat between the two Iron Hands, watching her approach with cool interest. She wore the same sort of formal dark suit she had worn on Sibley Station, with no jewelry or makeup. Her black hair was well on its way to gray, her thin face set in a perpetually bitter expression. Human lifespans varied wildly based on the planet of origin, but Retzblatt looked well into middle age, which on Mercator would put her somewhere around 70 or 80 years old. "Dr. Retzblatt," said Taryn. "Dr. Taryn, I see," said Retzblatt, her hard eyes scrutinizing Taryn. "Please be seated." Taryn sat, and November followed suit. "This is my associate, Mr. November." "We know who he is," said one of the Iron Hands in a quiet, cold voice. November only smirked at him. "I've heard of you," said Retzblatt, ignoring the exchange. "Dr. Adelaide Taryn, the Royal University of Kalaskar's star archaeologist." Taryn smiled. "I rather doubt my colleagues would share that assessment." "Petty jealousy is the defining characteristic of the academic," said Retzblatt. Her smile did not touch her eyes, nor did it ease the hard lines of her face. "No doubt they would refer to you as the celebrity archaeologist of the Royal University of Kalaskar." "And other things," said Taryn. "Some of them not nearly as flattering." A waitress approached. Retzblatt ordered a glass of wine, as did November. Taryn requested a cup of coffee. "I can understand that. If I've heard of you, then you've heard of me, I assume." "I have heard of you, Dr. Retzblatt," said Taryn. "I read some of your articles on the Nunavik royal tombs." Retzblatt let out a harsh laugh. "Let's not waste time with polite games, shall we? You know about me because of those royal tombs." The Nunavik grew angry that I was looting, as they like to call it, the tombs of their long-dead kings. Never mind that the Nunavik themselves had forgotten the location of those tombs millennia ago, forgotten the knowledge that they even existed. But because I found those tombs and documented them, the Nunavik complained to my government, and so Mercator was pleased to destroy my career and declare me a tomb robber. "Truth has little value to governments in general," said Taryn. Her sympathy for the woman was lessened somewhat by the fact that Retzblatt had in fact sold many of the historical artifacts she had taken from the tombs on the black market. "So," said Retzblatt, "since my government declared me a tomb robber, I decided to become one in truth. And do you know what? The money is amazing. In the last year alone, I made 37 times more than the combined salaries of every single one of my former colleagues at the University of Mercator." "Money is a good way to keep score," said Taryn. "From what I hear, you have no aversion to money yourself," said Retzblatt. The waitress returned with their drinks. Retzblatt paid the bill and took her glass of wine, and Taryn and November took their coffee. The idea of sitting and talking with Felix's murderer made Taryn's stomach turn, but she kept the revulsion from her face. If working for the Silent Order had taught her anything, it was the importance of keeping your eye on the ball, of keeping the objective of the mission firmly in mind. Victory would be achieved by preventing the machinists from claiming the Ark, not by ranting at Retzblatt in a restaurant. "Thank you for the coffee," said Taryn. Retzblatt took a sip of her wine and stared at Taryn, frowning. "You know, you really have a very pretty face." "Thank you," said Taryn, surprised. You've bought me a drink, and now are giving me compliments. I'm not sure how to take that. And you do have a pleasant voice, said Retsplat, as if to herself. I can see why you have a successful media career. Myself, I was never quite so pretty, and my voice was never pleasant. And all those books you've written too. I never liked to write. I rather enjoy it, said Taryn. Though she still hadn't told Jack about the adventure novels she had written under a pen name. Maybe once this was over. So, Dr. Taryn, said Retsplat, taking another sip of wine and leaning back in her chair. What do you want from me? I've come to warn you, said Taryn. Have you? Said Retsplat with disinterest. Have you ever met a man named Felix Quincy? Said Taryn. Retsplat smiled a little, and Taryn wanted to punch that smile from her face. Several times as it happens, said Retsplat. Like me, he was a tomb robber. Unlike me, he wasn't very good at it. Far too fond of drink and women. Vices that lead one to a bad end. She sipped at her wine. You and Mr. Quincy worked together several times, did you not? We did, said Taryn. He pointed me in the direction of some finds, and I made sure they were excavated and documented correctly. How typical, said Retsplat with a cynical smile. The legitimate archaeologist won't dirty her hands by working with a tomb robber, but she has no trouble following his tips. But like you said yourself, you're really more of a celebrity archaeologist. Taryn decided to ignore the insult. I know you spoke with him on Sibley Station recently. Retsplat raised her eyebrows. Did you? Did you also know that he was murdered in his hotel room? Said Taryn. Retsplat blinked once. Taryn had to admit that Retsplat had a superb poker face. Murdered, she said at last, setting her wine glass down. How? Someone broke into his hotel room and killed him, said Taryn. Probably a blunt object to his skull. Coras Corporation is investigating his death. Mr. Quincy contacted me about an archaeological find he had located, some relic or object from the Third Solar Republic. Whoever murdered him took his computer files. If Mr. Quincy also contacted you about his find, I'm afraid your life is probably in danger from whoever killed him. Is it? Said Retsplat. She gestured at the iron hands sitting on either side of her. Taryn suspected neither of them had blinked once during the conversation. I'm in a dangerous business, Dr. Taryn, and I know the risks. Which is why I have hired excellent security to join me. I think Mr. Quincy was playing both of us, said Taryn. I think that he offered to sell both of us the location of his find. Maybe it would be best for us to work together. Retsplat smirked. And then you'll get credit for the find. Maybe we could both have credit, said Taryn. A joint discovery. An interesting offer, Dr. Taryn, said Retsplat. Can I be honest with you? I would prefer it, said Taryn. I used to be so concerned about the past of mankind, said Retsplat. About the need to preserve our history and learn from it, to apply the lessons of our past to our future. I agree, said Taryn. I don't, said Retsplat. What is the past but a long succession of miseries and failures? The history of mankind is failed civilization stacked upon failed civilization. She shook her head. We shouldn't seek to learn from the past. We should seek to destroy it utterly. To burn away all the old laws, the old conventions, the old social customs. To take our technology and use it to create a perfect society, one harmonious and just and unified of purpose. For the first time emotion came into her dark eyes, and it was the cold, hard glitter of fanaticism devoid of mercy. We should annihilate the past and remake humanity into something new and better. Taryn had wondered if Retsplat had been working with the agents of the final consciousness out of convenience or greed, but now she knew better. Retsplat was a true believer, had been converted to the cause just as Patrick Orson had been. Jack had observed more than once that academics were especially vulnerable to the bloodthirsty utopian dreams of the final consciousness. Given how many machinist sympathizers Terran had exposed in the University of Kalaskar, she could not disagree, and it looked like Jack was about to be proven right yet again. "Given that this is a neutral station," said Terran, "that sounds dangerously like the creed of the final consciousness." Retsplat gave a dismissive shrug. "So what? I'm not Kalaskaran. And the kingdom of Kalaskar and the government of Mercator are too afraid of the final consciousness. A hive mind is the logical next step in the evolution of humanity. It's going to happen someday. Why not embrace it and make the most of it?" Terran wondered how Retsplat would react if she knew the hive mind of the final consciousness was built on the ancient technology of a malevolent alien race from another reality. "I think we can put aside the question of politics," said Terran. "Are you willing to work with me to locate Quincy's find?" "No," said Retsplat, her mouth curling with distaste. The fanaticism in her eyes changed to contempt, and Terran realized that Retsplat loathed her. "I said I will be honest with you, so here is the truth. I despise you, Dr. Terran." "Any particular reason?" said Terran mildly. "Your description of yourself as a celebrity archaeologist is entirely accurate," said Retsplat. "You are a piece of pretty fluff with a nice voice, and that is the entire foundation of your career. Your books are the worst sort of popular trash, and without any trace of scholarly rigor or academic merit. Your videos and documentaries are tedious beyond description, and seem to be nothing more than an excuse for you to stride around wearing a tight skirt that flatters your ass." She leaned forward, that cold light in her eyes brightening. "At best, you're merely a popular entertainer. At worst, you're simply an attention whore." "Well," said Terran, "I suppose that's a no then." Retsplat shook her head. "And the worst part is, you fail to realize how utterly ridiculous you are, how transparent. You're—" One of the iron hands leaned over and started whispering into Retsplat's ear. She frowned, and then her eyes widened for just a second before her disdainful mask returned. The machinists knew that Terran was part of the Silent Order, and Terran suspected those two iron hands had just informed Retsplat of that fact. Terran wondered if Retsplat realized just how expendable the final consciousness considered its sympathizers and collaborators. "Well, Dr. Terran," said Retsplat, "it has been a fascinating conversation, but I'm afraid I don't want to work with you, and we have no further matters to discuss." "I should advise you, Dr. Retsplat," said November, smiling faintly, "that you will almost certainly be questioned by Quaras Corporation in connection to Mr. Quincy's murder." Retsplat smirked at him. "They are welcome to try." "We." In perfect unison, both iron hands got to their feet. A surge of alarm went through Terran, and her hand jerked to where her gun waited in her purse. But the iron hands weren't looking at her. Rather, they were staring at the gleaming white ceiling, towards the guest rooms. The iron hands were part of the machinist hive mind, and that meant they could communicate instantaneously over short distances, letting them move and fight in perfect harmony. And if the iron hands had reacted that way, Terran went cold. Had Jack just run into another iron hand? "Excuse me," said Retsplat, getting to her feet. She and the iron hands hurried from the restaurant. "Do you think they know our plans?" said November. "Come on," said Terran, rising. "Jack might need our help." March took the elevator to the hotel's 12th floor, where Retsplat had checked into Executive Suite 19. He never liked elevators. They were too confining, and they were a terrible place to have a fight. Hand-to-hand combat in an elevator tended to come to a bloody end very quickly. But the Golden Diamond was the sort of place where only the employees took the stairs, and a man in a suit climbing the stairs would draw attention. A man in a suit riding the elevator was utterly unremarkable. The elevator dinged. March adjusted his shoulder holster and concealed November's thumb drive in his right hand. As an afterthought, he slipped an earpiece over his ear and paired it to his phone, activating its camera function. While committing burglary, recording your activities was generally a stupid idea, but it was possible Retsplat would have evidence about her intentions and plans in the hotel room, evidence he might overlook at the time. Then the elevator door slid open, and March strode into a wide corridor with a thick carpet. Pictures of pastoral landscapes hung on the walls, and the doors had been paneled with real wood over a steel core. March walked past the door leading to Suite 19, taking a quick glance over it to make sure there were no obvious traps. The janitorial closet was 6 doors down from Suite 19, and as November promised, there was a small computer terminal inside. The screen was locked, displaying the Golden Diamonds logo and a prompt for login credentials. March stepped into the closet and plugged November's thumb drive into the computer's access port, then donned a pair of dark leather gloves. For about 5 seconds, nothing happened. Then an LED on the side of the drive flashed red 3 times. The terminal rebooted, white text scrolling across a black background, and the drive's LED changed from a flashing red to a steady green. The server that controlled the casino's security cameras had just rebooted. March had 6.5 minutes until the cameras came back up, a grand total of 690 seconds. He could get a lot done in 690 seconds. March jogged back up the corridor, reaching into his jacket as he did so. The door to Executive Suite 19 was secured with a high-quality electronic lock, but March pulled out the small black cylinder of a highly illegal lock scrambler. He touched the cylinder to the lock. The device let out a low buzz, and the lock clicked open. He took a deep breath, drew his pistol in his right hand, and swung the door open in silence. The room beyond was large and dim, the only light coming from a pair of recessed panels and the massive window on the far wall. The large room had a pair of large couches facing an enormous wall panel screen, and a wooden dining table with 6 chairs. There was a desk with a laptop bag on it, near the window. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, March saw the caldera itself, the lights of the station, and the blue-green bulk of the gas giant rising over the caldera's far edge. The advertisements had been right. It really was a spectacular view. Utter silence reigned in the room. March glided forward, his eyes sweeping the furniture. There were doors on the left and the right walls, both of them half open, and they led to bedrooms. He had 6 minutes to search the room and find the key. Both bedrooms would be equipped with safes, and most likely Retsplat had secured the key in one of the safes. The bedroom on the right first, he decided, and then the one on the left. If he didn't find the key here, then Retsplat had already taken it to the Helix. But March doubted it. He didn't think Retsplat had managed to get back to the Helix quite yet. Taryn had called her almost immediately after Retsplat had taken the key from Quincy's rented locker. That meant either the key was in the hotel room or that Retsplat still had it with her. March turned towards the bedroom on the right, and then a glint of bronze caught his eye. There was a metallic object lying on the desk next to the laptop bag. It was the exact same shade of bronze as the medallion that Quincy had shown Taryn. Could Retsplat have just left the key lying on the desk? March walked towards the desk, his senses straining for any trace of danger. As it happened, the key of the Ark looked exactly like a giant bronze key. March had expected a thumb drive or a pass card or an authentication token, not a giant metal key. It was as long as his forearm, and it looked like an ornate key, almost like something from a child's story about a magic wardrobe or something. There was a small screen on the handle of the key, currently displaying a 64-digit number in glowing letters. The navigational algorithm that Quincy had found was missing a 64-digit to compute the Ark's next destination. And that number was glowing before March's eyes right now. He would take the key, get the hell out of here before Retsplat returned, and then he and Adelaide and November would get to the Ark. March started to reach for the key with his left hand, and then a flicker of motion caught his eye. The huge window filled most of the wall, and it was made of transparent metal. Transparent metal wasn't quite as reflective as glass or clear plastic, but it did reflect some light, and in the faint reflection of the light, March glimpsed something moving to his left. He threw himself to the side, which was the only thing that saved his life. The plasma bolt sizzled through the space his head had occupied a quarter of a second ago. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Of course, Red Splat hadn't left the key unguarded. But she hadn't trusted to locks and safes to protect it. She had entrusted it to an iron hand. March hit the ground and rolled, his gun hand coming up, and he squeezed off 2 quick shots. The muzzle flashed bright in the dim room. That was the only thing that saved his life. The iron hand that had come from the bedroom on the left had already lined up his next shot, and March's fire forced him to dodge. The plasma bolts that had been aimed at March's torso instead tore 2 smoking craters into the floor. The iron hand ducked beneath the dining table and flipped it over with a shove from his cybernetic hand, creating a barrier. That was a problem. The iron hand's plasma pistol could fire right through the table with a minimal loss of power. March's kinetic pistol lacked a similar punch. And as if that were not bad enough, a second iron hand emerged from the bedroom on the right, plasma pistol in his right hand. The gun tracked towards March, and he rolled to one knee and squeezed off a shot. The iron hand saw it coming and ducked for cover behind the bedroom door. With an iron hand on the left and an iron hand on the right, March was stuck in a crossfire unless he acted right now. He shoved off the floor with his cybernetic hand and got to his feet, firing his pistol at random as he did so. The iron hand on his left remained crouched behind the table, the one on the right behind the bedroom door. March ran backward, squeezing the trigger. He had been an iron hand for years, had been among the best iron hands the final consciousness had ever created, so he knew how they would react. The noise and muzzle flash from his gun would trigger their training, would make them take cover for a few seconds. But once they realized he only had a kinetic firearm, the iron hand behind the table would start shooting through the wood. March slammed into the door, kicked it open, and ducked behind it as both the iron hands opened up with their plasma pistols. He threw the door closed as the plasma bolts tore twin craters through the door's wooden paneling and steel core. Hot splinters of metal and wood stabbed at his neck and jaw, and the stink of burned wood and melted steel filled his nostrils. He sprinted down the corridor as fast as he could, reaching the stairs at the end of the hallway and ramming through the door. March didn't think the iron hands would pursue him. He knew that the cameras in the hallway would be disabled for another few moments, but they didn't know that. Charging through the hotel's corridors with plasma guns in hand would be a great way to draw the attention of the local security forces. Instead, March was worried about Adelaide. Red Splat had almost certainly taken some of her iron hands to the meeting, and any iron hands or other machinist drones on Caldera Station would be able to communicate through their local hive mind segment. If Red Splat decided to kill Adelaide, he shoved his pistol into its holster, grimacing at the obvious smell of cordite, and ran into the Golden Diamond's lobby. There were no signs of alarm. The chatter from the gaming floors was the same as before, and the staff at the front desk continued their work. March spotted Adelaide and November emerging from one of the gaming floors, and March changed direction to intercept them. He hadn't taken 3 steps before Adelaide hurried towards him, November following. "You're safe," said Adelaide, relief flickering over her expression. "Yeah, but we need to move," said March, looking around. There were iron hands in Red Splat's room. "Maybe we should contact station security," said November. "Perhaps we can arrange to have Red Splat arrested before she escapes." March shook his head and headed for the front doors. "On what charge?" "It's possible she or her allies might have bribed the local authorities. If she did, we'll be outgunned. We need to get off Caldera Station right now." "Did you find the key?" said Adelaide. "I did, but I wasn't able to bring it with me," said March. "But I don't think we'll need it. I'll explain once we're in space." He hailed another autocab, paid it double to get them back to the Tiger as fast as local laws allowed. A short time later, they were back on the Tiger, and March was in the pilot's acceleration chair, speaking with station control, as Adelaide ran through the pre-flight checklists at the co-pilot station. A moment later, March secured permission to leave, and he fired the ship's anti-gravs, spinning the Tiger and sending it lifting off from the caldera. At once he keyed for a sensor scan, sweeping the caldera for any sign of the helix. But Redsplat's ship was already gone. "Damn it," muttered March. Still, he hadn't expected anything else. "Redsplat left," said Adelaide. "Yeah," said March. "And she took the key with her. Best guess is that the Ark is nearby, and she's heading right for it. Quincy must have computed its course and stored the key here to make it easier to hand the Ark to his buyer." "Then we lost," said November from the tactical station. "Not yet," said March, pulling up the navigational algorithm that November had copied from Quincy's laptop. The algorithm loaded on the Tiger's navigational computer, and March paired his phone to the pilot's console, downloading the video file. "Your earpiece," said Adelaide, frowning at the side of his head. "You weren't wearing it when you went upstairs." "I wasn't," said March. "Thought it might come in handy." One of the holographic displays lit up with a recording, and March fast-forwarded through it. And as it turns out, I was right. He froze it, an image of the key hovering over the pilot's console. "That's it, isn't it?" said November, leaning forward. "That's the key." "That is definitely Third Solar Republic design," said Adelaide. "Those numbers." "I think John was right," said March. "The computer copied the numbers from the image of the key and added them to the navigational algorithm. I think that's the authentication token, and I think that we can use it to calculate the Ark's next jump and location. We just need the computer to grind through the numbers." As they waited, March settled the Tiger into orbit around Caldera Station, well away from the traffic lanes leading to the station. He checked the scanners, seeking for any sign of the helix, but the ship was gone. The Tiger did pick up a residual dark energy distortion just beyond the moon's gravity well. Almost certainly, that was where the helix had entered hyperspace a few moments ago. 6 minutes later, the navigational computer finished its results, and March brought up the coordinates, superimposing them over the local interstellar map. "Good God," said Adelaide, peering at the map. "Is it really that close?" The algorithm claimed that for the next 96 hours, the Ark of the Third Solar Republic would be exactly one hyperspace jump away from the Caldera system. "The NK98002b system," said November, peering at the holographic map. "Completely uninhabited. No major traffic routes pass through it. The Kingdom of Kalaskar claims it, but has never bothered to do anything with the system, and frankly, none of the other major interstellar powers care enough to contest the claim. There's nothing of value there." "Except for the next 96 hours, the Ark," said March. "Just as well the Ark's there," said Adelaide. "That will make it much easier to legally claim it for the Kingdom of Kalaskar." She hesitated and looked at March. "We are going after it, aren't we?" "Yes," said March, his fingers dancing over the console. He already had Vigil working on the hyperspace calculation. Redsplat had 4 Iron Hands with her in the hotel, and however many she had left behind on the helix. Iron Hands aren't exactly common, and I doubt she has more than 6 or 7 of them in total. If she gets aboard the Ark and manages to take control of it, we'll never see it again. This is our best and only chance to keep the ship from the machinists." "Can we get to the Ark before the helix?" said November. "We're about to find out," said March. Vigil finished the hyperspace calculation, and March sent the ship into hyperspace. 9. Relics. 3 hours and 47 minutes later, the Tiger shot out of hyperspace at the edge of the NK98002b system. During the hyperspace jump, March had changed out of his formal clothes to one of the suits of powered scout armor he kept in the armory. The armor was uncomfortable, interlocking plates of gray ceramic and metal over a black bodysuit, but he suspected that he was going to have to board the Ark, and the more protection and weapons he had, the better. Adelaide and November had likewise changed to suits of scout armor. "Why did you have 4 suits of armor?" said November from the tactical station. "I got a discount with an order of 4, said March. "Those things are expensive." But the real reason he had gotten the scout armor had been for Adelaide. March had never used it, and the Iron Hands had been trained to fight without relying on powered armor. Yet when Adelaide accompanied him on the Tiger, she sometimes insisted on following him into danger. If she did, he wanted her protected. Hence the scout armor. March wore the scout armor himself, partly because Adelaide would insist on it, and partly because if he was going to fight Iron Hands, he needed every possible advantage. March knew just how deadly his former comrades would be. He had been one of them, after all. The instant the Tiger exited hyperspace, March started bringing the ship's defenses online. He raised the kinetic and radiation shields, and Adelaide charged the plasma cannons, the twin laser turrets, and the central railgun. March disabled external communications to block malware attacks. He also put full power to all the sensors. That would make the Tiger easy to detect, but no doubt the Helix would be running full power to its scanners as well. "Shields are raised and weapons all charged," said Adelaide in the calm tone she used while in a fight. "I've got a dark energy scan going, and we should be getting results in a matter of there." She fell silent for a few seconds, and then her eyes went wide. "I've never seen anything like that." March stared at the screen. Most human and alien starships gave out predictable dark energy signatures, since their hyperdrives employed radiation from the alpha band of dark energy radiation. Some alien races used other bands of dark energy radiation, and the humanity in the Vesper system had employed the gamma band. Something about 15 million kilometers away was giving off a tremendous amount of delta band dark energy radiation. "Do a sensor focus," said March. "Radar, ladder, infrared, everything. I want as much information as possible." "Acknowledged," said Adelaide, her hands flying over the controls. "We should be getting results in about 50 seconds. She glanced at March. "A lot of the early human hyperdrives used delta band dark energy radiation. We eventually switched to alpha band, since it doesn't attract nearly as many macrobes." "That's a good thing," said March, remembering some of the macrobe-mutated humans he had fought aboard the Alpine a few months before he had met Adelaide for the first time. "Sensor results coming in," said Adelaide. She fell silent as the holographic image hovered over their consoles. "He was telling the truth, wasn't he?" said Adelaide, her voice quiet. "Felix was telling the truth." "Looks that way," said March. The starship was huge, over 36 kilometers long from bow to its sublight drive nozzles, larger than nearly any starship constructed by humans today. It was a peculiar bronze color, the same color as both the medallion and the key, and March wondered if the hull was composed of functional nanotech machines. That many nanobots networked together inevitably developed system errors, but perhaps the ancients of the Third Solar Republic had found a way around that problem. There were rings of blisters around the ship's circumference, one every kilometer or so. March was uncertain if the blisters housed weapons or sensor equipment or something else. The Tiger's sensors did not detect any radiation or kinetic shields around the ship, but they did register a peculiar gravitic distortion that March suspected was a kind of force field. "The Ark," murmured November. March set a course for the huge ship, watching the sensors for any sign of the Helix. "That ship is over 100,000 years old," said Adelaide, "and it's still fully functional." "A remarkable engineering achievement, to be sure," said November. "That's understating it," said Adelaide. "At the moment, I'm more interested in finding modern engineering," said March. "Watch for any trace of the Helix." The ancient engineering might be a bigger problem, said Adelaide. Jack, if we fly the Tiger into that gravitic distortion, it might rip the ship apart. Wait. Her hands flew over the controls. We're getting better sensor resolution now, and I can see a gap in the gravitic distortion. There's also a radiation trail leading to it. She frowned at the display and tapped a few keys. And what looks like an open hangar bay. I think, let me see if I can get a visual. She zoomed in, using the Tiger's visual sensors to get a closer look at the side of the Ark. A moment later, the image appeared on one of the screens. It was a bit grainy due to the immense distance, but the Tiger's computers and optical sensors were up to the task. A hangar bay opened on the side of the Ark, about 3/4 of the way down the hull towards the stern. Inside the bay, March saw the armored shape of the helix. Redsplat had indeed reached the Ark first. He watched the sensor readings as the Tiger drew closer to the Ark. She doesn't realize that we followed her, said March. Adelaide frowned. She must have realized that we were chasing her, But she doesn't know that you recorded the number on the key, said November, following March's train of thought. For that matter, she doesn't know that we have all of Quincy's data. She will just assume that Quincy met Dr. Tarrant, tried to sell her the Ark's location, and was murdered. I suspect our foe has not realized that we are so close behind her. That radiation trail is still fresh, less than an hour old, said March. She hasn't been on the Ark for very long. And unless I miss my guess, said Adelaide, scowling at her screens, the helix is on standby. No active weapons or defenses. She looked at March. I think you're right. Redsplat screwed up. She didn't realize that we could follow her. And if she left any of her iron hands in the bay to guard the ship, said March, his voice grim, we will be able to take them out before we land. But if they are keeping watch in the bay, said November, almost certainly they will see the Tiger's approach, since that's our only viable landing point. Yeah, said March, grasping the controls as a plan formed in his mind. It was risky, but the opportunity to take out several of the enemy at once was too good to pass up. Adelaide, get a firing solution for the ventral laser turret. Low wattage enough to cut organic matter and thin metal, but not enough to penetrate hull plating. As soon as we're in range, I want the ventral laser turret to sweep the landing bay. How far out can we manage that? Adelaide tapped commands into the tactical section of the co-pilot's console. About 800 kilometers, more or less. If they're paying attention, they'll see us, said November. And firing into the Ark's hangar bay might trigger the ship's automated defenses. I assume the Ark has some. Not necessarily, said Adelaide. Redsplat probably had to turn the defenses in the hangar bay off before she landed the helix. And if we try to bring the Tiger in for a landing in the hangar with iron hands watching, they could have the kind of heavy weaponry they need to bring down the ship. Or they'll get back on the helix and use its turrets. All right, said March, watching the distance to the Ark count down as the Tiger drew closer. We'll take a risk. Load the firing solution for the turret. We need to head for the Ark as fast as the ship can manage, then cut the fusion drive and use the ion thrusters to slow down. That should give us a firing window of a few seconds. On it, said Adelaide, calculations flashing across her screen as she configured the tactical options. All right, we've got a firing solution. I've loaded it into the tactical computer, and I'm sending it to you now. March nodded. Let's see if I'm right or not. The firing solution flashed across his screens, and March opened up the fusion drive, sending the Tiger hurtling towards the Ark. The ship shuddered, the gravitics and the inertial absorbers struggling to keep up with the strain. March watched the numbers scroll across his display, and then he reached the target point. He cut the fusion drive and fired the ion thrusters, slowing the ship, and another shudder went through the Tiger. At the same time, the ventral laser turret fired at low wattage, rotating to sweep across the landing bay on the side of the Ark. No power surges from the Ark, said Adelaide. No signs of defensive weaponry. Then let's land and see what happens, said March. Rather amusing, is it not? Said November. If we had attempted that maneuver with a starship built in the Third Solar Republic, the inertial forces would have turned us to hamburger and ripped the ship to debris. The ancients might have had their secrets, said March, watching the sensors as he guided the Tiger towards the bay, but some things have improved since then. He eased the ship into the bay, using minimal bursts from the ion thrusters. One of the screens showed a visual display from outside the ship. The bay was huge, easily large enough to accommodate both the Tiger and the Helix. The Helix only filled about a quarter of the available space. Racks of unrecognizable equipment hung from the ceiling, no doubt ancient refueling and maintenance machinery. There was a massive archway on the far side of the bay. March rotated the Tiger and set the ship down between the Helix and the archway. From there, the ventral laser turret could cover both the Helix and the corridor, and the dorsal turret could fire down the corridor if necessary. Look, said Adelaide, pointing at one of her screens. It showed a visual feed from outside the Tiger. 3 prone figures lay on the deck. The image resolution was good enough that March saw wisps of smoke rising from the bodies of the dead Iron Hands. It seems you were right about Retsplat leaving a guard on her ship, said November. Yeah, said March, entering commands into the console. I'm going to leave the Tiger on active standby with the reactor online. Weapons will stay charged. If we need to get out of here in a hurry, or if we have to fall back to the ship and fight, I want it ready. Vigil, send me a notification immediately if anyone approaches the ship or if anything anomalous shows up on the sensors. Acknowledged, Captain March, said the pseudo-intelligence. Let's go, said March, getting to his feet. We'll get our helmets and our weapons. They left the flight cabin and hurried to the armory. March handed out weapons. He gave Adelaide and November each a plasma assault rifle and then a plasma pistol. For himself, he also took a kinetic energy firearm and a tactical harness supporting grenades and spare power packs. Hey, said Adelaide, taking her helmet. The Scout Armor's helmet had an insectal appearance, with a black visor and an elaborate breath mask to filter out toxins. Just have to do something quick. What's that? Said March, adjusting his harness. She leaned up and gave him a quick hard kiss. For luck, said Adelaide, grinning at him, and then donned her helmet. The seals locked into place with a faint click. Do I get a kiss? Said November with a snort. I think that would be bad luck, said Adelaide. The helmet made her voice metallic. Especially if you do it in front of Jack. March grunted and put his own helmet in place, the seal locking. The heads-up display inside the helmet lit up, superimposing sensor status over his vision. The helmet's visor included an array of sensors, along with an atmosphere checker. Given that no one had breathed the atmosphere on board the Ark for 100,000 years, that could be useful. Comms check, said March, and they checked to make sure the helmet's radios could communicate with Tiger and with each other. Let's go. He led the way down the dorsal corridor and through the empty cargo hold to the airlock. The airlock cycled with a hiss, and March stepped into the Ark's cavernous landing bay, his armored boots clicking against the strange bronze metal of the deck. The 3 dead Iron Hands lay on the deck near the Helix, and they had been sliced neatly in half by the turret's beam. There was no blood since the beam had cauterized and burned everything within 6 inches of its contact. March was grateful the mask on his helmet filtered out any potential odors. Their hive implants are still intact, said Adelaide, raising her rifle. I'll shoot. Don't, said March. We don't know if there are any weapons detectors here. He strode forward, stooped over the dead Iron Hands, and one by one ripped the hive implants out of the back of their heads. That made a bit of a mess, but it would keep the machinists' cybernetic implants from taking over their corpses and turning them into puppets of meat and nanotech. Red Splat couldn't have more than 6 or 7 iron hands with her, said November. She had 2 with her on Caldera Station, said March, tossing aside the last hive implant and straightening up. 2 in her hotel room and probably 2 or 3 on the ship. But since we killed the iron hands in here, said Adelaide, pointing her rifle at the archway on the far side of the bay, the others will know we're here. At a minimum, they know something has gone wrong, said November. How should we proceed? We'll head deeper into the Ark, said March, taking one last glance around the bay. We'll have to kill the iron hands. If possible, we should take Red Splat alive. She's a machinist agent, and she'll have a great deal of useful intelligence about their covert networks. At the very least, she can stand trial for Quincy's murder. Good, said Adelaide, her voice hard. But March knew that would be easier said than done. Taking an iron hand alive was nearly impossible, and holding one prisoner was an invitation for disaster. The remaining iron hands with Red Splat would have felt their comrades' deaths through the hive mind, so they would expect trouble. March felt an overwhelming urge to tell Adelaide to stay on the ship, out of harm's way, but he knew that would be a poor idea. For one, she knew far more about ancient history than he or November did, and they might need her help with the Ark. For another, the Tiger would not necessarily be safe. If the iron hands got past March and November, they might destroy the Tiger. No, for now, they had a better chance of success if they stuck together. Let's go, said March, and he headed for the archway on the far side of the hangar bay, Adelaide on his left and November on his right. They had covered maybe half the distance from the Tiger to the corridor, when the air in front of them shimmered. March came to a sharp halt, his rifle coming up, his finger tensing on the trigger. Was it a force field? A microwave or maser attack? The ripple in the air brightened and resolved itself into a human figure. It's a hologram, said Adelaide. March's sensors agreed with that assessment. The hologram was a human woman with black hair and blue eyes, wearing a high-collared garment that looked like either an elaborate short-sleeved red dress or a kimono. The hologram was lifelike and nearly opaque, with only a faint glow around the edges. The woman smiled at them, and then started speaking in a strange language. Do you know what she's saying? Said March. I do not, said November. I don't either, said Adelaide, but I recognize the language. It's First Imperial. First Imperial, said March. Yeah, said Adelaide. It was the common language of the Sol system at the time of the Third Solar Republic, and became the official language of the First Terran Empire. The official language of Kalaskar and Mercator, and the Falcon Republic, and most of the other human interstellar nations is Fifth Imperial, since we're mostly successor states of the Fifth Terran Empire. The woman said something else, and then she smiled. Welcome to the Ark, said the woman in Fifth Imperial with an odd accent. My name is Alexandrine, and I am an interactive assistant designed to welcome newcomers to the Ark. March frowned behind his helmet. You speak our language. How? The Ark's designers anticipated a contingency where the vessel might not be found for many thousands of years, said Alexandrine, smiling. And the ship's computers continually analyze any radio transmissions detected in interstellar space. That made sense. Humanity had been blasting radio transmissions into deep space for tens of thousands of years, and a large portion of it was unencrypted. A sufficiently powerful computer could compile a linguistic database by monitoring those transmissions. This is necessary to fulfill my function of welcoming authorized guests aboard the Ark. Authorized, said March. We are authorized guests. Alexandrine paused. I regret to say that you are not. However, 22 minutes ago, guests bearing a properly authorized key arrived and enabled landing in this bay. The guests did not rearm the local defenses with the key. So while you are not authorized guests, you are not unauthorized, and there is no reason to engage local defenses at this time. Not unauthorized, said November. I feel at home already. "Should you have any questions, you need only say Alexandrine to summon me," said the hologram. "I will be happy to answer any questions you have, provided the information is not restricted." "Don't go away," said March. "We have questions. How many people landed on the ship before us?" "7," said Alexandrine. 6 human males, 1 human female. The 6 men showed substantial signs of cybernetic and genetic alteration. Alexandrine smiled at him. "You show much of the same marks of cybernetic alteration." "We've met," said March. "Unfortunately, 3 of the guests seem to have been killed by a powerful laser discharge from outside the ship," said Alexandrine. "Had the local defenses been armed, the Ark's weaponry would have destroyed the incoming ship. However, the guests with the key disarmed the local defenses and did not rearm them." "Thank God for literal-minded computers," said November. "Those remaining 4 guests, the one with the key," said March. "Where are they now?" "The guests are currently in Presentation Gallery 401, said Alexandrine. "Presentation Gallery 401 is directly in front of you. Simply follow the main corridor. I should inform you that any attempt to damage the historical artifacts in Presentation Gallery 401, or any attempt to interfere with the operational capacity of the ship's systems, will trigger a lethal response from the local defenses, as authorized by the Historical Preservation Act, passed by the General Assembly of the Third Solar Republic." "So shooting other guests is all right," said March, "but not shooting at the ship." Alexandrine hesitated. "Shooting other guests is not covered by the Historical Preservation Act passed by the General Assembly of the Third Solar Republic, and no specific directives have been issued on that topic." "All right," said March. He looked at the others. "Let's head for Preservation Gallery 401. Careful with your guns. Don't want to accidentally shoot something and have the ship's defenses fall on our heads. I'll take point." "Alexandrine," said Adelaide as March started forward. "I have many questions." "Of course," said Alexandrine with a smile. The hologram glided after them. "My directive is to provide guest information." "How is the Ark functional after all this time?" said Adelaide. March walked into the corridor and looked around. The walls looked like metal plates welded and fused together, and conduits ran overhead, but there was no sign of any other doors. After about 100 meters, the corridor ended in another archway. Beyond it was a large room that looked like it was full of glass-fronted steel refrigerators. "The Ark was constructed using state-of-the-art nanotech recycling and automation systems," announced Alexandrine with some pride. "Our molecular furnace and manufacturing facilities can harvest raw materials from asteroids and comets and assemble them into new components for repairs and maintenance as necessary. Power is provided by 24 different fusion reactors. While in normal space, electromagnetic ram scoops continually harvest hydrogen, which is fed into the fusion reactors to provide a constant level of power for preserving our historical artifacts. Due to the level of redundant systems, automation, and resource harvesting, the Ark has been in continuous operation for 105,034 years, 3 months, 2 weeks, and 4 days. To the best of our knowledge, the Ark holds the record for continuous operation of an unmanned interstellar starship in human history." "How many visitors have found their way onto the ship?" said March. "Today is the first day visitors have come to the Ark since we were launched 105,034 years, 3 months, 2 weeks, and 4 days ago," said Alexandrine. March felt a chill. He had seen some truly ancient things during his travels. He had walked through alien ruins that predated human spaceflight, perhaps even human civilization. Monastery Station in the Eschaton system had been ruled by an insane, ancient alien artificial intelligence, albeit a remarkably congenial one. The relics of the great elder ones he had stolen from the machinists might be older than humanity, older than the universe itself. They were so old that a human mind could not simply grasp the number of years. Yet for all that, it was still chilling to walk through the Ark. Human beings had designed and built this starship, and until today, no humans had set foot on this ship for over 100,000 years. And yet the lights were still on, the life support still worked, the gravity and the engine still functioned. It was an utterly staggering feat of engineering. A hard conviction grew in Mach's mind as he considered that the final consciousness was not even a millennium old. When Adelaide talked about the need to preserve the past, to learn from its lessons, he did not entirely understand what she meant, but it was obviously important to her, so he didn't argue with it. The Ark might have been built by a tyrant, but it had outlasted the tyrant, outlasted the government that built it, outlasted 5 separate Terran empires, a testament to the genius and skill of the men and women who had designed and constructed the ship. The machinists didn't deserve this ship. March did not share Adelaide's reverence for the past, but neither did he have the machinists' loathing for it. They would destroy the Ark out of their desire to remake all of humanity into the final consciousness, to annihilate everything of the past and remake the remnants into their hideous nightmare vision of unified mankind. March had little patience with abstractions, but he knew the machinists would destroy the Ark out of their arrogance and malice, and that was enough for him. He was going to stop them. "I don't think you have to worry about anyone breaking that record anytime soon," said Adelaide. Even through the metallic filter of her helmet, he heard the awe in her voice. He understood. "The record is unimportant," said Alexandrine with good cheer. "The mission of the Ark is to preserve historical artifacts until they can be retrieved by a legitimate authority. The continual spaceflight is simply a means to that end." "Adelaide John," said March, "shut off your external speakers. Talk using the comm units in your helmets. I don't want Red Splat to hear us coming." There was a pause. "Acknowledged," came Adelaide's voice through the helmet speakers. "Ready," said November. "Let's see what's in Presentation Gallery 401, said March. About 5 seconds later, Alexandrine disappeared. March wondered why, and then realized the holographic interface was voice-controlled. If they didn't say anything, she wouldn't appear. They walked through the archway at the end of the corridor and came into a vast rectangular room. It was about the size of the hangar bay, but with a far lower ceiling. The walls and ceiling were built of the same bronze metal, but the floor was a dark chrome color, and March saw his distorted reflection playing across the deck. "Definitely wouldn't want to wear a skirt in here," said Adelaide in a dry voice. March looked back and forth, trying to spot any movement in the vast chamber. It was at least half a kilometer from one end to the other, and there were hundreds, if not thousands, of those glass-fronted refrigerator-like objects. The devices ranged from the size of a bookcase to the size of a small garage, and there were 1,000 different places for someone to hide. A great place for an ambush. 1,000 great places for an ambush. Though if a single plasma bolt struck one of those machines, no doubt that would trigger the defenses. The Ark had endured for 100,000 years, and if the ship had lasted that long, then God only knows what kind of defenses those genius engineers had built into the vessel. "Keep an eye on those refrigerators," said March. "The Iron Hands will probably use them as cover." "Refrigerators," said Adelaide, her voice puzzled. "Jack, I think they're display cases. Or status units that double as display cases." She took a few steps to the side, rifle raised, and came to a stop in front of one of the smaller cases. "Oh my God!" March took a few steps towards her, gun ready, wondering what horrible thing she had seen in the case. Instead, he found himself looking at a golden mask. The display case was about the size of a bookcase, and inside was a compartment fronted with transparent metal. A dim red glow illuminated the compartment, and even across the millennia, March recognized the familiar design of stasis equipment. There were only so many possible configurations of a stasis coil, after all. Inside the chamber hovered a golden mask. The face was that of a serene young man, and a peculiar cylindrical beard extended from his chin. He wore an odd headdress of gold and sapphire stripes, and a rearing cobra and what looked like a vulture's head rose from his brow. "That's the mask of Tutankhamun," said Adelaide. "Who?" said March. One of the pharaohs who ruled ancient Egypt on primeval Earth." "You know, like in the Bible," said Adelaide. A vague recollection of a church service about the Israelites and the Exodus floated to the top of March's mind. The discovery of his tomb was a major milestone in the history of scientific archaeology. Everyone thought this mask had been lost in the destruction of primeval Earth. March looked up and down the aisles of stasis units. There were thousands of them, and if every single of them held a priceless historical artifact, the entire history of primeval Earth might be aboard this thing. Adelaide stepped to the next case. Inside was a large sheet of yellowing paper, covered in tight lines of what looked like handwriting. "Do you know what that is?" said March. "No," said Adelaide. She gestured at a plaque next to the case, which was covered in an alphabet that looked vaguely familiar but was nonetheless illegible. "But I can figure it out. I loaded a software package for translating written First Imperial on my helmet HUD before we left the ship. Let's see, it's something called the Declaration of Independence from the United States. One of the first nation-states from primeval Earth to attempt manned spaceflight." "I wonder if there's a treasure map on the back," said November. "Those don't usually end up on the back of government documents," said March. He took a few steps to the side, trying to keep everything in sight at once. "I think." He saw something that caught his eye. One of the nearby cases was the size of a garage, and inside was an ancient machine. It had a roughly cylindrical central core, with a radio dish sitting on top, a retractable antenna jutting from its side. Another arm held cameras and other scientific instruments. "I wonder what that is," said Adelaide. "Let me translate." "No need," said March. "It's called Voyager 1. "Really?" said Adelaide. "How do you know that?" "It's on the standard exam for a Kalaskuran starship pilot's license," said March. "There's a historical section on the test. This was the first spacecraft to ever leave the Sol system. Once mankind developed the hyperdrive, someone flew out along its vector and picked it up. Suppose it's been sitting in here ever since." "We could spend all day sorting through the historical relics," said November. "If this is Presentation Gallery 401, said Adelaide, "then that implies there are at least 400 other rooms of this size on the Ark, and if they're all holding this many relics, then the implications are astonishing," said November. "However, none of it matters if we cannot find Retsplat and her remaining iron hands." "He's right," said March, and he made up his mind. "I'm going to take a risk." "What risk?" said Adelaide. "I'm going to ask Alexandrine if she knows where the other guests are," said March. "You'll have to use your helmet's external speaker to talk to her," said Adelaide. "And if the Iron Hands are listening, they'll know where we are," said March. "But we have to find them as soon as possible. Retsplat still has the key, and if she gets to the bridge or a control room and can take command of those local defenses the hologram was talking about, we're dead." "That's a good point," said November. "That's a very good point." "All right," said Adelaide. "You ask where Retsplat is," said March. "John and I will keep watch." Adelaide's helmet bobbed in a nod, and then she spoke. "Alexandrine." Her voice was soft, but it was enough for the computer to detect it. The air shimmered, and the holographic woman appeared once more. "How may I be of assistance?" said Alexandrine. "The other guests," said Adelaide. "We would like to meet with them and discuss what they think of the many excellent historical relics on the ship. Do you know where they are? Are they still in Presentation Gallery 401? "They are not," said Alexandrine. The other guests have exited Presentation Gallery 401 and are proceeding sternward along the portside ventral corridor to Auxiliary Control Room 2. "Shit," said March. "We'll have to run." "Which way?" "Portside ventral corridor access is in that wall," said Alexandrine, pointing. "The portside ventral corridor terminates at Auxiliary Control Room 2, which is 6 kilometers away." "Let's go," said March, and he broke into a run. 10. Automatons. Adelaide was grateful she had spent so much time running. It helped while running in the heavy armor. The armor itself made the task easier, of course. The servos in the arms and legs increased Adelaide's strength, and they helped her keep up with Jack, who ran damn fast for such a big man. Yet the armor itself was also heavy, and she was not used to running while bearing this much weight, or while carrying a plasma assault rifle. Yet she kept up. All those miles running on the treadmill, and all that time spent lifting weights occasionally paid off. The portside ventral corridor was as wide as a mid-sized Calasaran church, and the ceiling was at least as high. Bundles of cables and conduits ran along the ceiling, and every few hundred meters, large archways opened off the corridor. Through those archways, Adelaide saw thousands of rows of stasis cases, each one holding a rare historical artifact. The thought made her head spin. The Ark was 36 kilometers long, and no doubt a good portion of its internal volume went to the automated systems and manufacturing facilities that had kept the ship functioning for 100,000 years. But even so, the ship held tens of thousands of historical relics. Adelaide could probably spend weeks going through the ship before she spent even 2 minutes looking at each relic. The Ark would be the greatest find in the history of archaeology. She could not let the machinists destroy this ship. They kept running. Between the archways to the presentation galleries were small lounges with couches and tables. Adelaide was surprised that the furniture had survived the passage of the millennia, but the perfect climate control would preserve many materials. Plus, the furniture was built out of the same bronze metal as the rest of the ship. Likely the maintenance systems just replaced the cushions every few centuries or so. From time to time, drones moved through the corridor, going on mysterious errands of their own. Most likely they were maintenance drones, inspecting the Ark for damage. Some of them moved along on wheeled treads, arms tipped with tools jutting from their cylindrical bodies. Others skittered along on spider-like legs. A few of the drones floated on localized anti-grav units, passing with a low, nearly subvocal hum. Adelaide feared that some of the drones might carry weapons and attack, but the drones ignored them. Perhaps the drones were maintenance units and didn't possess any offensive capabilities. Or maybe they were all armed to the teeth, and if Red Splat got control of them, they would turn into an army. That wasn't a pleasant thought. It made the running easier. The armor had a limited climate control system, and it kicked in, helping to keep Adelaide cool, though she still felt the sweat dripping down her face and back. The armor was going to reek once she finally got it off. Jack's voice crackled over her helmet's comm. "There." Ahead, Adelaide saw 4 small figures heading down the center of the corridor, perhaps 400 or 500 meters away. One of them was shorter and thinner than the others. That would be Red Splat, and the other 3 would be Iron Hands. Adelaide glanced at her HUD, looking at the numbers floating before her vision. She had turned on the odometer before they had left Presentation Gallery 401, tracking the distance they covered. According to the odometer, they had run 5.5 kilometers. Which meant they were almost to the end of the corridor, and that meant Red Splat was almost to the control room. "Faster," said Jack, and somehow he put on an additional burst of speed. Adelaide found herself wheezing a little as she tried to keep up with him. It shouldn't have surprised her. In other circumstances, she had found Jack's strength and stamina rather pleasurable. At the moment, she envied it. "Any moment now they're going to see us coming," said November. He too was breathing hard. What I wouldn't give for an auto cab. Veer towards the wall, said Jack, and he did so himself. We'll have to take cover behind the furniture. It's solid enough to soak up a few plasma blasts down. Now. They had drawn close enough that they were no more than 100 meters from the four figures. With her helmet's enhanced visual detail, Adelaide saw the three Iron Hands walking in escort formation around Retsplat. They had been walking at a brisk pace for the control room, but they hadn't started running. Perhaps they hadn't realized that the threat was so close. But they did now, and in perfect unison all three Iron Hands whirled and started shooting. Like Adelaide and the others, they carried plasma assault rifles, and the Iron Hands unleashed a barrage on full auto. Plasma bolts carved smoking craters and chunks from the walls and floor. Jack answered in kind, sending plasma bolts screaming towards Retsplat and the Iron Hands, who ducked and raced for a cluster of furniture next to one of the entrances to a presentation gallery. Adelaide squeezed off 2 quick shots and sprinted for the nearest cluster of furniture as November ducked behind it, firing. She started to throw herself behind a metal couch, and the plasma bolt caught her in the stomach. It struck like a hammer blow, and the impact threw her to the deck behind a couch with a metallic clang. The breath exploded from her lungs, and for a stunned instant Adelaide could not move. "Shit," she said. Some part of her mind pointed out that her mother wouldn't approve of that language. Catherine Renton had run a strict household. Then again, her mother had never been shot with a goddamn plasma bolt, had she? "Adelaide," Jack's voice cracked in her helmet comm. I'm fine," said Adelaide, rolling to one knee and peering around the corner of the couch. That wasn't bravado. Red text scrolled across her HUD, declaring that her radiation shield had lost 78% of its power with that hit, and that her abdominal armor had suffered an 11% loss in integrity. The scout armor would protect her from 2 or 3 more direct hits, and then she was dead. Since a plasma rifle on automatic could spit out between 8 and 12 bolts a second, stopping 3 more direct hits wouldn't count for much. "We're pinned down here," said November. "So are they," said Jack, and he leaned over the edge of the couch to send another volley of plasma fire at the cluster of furniture 70 yards away. He ducked just in time to avoid the answering volley that ripped apart the couch cushions. For the next 3 minutes, the fight continued that way. Adelaide, Jack, and November were all behind one of the long couches, and thankfully the bronze metal that made up the couch seemed able to soak up a great deal of plasma fire. Unfortunately, the machinists had the benefit of the same cover. Adelaide wondered if Jack could throw a grenade, but 70 meters was way too far even with his cybernetic arm and the scout armor strength enhancements. She and Jack and November peered around the couch and fired when they could, but the Iron Hands answered with return fire at once. "Wish I'd brought the damn grenade launcher," grunted Jack. "Perhaps the drones will intervene," said November. Adelaide doubted it. A half-dozen drones zipped back and forth in the space between the 2 furniture clusters, repairing the damage to the floor and walls. One of the Iron Hand's plasma bolts accidentally destroyed a drone. Adelaide wondered if that would trigger the local defenses Alexandrine had mentioned, but nothing happened. The designers of the Ark must have focused their full attention on defending the relics in their stasis cases. Perhaps they hadn't anticipated the possibility of a firefight in the corridors. Then the Iron Hand's fire stopped. Adelaide wondered if they had run out of power packs for their weapons, but a harsh voice rang over the corridor. "Terran," shouted Retsplat. "Is that you?" "Yeah," shouted Adelaide back. The speaker in her helmet amplified her voice. "You know, people usually try to talk before the shooting begins." "You killed the Iron Hands guarding my ship," Retsplat pointed out. "If you want to talk, why don't you come over here and we'll chat?" Adelaide smirked. "You first." Retsplat snorted. "You might be just a pretty face, but it seems like your head isn't entirely filled with hot air. What do you want? Maybe we can work out a deal." At the edge of her hearing, Adelaide caught one of the Iron Hands murmuring something, and Retsplat snarled an answer. "What do I want?" said Adelaide, wondering if Retsplat and the Iron Hands were about to start arguing. Perhaps that would be an opportunity. "I don't want you to hand the Ark over to the machinists." "Keep them talking," came Jack's voice over her helmet comm. "If you keep her talking, she might make a mistake, and that will be our opportunity." "If you hand the Ark over to the machinists, they'll destroy it," said Adelaide. "This ship is filled with history, with the common heritage of humanity." "A deal then," said Retsplat. "I'll let you take, say, any 10 artifacts from the ship. If I can pull up an index of the contents, you'll be able to pick and choose. You can go back to Kalaskar in triumph. Imagine if you return to Kalaskar with the Resolute desk, or the crown jewels of Great Britain, or the first functional hyperdrive prototype ever built. You'll be a national hero. All those academics who sneered at you and mocked you as a popular lightweight, I imagine they'll shut up very quickly." "Didn't you just call me a pretty face with an empty head?" said Adelaide. "So what?" said Retsplat. "We're not friends. We're on the opposite sides of a war, Dr. Terran. But perhaps we can help each other out. You can take any 10 artifacts, and I'll take the Ark. No one will blame you. 10 artifacts are better than none." "No," said Adelaide. "If you hand over the Ark to the machinists, they'll destroy it." "Well, that's not quite right," said Retsplat. "They'll scour it from end to end first. In many ways we're more advanced than the ancients, but in some areas, the knowledge of their technology has been lost. The Third Solar Republic and the First Terran Empire had nanotechnology more advanced than anything available today. Their automation technology was better, obviously. For that matter, it's possible they worked out a way to create an artificial intelligence without it descending into homicidal insanity. How else has this thing been able to stay functional for 100,000 years? But they'll still destroy the Ark and its contents," said Adelaide. "Once they've stripped it of anything with practical use." "Obviously," said Retsplat. "Why should they not? Some of the technology has practical value, and the items built of gold or gems will have market value. But in the end, the Ark is a giant freighter hauling around a collection of old junk. Hardly worth the effort to save any of it." "That is insane," said Adelaide. Retsplat's mocking laugh rang down the corridor. "Sentiment, Dr. Terran. Meaningless sentiment. I'm going to destroy the Ark." "And what do you get out of it?" said Adelaide. "Immortality." Adelaide let out a cynical laugh. "Oh, is that it? Immortality." "Yes," said Retsplat. "I will be joined to the final consciousness. I will become part of the final and ultimate stage of human evolution. My physical body will live forever, and my mind will become part of the final consciousness. I will live to see a unified mankind conquer every star and every planet in this galaxy, and build the ships that will take us to other galaxies." And all this, Adelaide suspected that she had made a sweeping gesture, all this will be swept away and forgotten. No one will remember Kalaskar, Dr. Terran. No one will remember you. "I've heard this speech before and it's all bullshit," said Adelaide. "Maybe I'm the empty-headed one, but you're the gullible one. You've been indoctrinated by the reactionary nonsense of—" "I've heard it all before," said Adelaide. "Those Iron Hands squatting next to you probably have orders to shoot you in the head once they no longer need you. Machinist sympathizers are disposable tools and nothing more. But maybe they will keep you alive. I've spoken to people who escaped from the final consciousness, who used to be wired up to it. They said it was like hell, like having the fingers of every single one of your neighbors inside of your skull all at once." "Be silent," snapped Retsplat. "You speak of things you do not understand." "Or maybe you're right," said Adelaide. "Maybe you'll really be immortal and part of the machinists." She shouted right over Redsplat. Her helmet's speaker unit helped with that. And maybe you'll hate it. Maybe it will be like damnation, but you're still alive, and you'll never escape from it, not ever, and... I said to be quiet, snarled Redsplat. There was a flicker of motion from behind the couch. Likely one of the iron hands was trying to calm her down. You're going to die, Adelaide Tarrant. You'll die here, and I'll live forever, and... Jack snapped up and fired a single shot. He did it so fast that he was a blur of gray armor, and the plasma bolt flared across the gap and slammed into something. One of the iron hands fell backward and landed on the deck, smoke rising from the crater that had been the top half of his skull. Damn it! Screamed Redsplat. You useless idiots! I'll deal with them myself. Both the remaining iron hands began shooting, and Adelaide caught a glimpse of Redsplat firing. Adelaide ducked behind the couch, plasma fire chewing into it, but Redsplat was firing into one of the open archways leading to a presentation gallery. Why the hell was she doing that? Was her aim that bad? No, roared one of the iron hands. Stop, you idiot bitch. Then Adelaide understood. Redsplat wasn't aiming for her or Jack or November. She was aiming for the stasis cases. And if her fire triggered the Ark's automated defenses... A deep booming clang began echoing through the Ark, and the lights overhead changed from white to crimson. Damn it, muttered Jack. A voice began speaking using the first Imperial language. Adelaide didn't understand it, but the translation software she'd loaded into her HUD's computer translated it for her. Warning, said the voice. Attack on the historical relics detected. The presentation galleries are going into lockdown. All personnel are directed to their safe stations. The automated defenses are being activated. 11. Finding history. In a grim flash, March realized what Redsplat had done. She had become desperate, and in her desperation, she had made a dangerous gamble. March didn't know how powerful the Ark's automated defenses were, but based on the technology he had already seen, he had no doubt it would be enough to kill them all. But Redsplat had the key, and she was willing to gamble that she could reach the control room and take command of the defenses before they killed her. The Iron Hands might have considered her expendable, but that sword cut in both directions. Which meant there was only one thing to do. Go, said March. Get to the control room. Go. Go. He leapt over the couch and charged forward, plasma fire spraying from his rifle. Adelaide and November followed him, firing as well. As they did, dozens of door-sized compartments in the wall slid open, and things that looked like giant metal spiders emerged from the darkness. Each drone was about the size of a large dog, their cylindrical bodies and articulated legs made from an armored chrome-like metal. The design of automated defense drones had not changed all that much in the last 100,000 years, so March spotted the pair of heavy weapons slung beneath the underside of the cylindrical body on a rotating turret. March didn't think the ancients of the Third Solar Republic had possessed plasma-based weaponry, but he knew they had been armed with lasers and conventional kinetic firearms. Or maybe the weapons were railguns, or macers, or perhaps some sort of gravity beam. It didn't matter what the weapons were, because there were dozens of them. Go, said March, and he sprinted for the doors at the end of the hall, Adelaide and November keeping pace. He thought about taking a shot at the Iron Hands and Redsplat, but abandoned the idea. He was running too fast for an accurate shot, and Redsplat and her guards were sprinting full tilt. The Iron Hands were at least smart enough to weave and dodge, but Redsplat raced in a straight line for the control room. Behind him, the security drones opened fire. The chattering roar of fully automatic kinetic firearms filled the corridor, along with the clanging whine as bullets ricocheted off the deck and the walls. 3 bullets hit March in the back, and another in the leg. It hurt, like he had just been hit by thrown rocks, but to his surprise his armor held. His HUD reported a combined 9% loss of armor integrity from the hits, but the bullets failed to penetrate. Materials science had evidently advanced quite a bit since the days of the Third Solar Republic. The Iron Hands were not so lucky. The Iron Hand on Retsplat's left staggered, blood exploding from his calf, and fell to one knee. Before the commando could recover, a dozen bullets ripped through his chest and head in a crimson mist. The Iron Hand fell dead to the deck. The second put on a burst of speed, almost catching up to Retsplat, but a single bullet tore through the top of his head. The Iron Hand collapsed in a motionless heap. March twisted and put a plasma bolt through each of their heads as he passed. Hopefully, that would be enough to destroy their hive implants and keep their corpses from rising as cybernetic drones. He thought the drones would gun down Retsplat, but she was just fast enough to race through the doors at the end of the corridor. The control room beyond it was not as large as the presentation galleries, but it was still a vast space, filled with rows of consoles, massive screens hanging from the walls. Retsplat dashed between the consoles, heading for a raised podium in the center of the room. That was likely the commander's station. Retsplat could use the key to unlock the station and take control of the drones. If that happened, March, Adelaide, and November were dead. Their armor could absorb dozens of direct hits from the bullets, but hundreds of the chrome spiders skittered along the floor and the walls. If Retsplat took control of the drones, they would die in short order. March sprinted into the control room, saw Retsplat running for the command podium. She was moving too fast for him to take an accurate shot, but maybe he didn't need a clear shot. "Take cover," shouted March. Adelaide and November vaulted over the first row of consoles, ducking behind them, and March leveled his rifle and started shooting. A volley of plasma bolts spattered between Retsplat and the podium, and she yelped and ducked behind another console. Behind March, the drones let out a volley of gunfire, bullets ricocheting off the walls and deck. "Retsplat," shouted March. "Give me the key." In response, she snarled and fired her pistol at him. The plasma bolt came nowhere near his position. "Retsplat," said March. "We have armor, you don't." Adelaide and November began shooting at the defense drones. Every plasma bolt destroyed one of the robots, but hundreds of the damn things were rushing up the corridor. "I can get to the console and shut down the drones. But I need the key. Otherwise, we're all going to die." Retsplat snarled again and surged to her feet, leaping towards the command podium, her pistol firing at him in her right hand, and the key clutched in her left. It was the worst possible move she could have made. 3 of the drones fired at her at once. The stream of bullets all but ripped her unarmored body in half. Retsplat fell limp to the deck, the key spinning from her hand to clang against the podium. "God damn it," said March, risking a look back as the drones rushed towards the control room. "Jack, we're in trouble," said Adelaide. "What are we going to do?" There was only one chance, one way out of this. "Keep shooting," said March. "Full auto, keep them back as long as you can. I'm going for the key." "Jack." "Do it," said March. November and Adelaide kept firing, and March let his rifle drop, the weapon hanging from its strap on his tactical harness. Then he sprinted forward, heading for Retsplat's corpse, weaving and dodging as he did. Bullets slammed into his right arm and leg 5 times, and his HUD informed him that armor integrity dropped another 11%. But March reached Retsplat's corpse, jumped over it, and he snatched the key with his right hand. He twisted and ran for the podium, using his left arm as a shield to cover his head and face. More bullets hit his left arm and chewed through his armor, but mushroomed uselessly against his cybernetic limb. The bullets of the ancients could overwhelm his scout armor, but they were no match for the alloy of his machinist-made arm. He jumped onto the podium, looking at the console. The controls and screens were labeled in the first Imperial language, which was incomprehensible. But there was a large, obvious slot for the key in the center of the console. 3 more bullets slammed into March's back, further damaging his armor integrity. He thrust the key into the slot and ducked behind the console as it lit up. Dozens of spidery drones poured into the control room, their guns blazing. November and Adelaide had to take cover behind the row of consoles, or be overwhelmed by the concentrated fire. "Alexandrine," shouted March. The air next him shimmered, and the holographic interface appeared atop the podium. "Yes," she said with a smile. "How can I be of assistance?" "I have unlocked the command console with a key," said March. "This designates me as an authorized user of the Ark systems. I choose to exercise my authority through voice command and instruct you to shut down the local defenses. Immediately." Alexandrine paused for a long, agonizing moment, and March wondered if his gamble had failed. "Of course," said Alexandrine. All at once, the roaring chatter of the gunfire went silent. "Jack." Adelaide's voice crackled in his helmet. "What did you do?" "I think I told the drones to shut down," said March. He got to his knees with a grunt. The armor had stopped the bullets, but he was going to have some nasty bruises, which was still better than a gunshot wound. The drones retreated down the corridor, withdrawing into the hidden compartments along the walls, which sealed themselves shut behind the spidery robots. A small fleet of maintenance drones appeared and began dragging away the destroyed defense drones for repair. Adelaide and November straightened up from behind the row of consoles. "They seem to be withdrawing," said November. Adelaide's helmet turned towards March. "Can you give whatever commands you want to the interface?" "I don't know," said March. "Let's find out." He turned back to the shimmering hologram. "How much authority do I have over ship functions?" "As the bearer of an authorized key, you now have full control over all ship functions and may issue voice commands," said Alexandrine. "Bear in mind that voice control is sometimes imprecise, and you may have to rephrase your command several times for clarity." "Thanks for the warning," said March. "If I give you a destination system, can you take the Ark there?" "Of course," said Alexandrine. "So long as your destination can be discerned from our navigational database, the Ark will proceed there." "Good," said March. "Then I want to help you fulfill your mission. I want to make sure all the relics in your presentation galleries are preserved." He turned towards Adelaide. "I've got an idea." 12. Making history. 4 days later, the Tiger emerged from hyperspace into the Alexandria system, one of the 7 core systems of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. "All right," said November from the tactical station. Countdown started. "We have 10 minutes. Taryn sat in the co-pilot's chair, running through her share of the post-hyperdrive checklist. As she did, the sensor display lit up. They had come out of hyperspace, about 5 million kilometers from Alexandria Station, a massive central cylinder surrounded by 5 docking rings. The station was a major traffic hub for interstellar trade within Kalaskaran space, and the sensors picked up nearly 700 freighters of varying sizes, either docked with the huge station or moving nearby. Keeping guard about 10 million kilometers from the station was a flotilla of warships from the Royal Kalaskaran Navy, 4 destroyers, a pair of cruisers, and the massive sleek shape of a fleet carrier. "You were right, Jack," said Taryn, looking at the sensor displays. "That's the Ronsfels. Lord Admiral Stormreel is here." Memories of her previous visit to the 7th Fleet's flagship and its unorthodox commander flashed through her mind. Stormreel had led the defensive Vesper system from the Humanity aboard the Ronsfels, and his plan had resulted in the complete destruction of the invading alien force. Taryn and Jack had been instrumental in carrying that plan out, though she had been certain they would die in the process. "Yeah," said Jack, reaching for the communications control. "Let's ruin a Lord Admiral's day." "I've never ruined a Lord Admiral's day before," said November. "Jack," said Adelaide with a laugh, "we're not going to ruin his day. We're going to make it. In fact, I think we're going to make history today." He smiled at her. Let's find out. The comm panel lit up, and Jack started talking. This is Captain Jack March of the licensed privateer vessel Tiger. He shifted the Tiger's vector, heading for the Ronsfals and its escorts. I have an urgent message for Lord Admiral Theodoric Stormreel concerning an inbound vessel, and must speak with the Lord Admiral immediately. He sent the message. 15 million kilometers from the Ronsfals, the light speed delay of the message would be about 50 seconds. Though the Tiger was headed towards the Ronsfals, and Adelaide saw some of the carrier's fighter patrol head in their direction, no doubt to either warn them off or escort them. 3 minutes later, the response came. The hard face of a man in a blue Kalaskuran naval uniform appeared on the screen, a captain's insignia on his collar. Tiger, this is Captain Alakon of the Ronsfals. It's been a while since Vesper's World, hasn't it? Your arrival has captured the Lord Admiral's attention, and you are instructed to approach close enough for minimal light speed lag in this conversation. Alakon out. I thought they'd promote him after Vesper's World, said Adelaide. Maybe he wanted to stay as captain of the Ronsfals, said March. The starfighters moved into escort formation around the Tiger. 2 minutes later, the comm panel lit up again, and the face of Lord Admiral Theodoric Stormreel appeared on the screen. He looked exactly the same as Terran remembered, balding with graying black hair cut down to stubble, with heavy-lidded brown eyes that seemed both weary and keen. Those eyes were not ones to forget. Something in his gaze carried a hint of the powerful mind behind them. Captain March and Dr. Terran, said Stormreel. A mellifluous voice was not among Stormreel's gifts. His voice was a peculiar combination of a deep rasp and a nasal whine, but it still carried the tone of absolute command. I confess I did not expect to see you here. Nor was I planning to turn up at Alexandria Station, said Jack. But I figured we should give you fair warning. There's a massive starship that's going to arrive in the Alexandria system at any moment. Stormreel's eyes narrowed. Machinist. No, human-built but fully automated, said Jack. It's completely harmless, but I didn't want any of the naval forces here to panic and attack. The ship and its contents are absolutely priceless. Indeed, said Stormreel. Another flag officer might have been annoyed. Stormreel only looked intrigued. You pose a fascinating riddle, Captain. What have you found? Jack looked at Terran. Adelaide. Adelaide took a deep breath, remembering the words of the formal legal language. I, Adelaide Terran, Professor of the Royal University of Kalaskar, do hereby claim the Ark of the Third Solar Republic in the name of the Kingdom of Kalaskar, in accordance with all laws governing salvage, archaeological relics, and historical artifacts. I have prepared all the necessary paperwork and documentation to back up this claim. Stormreel stared at them for about 10 seconds. Adelaide didn't think it was the light speed lag. The Ark of the Third Republic, said Stormreel. Surely. The dark energy sensor trilled as it picked up a huge surge of dark energy radiation, and Stormreel's gaze snapped to the left. About 2 seconds later, the Ark shot out of hyperspace 6 million kilometers away, its bronze hull glittering in the light of the star of the Alexandria system. The reaction was immediate. At once, the Tiger detected a sudden surge in sensor activity from the freighters around Alexandria Station, and a 14,000% increase in communications traffic. The communications panel chimed as Stormreel's transmission switched from a narrow beam to a broadcast. All ships, this is Lord Admiral Stormreel of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy, said Stormreel. The unidentified vessel that just entered local space is harmless and no threat. Nonetheless, no ships are to approach it, save for the 2 destroyers headed to escort it now. Even as he spoke, 2 of the Ronsfals' escorting destroyers changed course, moving to intercept the Ark. Any ships who approach the unknown vessel without authorization shall be fired upon. The panel beeped again as Stormreel's transmission changed back to a narrow beam. Well, the Lord Admiral said, leaning back in his chair. The Ark of the Third Solar Republic. You have been busy, haven't you? It is quite a long story, Admiral, said Terran. Then you had better come aboard the Ronsfals, said Stormreel. I very much look forward to hearing it. 13. Past and Future. The month after March returned to Kalaskar with Adelaide, November, and the Ark was one of the strangest months of his life. He had expected the Ark to make news. It was unavoidable, really, and something of a regrettable side effect of the mission. Publicity was not a good thing for an Alpha operative of the Silent Order. March figured he would leave that to Adelaide and let her do the talking. He had not, however, expected the Ark to become such big news. Its arrival dominated the news cycle on Kalaskar for at least 2 weeks. The Ministry of Information and the Silent Order massaged the story a little, and in the official version, Dr. Adelaide Terran and her associates found the location of the legendary Ark and managed to snatch it out from beneath the nose of murderous machinist operatives bent on destroying its treasury of priceless historical artifacts. It was reasonably close to the truth. Adelaide had already been relatively well known, but now she was famous. March watched the press conference she gave, impressed by her poise and clarity in front of so many damned cameras. To his great annoyance, a few enterprising reporters tracked down the name of the ship Adelaide had used for her expedition. March steadfastly refused to speak to any reporters for any reason, and eventually they lost interest. The Royal University, the Ministry of Information, and the Ministry of Education together jointly started the Museum of the Ark, and Adelaide accepted the job as the museum's first director, with the condition that Felix Quincy receive credit for finding the Ark in the first place. The museum's mission would be to catalog, document, and investigate the relics found aboard the Ark, and then choose a rotating selection of them for public display. The Ministry of Defense would take possession of any technologies or relics found with military value. Adelaide would be responsible for overseeing this huge enterprise, and as a beta operative of the Silent Order, she would also have to protect the museum from the inevitable machinist attempts to destroy the relics. Retsplat wasn't the only machinist sympathizer who felt a need to burn the past. And to March's and November's mild surprise, they got rich out of it. Kalaskar had strict laws governing the return of historical artifacts. Just as privateers could receive bounties from the Ministry of Defense for rescuing escape pods and answering distress calls, so too could privateers receive bounties for finding and returning historical relics to the Ministry of Information or the Ministry of Education. The reward was calculated by a small percentage of the relic's market value, with a hard cap. Both March and November received the full amount of 6.5 million credits, though they would have to pay taxes on it, of course. March was sitting in his favorite chair in Adelaide's loft, thinking about what to do next, when his phone rang. "Hello, Captain March," came Sensor's familiar dry voice. "Sir," said March. "It seems you've had a busy few weeks, haven't you?" said Sensor. "That I have, sir," said March. "Amazing what can happen during a short jaunt to Sibley Station, isn't it?" said Sensor, the dry note growing a little drier. "Frankly, no one had any idea where this would lead. I expected you would wind up having Quincy arrested for petty fraud. Instead, you returned with probably the single most significant historical find in Kalaskaran history." "Dr. Terran's the one who's interested in history, sir," said March. "Nevertheless, you performed excellently," said Sensor. "However, that has created a problem." March sighed. "I've become famous." "Moderately so, at any rate," said Sensor. "I'm afraid continuing in your current role as an Alpha operative is no longer possible." March felt a strange sort of relief spread through him. He had been contemplating having this conversation with Sensor ever since watching Adelaide's press conference. Her new job would carry enormous pressure. The museum and the Ark would face colossal security risks. Someone had to watch her back. March had a great deal of experience with that sort of thing. "I know, sir," said March. "I've been in this business a long time. I know how it works." "No one ever really leaves the silent order," said Censor. "Rest assured we will have a great deal of work for you on Kalaskar. I assume you will want charge of the security arrangements around the museum. That can be arranged, though I will warn you that it will be an extremely challenging job. The museum will be a tempting target for the machinists and for every thief and con artist in human space." "Life is full of challenges, sir," said March. Censor laughed a little. "How characteristic." "Very well, Captain March. I will make the arrangements. I shall be in touch with future assignments. Good luck with your next endeavor." He paused for a second. "I'm entirely certain she will say yes." The call ended. March stared at the screen, snorted, and then went to get ready to ask Adelaide to marry him. She returned home an hour later, and when he asked, she laughed, started crying, and kissed him, and somewhere in all of that she did indeed say yes. The end.